Preface of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA. Preface. In the following pages I have sought to trace, from the original sources as far as possible, the character and career of an institution which exercised no small influence on the fate of Spain, and even, one may say, indirectly on the civilized world. The material for this is preserved so superabundantly in the immense Spanish archives that no one writer can pretend to exhaust the subject. There can be no finality in a history resting on so vast a mass of inedited documents, and I do not flatter myself that I have accomplished such a result, but I am not without hope that what I have drawn from them and from the labors of previous scholars has enabled me to present a fairly accurate survey of one of the most remarkable organizations recorded in human annals. In this a somewhat minute analysis has seemed to be indispensable of its structure and methods of procedure, of its relations with the other bodies of the state, and of its dealings with the various classes subject to its extensive jurisdiction. This has involved the accumulation of much detail in order to present the daily operation of a tribunal of which the real importance is to be sought, not so much in the awful solemnities of the auto de fe, or in the cases of a few celebrated victims, as in the silent influence exercised by its incessant and secret labors among the mass of the people, and in the limitations which it placed on the Spanish intellect, in the resolute conservatism with which it held the nation in the medieval groove, and unfitted it for the exercise of rational liberty when the 19th century brought in the inevitable revolution. The intimate relations between Spain and Portugal, especially during the union of the kingdoms from 1580 to 1640, has rendered necessary the inclusion, in the chapter devoted to the Jews, of a brief sketch of a Portuguese Inquisition, which earned a reputation even more sinister than its Spanish prototype. I cannot conclude without expressing my thanks to the gentlemen whose aid has enabled me to collect the documents on which the work is largely based: Don Claudio Perez Gredilla of the Archives of Simancas, Don Ramon Santamaria of those of Alcalá de Henares, prior to their removal to Madrid, Don Francisco de Bofarull Sanz of those of the Crown of Aragon, Don H. Figueroa Hernández, formerly American vice-consul at Madrid, and to many others to whom I am indebted in a minor degree. I have also to tender my acknowledgments to the authorities of the Bodleian Library and of the Royal Libraries of Copenhagen, Munich, Berlin, and the University of Halle for favors warmly appreciated. Henry Charles LEA, Philadelphia, October 1905. End of preface.
Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 1 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by B.G. Oxford. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 1, Origin and Establishment. Chapter 1, The Castilian Monarchy. Part 1. It were difficult to exaggerate the disorder pervading the Castilian kingdoms when the Spanish monarchy found its origin in the union of Isabella of Castile and Ferdinand of Aragon. Many causes had contributed to prolong and intensify the evils of the feudal system, and to neutralize such advantages as it possessed. The struggles of the reconquest from the Saracen, continued at intervals through 700 years and varied by constant civil broils, had bred a race of fierce and turbulent nobles, as eager to attack a neighbor or their sovereign, as the Moor. The contemptuous manner in which the Cid is represented in the earliest ballads as treating his king shows what was, in the 12th century, the feeling of the chivalry of Castile toward its overlord; and a chronicler of the period seems rather to glory in the fact that it was always in rebellion against the royal power. So fragile was the feudal bond that a rico hombre, or noble, could at any moment renounce allegiance by a simple message sent to the king through an hidalgo. The necessity of attracting population and organizing conquered frontiers, which subsequently became inland, led to granting improvidently liberal franchises to settlers, which weakened the powers of the crown, without building up, as in France, a powerful third estate to serve as a counterpoise to the nobles and eventually to undermine feudalism. In Spain the business of the Castilian was war. The arts of peace were left with disdain to the Jews and the conquered Moslems, known as mudejares, who were allowed to remain on Christian soil and to form a distinct element in the population. No flourishing centers of industrious and independent burghers arose out of whom the kings could mold a body that should lend them efficient support in their struggles with their powerful vassals. The attempt indeed was made. The Cortes, whose cooperation was required in the enactment of laws, consisted of representatives from 17 cities, who while serving enjoyed personal inviolability. But so little did the cities prize this privilege that under Henry IV they complained of the expense of sending deputies. The crown, eager to find some new sources of influence, agreed to pay them, and thus obtained an excuse for controlling their election; and although this came too late for Henry to benefit by it, it paved the way for the assumption of absolute domination by Ferdinand and Isabella, after which the revolt of the Comunidades proved fruitless. Meanwhile their influence diminished, their meetings were scantily attended, and they became little more than an instrument which, in the interminable strife that cursed the land, was used alternately by any faction as opportunity offered. The crown itself had contributed greatly to its own abasement. When, in the 13th century, a ruler such as San Fernando III made the laws respected and vigorously extended the boundaries of Christianity, Castile gave promise of development in power and culture, which miserably failed in the performance. In 1282 the rebellion of Sancho el Bravo against his father Alfonso was the commencement of decadence. To purchase the allegiance of the nobles he granted them all that they asked, and to avert the discontent consequent on taxation he supplied his treasury by alienating the crown lands. Notwithstanding the abilities of the regent, Maria de Molina, the successive minorities of her son and grandson, Fernando IV and Alfonso XI, stimulated the downward progress, although the vigor of the latter in his maturity restored in some degree the luster of the crown, and his stern justice re-established order, so that, as we are told, property could be left unguarded in the streets at night. His son Don Pedro earned the epithet of the Cruel by his ruthless endeavor to reduce to obedience his turbulent nobles, whose disaffection invited the usurpation of his bastard brother, Henry of Trastamara. The throne, which the latter won by fratricide and the aid of the foreigner, he could only hold by fresh concessions to his magnates, which fatally reduced the royal power. This heritage he left to his son, Juan I, who forcibly described, in the Cortes of Valladolid in 1385, how he wore mourning in his heart because of his powerlessness to administer justice and to govern as he ought, in consequence of the evil customs which he was unable to correct. This depicts the condition of the monarchy during the century intervening between the murder of Pedro and the accession of Isabella, a dreary period of endless revolt and civil strife, during which the central authority was steadily growing less able to curb the lawless elements tending to eventual anarchy. The king was little more than a puppet, of which rival factions sought to gain possession in order to cover their ambitions with a cloak of legality, and those which failed to secure his person treated his authority with contempt, or set up some rival in a son or brother as an excuse for rebellion. The work of the Reconquest, which for 600 years had been the leading object of national pride, was virtually abandoned, save in some spasmodic enterprise, such as the capture of Antequera and the little kingdom of Granada, apparently on the point of extinction under Alfonso XI, seemed destined to perpetuate forever on Spanish soil the hateful presence of the Crescent. The long reign of the feeble Juan II, from 1406 to 1454, was followed by that of the feebler Henry IV, popularly known as El Impotente. In the Seguro de Tordesillas, in 1439, the disaffected nobles virtually dictated terms to Juan II. In the disposition of Avila in 1465, they treated Henry IV with the bitterest contempt. His effigy, clad in mourning and adorned with the royal insignia, was placed upon a throne, and 4 articles of accusation were read. For the first, he was pronounced unworthy of the kingly station, when Alonso Carrillo, Archbishop of Toledo, removed the crown. For the second, he was deprived of the administration of justice, when Alvará de Zúñiga, Count of Plasencia, took away the sword. For the third, he was deprived of the government, when Rodrigo Pimentel, Count of Benavente, struck the scepter away. For the fourth, he was sentenced to lose the throne, when Diego López de Zúñiga tumbled the image from its seat with an indecent jibe. It was scarce more than a continuation of the mockery when they elected as his successor his brother Alfonso, a child of 11 years of age. The lawless independence of the nobles and the effacement of royal authority may be estimated from a single example. At Plasencia 2 powerful lords, Garci Alvarez de Toledo, Señor of Oropesa, and Hernán Rodríguez de Monroy, kept the country in an uproar with their armed dissension. Juan II sent Ayala, Señor of Cebolla, with a royal commission to suppress the disorder. Monroy, in place of submitting, insulted Ayala, who as a buen caballero disdained to complain to the king and preferred to avenge himself. Juan, on hearing of this, summoned to his presence Monroy, who collected all his friends and retainers and set out with a formidable army. Ayala made a similar levy and set upon him as he passed near Cebolla. There was a desperate battle in which Ayala was worsted and forced to take refuge in Cebolla, while Monroy passed on to Toledo, and, when he kissed the king's hands, Juan told him that he had sent for him to cut off his head, but as Ayala had preferred to right himself, he gave Monroy a Godspeed on his journey home, and washed his hands of the whole affair. The rico homes, who thus were released from all the restraint of law, had as little respect for those of honor and morality. The virtues which we are wont to ascribe to chivalry were represented by such follies as the celebrated Paso Honroso of Suero de Quiñones, when that knight and his 9 comrades, in 1434, kept, in honor of their ladies, for 30 days against all comers, the pass of the bridge of Orbigo, at the season of the feast of Santiago, and 69 challengers presented themselves in the lists. With exceptions such as this, and a rare manifestation of magnanimity, as when the Duke of Medina Sidonia raised an army and hastened to the relief of his enemy, Rodrigo Ponce de Leon besieged in Alhama. The record of this time is one of the foulest treachery, from which truth and honor are absent, and human nature displays itself in its basest aspect. According to contemporary belief, Ferdinand was indebted for the crown of Aragon to the poisoning of his brother, the deeply mourned Carlos, Prince of Viana, while the crown of Castile fell to Isabella through the similar taking off of her brother Alfonso. A characteristic incident is one involving Dona Maria de Monroy, who married into the great house of Enriquez of Seville, and was left a widow with 2 boys. When the youths were respectively 18 and 19 years old, they were close friends of 2 gentlemen of Seville named Manzano. The younger brother, dicing with them in their house, was involved in a quarrel with them, when they set upon him with their servants and slew him. Then, fearing the vengeance of the elder brother, they sent him a friendly message to come and play with them. When he came, they led him along a dark corridor, in which they suddenly turned upon him and stabbed him to death. When the disfigured corpses of her boys were brought to Dona Maria, she shed no tears, but the fierceness of her eyes frightened all who looked upon her. The Manzanos promptly took horse and fled to Portugal, whither Dona Maria followed them in male attire with a band of 20 cavaliers. Her spies were speedily on the track of the fugitives. Within a month of the murders, she came at night to the house where they lay concealed. The doors were broken in, and she entered with 10 of her men, while the rest kept guard outside. The Manzanos put themselves in defense and shouted for help, but before the neighbors could assemble, she had both their heads in her left hand and was galloping off with her troop, never stopping till she reached Salamanca, where she went to the church and laid the bloody heads on the tomb of her boys. Thenceforth she was known as Dona Maria la Brava, and her exploit led to long and murderous feuds between the Monroyes and the Manzanos. Dona Maria was but a type of the unsexed woman, mujeres varoniles, common at the time, who would take the field or maintain their place in factious intrigue with as much ferocity and pertinacity as men. Ferdinand could well look without surprise on the activity in court and camp of his Queen Isabella, when he remembered the prowess of his mother, Juana Enriquez, who had secured for him the crown of Aragon. Dona Leonora Pimentel, Duchess of Arevalo, was one of these. Of the Countess Medellin it was said that no Roman captain could get the better of her in feats of arms, and the Countess of Haro was equally noted. The Countess of Medellin, indeed, kept her own son in prison for years while she enjoyed the revenues of his town of Medellin, and when Queen Isabella refused to confirm her possession of the place, she transferred her allegiance to the King of Portugal, to whom she delivered the castle of Merida. At the same time, the Moorish influence, which was so strong in Castile, occasionally led to the opposite extreme. The Duke of Nájera kept his daughters in such absolute seclusion that no man, not even his sons, was permitted to enter the apartments reserved for the women, and the reason he alleged, that the heart does not covet what the eye does not see, was little flattering to either sex. The condition of the common people can readily be imagined in this perpetual strife between warlike, ambitious, and unprincipled nobles, now uniting in factions which involved the whole realm in war, and now contenting themselves with assaults upon their neighbors. The land was desolated. The husbandman scarce could take heart to plant his seed, for the harvest was apt to be garnered with the sword and thrust into castles to provision them against siege. As a writer of the period tells us, there was neither law nor justice save that of arms. In a letter describing the universal anarchy, written by Hernando del Pulgar from Madrid in 1473, he says that for more than 5 years there has been no communication from Murcia, where the family of Fajardo reigned supreme. It is, he says, as foreign a land as Navarre. That the roads were unsafe for trade or travel was a matter of course. Every petty hidalgo converted his stronghold into a den of robbers, and what these left was swept away by bands of free companions. Disorder reigned supreme and all-pervading. The crown was powerless and the royal treasury exhausted. Improvident grants of lands and revenues and jurisdictions to bribe the treacherous fidelity of faithless nobles, or to gratify worthless favorites, were made, till there was nothing left to give, and then Henry IV bestowed licenses for private mints until there were 150 of them at work, flooding the land with base money, to the unutterable confusion of the coinage and the impoverishment of the people. The Cortes of Madrid in 1467 and of Osaña in 1469 called on Henry to resume his improvident grants, and those of Madrigal in 1476 repeated the urgency to Ferdinand and Isabella, who had been forced to follow his example. To this the sovereigns replied, thanking the Cortes and postponing the matter. They did not feel themselves strong enough until 1480, when at the Cortes of Toledo they resumed 30 million maravedis of revenue, which had been alienated during the troubles, and this after an investigation which left untouched the gifts to loyal subjects and only withdrew such as had been extorted. Respect for the crown had fallen as low as its revenues. The story told of the Count of Benavente shows how difficult it was, even after the accession of Isabella, for the nobles to recognize that they owed any obedience to the sovereign. He was walking with the queen when a woman came weeping and begging justice, saying that he had had her husband slain in spite of a royal safe conduct. She showed the letter which her husband had carried in his breast, pierced by the blow which had ended his life, when the count jeeringly remarked, "A cuirass would have been of more service." Piqued by this, Isabella said, "Count, do you then not wish there was no king in Castile?" "Rather," he said, "I wish there were many." "And why?" "Because then I should be one of them." In such a chaos of lawless passion it is not to be supposed that the Church was better than the nobles, who filled its high places with worthless scions of their stocks, or than the lower classes of the laity, who sought it in provision for a life of idleness and license. The primate of Castile was the Archbishop of Toledo, who was likewise ex officio chancellor of the realm, and whose revenues were variously estimated at from 80 to 100,000 ducats, with patronage at his disposal amounting to 100,000 more. The occupant of this exalted position at the accession of Isabella was Alonso Carrillo, a turbulent prelate, delighting in war, foremost in all the civil broils of the period, who, not content with the immense income of his see, lavished extravagant sums in alchemy. Hernando de Pulgar, in a letter of remonstrance, said to him, "The people look to you as their bishop, and find in you their enemy. They groan and complain that you use your authority not for their benefit and reformation, but for their destruction, not as an exemplar of kindness and peace, but for corruption, scandal, and disturbance." When in 1495 the Puritan Ximenes was appointed to the archbishopric, one of his first acts is said to have been the removal, from near the altar of the Franciscan Church of Toledo, of a magnificent tomb which Carrillo had erected to his bastard, Troilo Carrillo. His successor in the See of Toledo has a special interest for us in view of his labors to purify the faith, which culminated in establishing the Inquisition. Pero González de Mendoza was one of the notable men of the day, whose influence with Ferdinand and Isabella won for him the name of the Third King. While yet a child he held the curacy of Hita. At 12 he had the archdeaconry of Guadalajara, one of the richest benefices in Spain, which he retained during the successive bishoprics of Calahorra and Sigüenza, and the archbishopric of Seville. The see of Sigüenza he kept during the whole tenure successively of the archiepiscopates of Seville and Toledo, in addition to which he was a cardinal and titular patriarch of Alexandria. With his kindred of the powerful house of Mendoza, he adhered to Henry IV, until they effected the sale of the hapless Beltraneja, who was in their hands to her father Henry, for certain estates and the title of Duque del Infantado for Diego Hurtado, the head of the family, after which Pero González and his kinsmen promptly transferred their allegiance to Isabella. His admiring biographer assures us that he was more ready with his hands than with his tongue, that he was a gallant knight, and that there was never a war in Spain during his time in which he did not personally take part, or at least have his troops engaged. Though he had no leisure to attend to his spiritual duties, he found time to yield to the temptations of the flesh. When, in 1484, he led the army of invasion to Granada, he took with him his bastard, Rodrigo de Mendoza, a youth of 20, who was already Señor del Castil del Cid, and who, in 1492, was created Marquis of Senente on the occasion of his marriage, amid great rejoicings, in the presence of Ferdinand and Isabella, to Leonor de Cerda, daughter and heiress of the Duke of Medina Celi, and niece of Ferdinand himself. This was not the only evidence of his frailty, of which he took no shame, for he had another son named Juan, by a lady of Valladolid, who was married to Doña Ana de Aragon, another niece of Ferdinand. With such men at the head of the Church, it is not to be expected that the lower orders of the clergy should be models of decency and morality, rendering Christianity attractive to Jew and Moslem. Alonso Carrillo, the Archbishop of Toledo, can scarce be regarded as a strict disciplinarian, but even he felt obliged, when holding the Council of Aranda in 1473, to endeavor to repress the more flagrant scandals of the clergy. As a corrective of their prevailing ignorance, it was ordered that in the future none should be ordained who could not speak Latin, the language of the ritual and the foundation of all instruction, theological and otherwise. They were forbidden to wear silk or gaily colored garments. As their licentiousness rendered them contemptible to the people, they were commanded to part with their concubines within 2 months. As their fondness for dicing led to perjuries, scandals, and homicides, they were required thereafter to abstain from it, privately as well as publicly. As many priests disdained to celebrate Mass, they were ordered to do so at least 4 times a year. Bishops, moreover, were urged to celebrate at least thrice a year, under pain of severe penalties to be determined at the next council. The absurdities poured forth in their sermons by wandering priests and friars were to be repressed by requiring examinations prior to issuing licenses to preach, and the scandals of the pardon sellers were to be diminished by subjecting them to the bishops. The bishops were also urged to make severe examples of offenders in the lower orders of the clergy when delivered to them by the secular courts, and not to allow their enormities to enjoy continued immunity. The bishops, moreover, were commanded to make no charge for the conferring of ordinations. They were exhorted, and all other clerics were required, not to lead a dissolute military life, or to enter the service of secular lords excepting of the king and princes of the blood. All duels were forbidden. Both laity and clergy were warned that if slain in such encounters they would be refused Christian burial. That this effort at reform was, as might be expected, wholly abortive is evidenced from the description of the vices of the ecclesiastical body when Ferdinand and Isabella subsequently endeavored to correct its more flagrant scandals. It was wholly secularized, and only to be distinguished from the laity by the sacred functions which rendered its vices more abhorrent, by the immunities which fostered and stimulated those vices, and by the intolerance which, blind to all aberrations of morals, proclaimed the stake to be the only fitting punishment for aberration in faith. While powerless to reform itself, it yet had influence enough to educate the people up to its standard of orthodoxy in the ruthless persecution of all whom it pleased to designate as enemies of Christ. End of Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 1. Recording by B.G. Oxford, December 2008. Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 2 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by B.G. Oxford. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Charles LEA. Book 1, Chapter 1, The Castilian Monarchy, Part 2. Yet in Spain the immunities and privileges of the Church were less than elsewhere throughout Christendom. The independence which the secular power in Castile had always manifested toward the Holy See and its disregard of the canon law are points which will occasionally manifest themselves hereafter, and are worthy of a moment's consideration here. I have elsewhere shown that, alone among the Latin nations, Castile steadily refused to admit the medieval Inquisition and disregarded completely the prescriptions of the Church regarding heresy. In the 12th century the popular feeling toward the papacy is voiced in the ballads of the Cid. When a demand for tribute to the Emperor Henry IV is said to be made through the Pope, Ruy Diaz advises King Fernando to send a defiance from both of them to the Pope and all his party, which the monarch accordingly does. So when the Cid accompanies his master to a great council in Rome and kicks over the chair prepared for the King of France, the Pope excommunicates him, whereupon he kneels before the Holy Father and asks for absolution, telling him it will be the worse for him if he does not grant it, which the Pope promptly does, on condition of his being more self-restrained during the remainder of his stay. There is no trace of the veneration for the vicegerent of God which elsewhere was inculcated as an indispensable religious duty. When such was the popular temper, it is easy to understand that the prohibition to carry money out of the kingdom to the Pope was even more emphatic than in England. The claim to control the patronage of the Church, which was so prolific a source of revenue to the Curia, met throughout Spain a resistance as sturdy as in England, though the troubled condition of the land interfered with its success. In Catalonia the Cortes in 1419 adopted a law in which, after alluding to the scandals and irreparable injuries arising from the intrusion of strangers, it was declared that none but natives should hold preferment of any kind, and that all papal letters and bulls contravening this should be resisted in whatever way was necessary. In Castile the Cortes of 1319 forcibly represented to Juan I the evils resulting from this foisting of strangers on the Spanish Church, but his speedy death prevented action. The remonstrance was renewed to the tutors of the young Henry III, who promptly placed an embargo on the revenues of foreign benefice holders and forbade the admission of subsequent appointees. This led to a compromise in 1393. By which the Avignonese Curia secured the recognition of existing incumbents by promising that no more such nominations should be made. The promise made by the Avignonese antipope was not binding on the Roman Curia, and the quarrel continued. Even if the recipient was a native, there was little ceremony in dealing with papal grants of benefices when occasion prompted, as was shown in the affair which first revealed the unbending character of the future Cardinal Ximenes. During his youthful sojourn in Rome, Ximenes procured papal expectative letters, granting him the first preferment that should fall vacant in the diocese of Toledo. On his return he made use of these letters to take possession of the archiprestazgo of Uceda, but it happened that Archbishop Carrillo simultaneously gave it to one of his creatures, and, as Ximenes refused to surrender his rights, he was thrown into a tower in Uceda, a tower he subsequently, when himself Archbishop of Toledo, used as a treasury. As he continued obstinate, Carrillo transferred him to the Pozo de Santorcas, a harsh dungeon used for clerical malefactors, where he lay for 6 years, resolutely refusing to abandon his claim until released at the intercession of the wife of a nephew of Carrillo. Evidently the Castilian prelates had slender respect for papal diplomas. About the same time, during the civil war between Henry IV and his brother Alfonso, when Hernando de Luxan, Bishop of Sigüenza, died, the Dean Diego Lopez obtained possession of the castles and the treasure of the see, joined the party of Alfonso, and, with the aid of Archbishop Carrillo, caused himself to be elected bishop. Meanwhile Paul II gave the see to Juan de Maella, Cardinal Bishop of Zamora, but Diego Lopez refused to obey the bulls, and appealed to the future council against the Pope and all his censures. He disregarded an interdict launched against him and was supported by all his clergy. Maella died, and Paul II gave the bishopric to the Bishop of Calahorra, requesting Henry IV to place him in possession. So secure did Diego Lopez feel that he rejected a compromise offering him the see of Zamora in exchange, but the possession of Sigüenza happened to be of importance in the war. By bribery a troop of royalist soldiers obtained admittance to the castle and carried off Lopez as a prisoner. It was the same even with so pious a monarch as Ferdinand the Catholic. When in 1476 the archiepiscopal see of Saragossa became vacant by the death of Juan of Aragon, Ferdinand, with his father Juan II, asked Sixtus IV to appoint his natural son Alfonso, a child 6 years of age. The claim of the papacy to archiepiscopal appointments based on the necessity of the pallium was of ancient date and had become incontestable. In the 13th century Alfonso X had admitted it in the case of the archbishops, but when Isabella appointed Ximenes to the see of Toledo in 1495, the proceedings showed that the post was considered to be in the gift of the crown, and the papal confirmation to be a matter of course. So in the present case the request was a mere form, as was seen when Sixtus refused. The defect of birth could be dispensed for, but the youth of Alfonso was an insuperable objection, and Sixtus appointed Ancius Despuig, then Archbishop of Montreal, thinking that the services rendered by him and by his uncle, the Master of the Order of Montesa, would induce the king to assent. Despuig accepted, but Ferdinand at once sequestrated all the revenues of Montreal and the priory of Santa Cristina and ordered him to resign. On his hesitating, Ferdinand threatened to seize all the castles and revenues of the mastership of Montesa, which was effectual, and Sixtus compromised by making the boy perpetual administrator of Saragossa. Isabella, despite her piety, was as firm as her husband in defending the claim of the crown in these matters against the papacy. When in 1482 the see of Cuenca became vacant and Sixtus IV appointed a Genoese cousin to the position, Ferdinand and his queen energetically represented that only Spaniards should have Spanish bishoprics, and that the selection should be made by them. Sixtus retorted that all benefices were in the gift of the Pope, and that his power, derived from God, was unlimited, whereupon they ordered home all their subjects resident in the papal court and threatened to take steps for the convocation of a general council. These energetic proceedings brought Sixtus to terms, and he sent to Spain a special nuncio, but Ferdinand and Isabella stood on their dignity and refused even to receive him. Then the Cardinal of Spain, Pero Gonzalez de Mendoza, intervened, and, on Sixtus withdrawing his pretensions, they allowed themselves to be reconciled. They alleged that whatever might be the papal rights in other countries, in Spain the patronage of all benefices belonged to the crown because they and their predecessors had wrested the land from the infidel. So jealous indeed were they of the papal encroachments that among the subjects which they submitted to the National Synod assembled by them in Seville, June 1478, was how to prevent the residence of papal legates and nuncios, who not only carried off much money from the kingdom, but threatened the royal preeminence, to which the Synod replied that this rested with the sovereigns to do, as their predecessors had done. It is easy thus to understand why, in the organization of the Inquisition, they insisted that all appointments should be made by the throne. In other ways the much prized superiority of the canon over secular law was disregarded in Spain. The Cortes and the monarch had never hesitated to legislate on ecclesiastical affairs, and the jurisdiction of the ecclesiastical courts was limited with a jealousy which paid scant respect to canon and decretal. Nothing, for instance, was better settled than the spiritual cognizance of all matters respecting testaments. Yet when, in 1270, the authorities of Badajoz complained of the interference of the bishop's court with secular judges in such affairs, proceeding to the excommunication of those who exercised jurisdiction over them, Alfonso X expressed surprise and gave explicit commands that such cases should be decided by the lay courts exclusively. So little respect was felt for the immunity of ecclesiastics from secular law, in defence of which Thomas à Becket had laid down his life, that, as late as 1351, an ordenamento of Pedro the Cruel concedes to them that they shall not be cited before secular judges except in accordance with the law. On the other hand, laymen were jealously protected from the ecclesiastical courts. The crown was declared to be the sole judge of its own jurisdiction, and no appeal from it was allowed. In the exercise of this supreme power, laws were repeatedly enacted providing that a layman who should cite another layman before a spiritual judge not only lost his cause, but incurred a heavy fine and disability for public office. The spiritual judge could not imprison a layman or levy execution on his property, and he who attempted it or any other invasion of the royal jurisdiction forfeited his benefices and became a stranger in the kingdom, thus rendering him incapable of preferment. The ecclesiastic who cited a layman before a spiritual judge lost any privileges or graces which he might hold of the crown. The layman who attempted to remove a cause from a lay court to a spiritual one was punished with confiscation of all his property, while any vassal who claimed benefit of clergy and declined the jurisdiction of a royal court forfeited his fief. In reenacting these laws in the Cortes of Toledo in 1480, Ferdinand and Isabella complained of their inobservance and ordered their strict enforcement. No other nation in Christendom dared thus to infringe on the sacred limits of spiritual jurisdiction. Yet even this was not all, for the secular power asserted its right to intervene in matters within the Church itself. Elsewhere, the ineradicable vice of priestly concubinage was left to be dealt with by bishops and archdeacons. The guilty priests themselves, even in Castile, were exempt from civil authority, but Ferdinand and Isabella had no hesitation in invading their domiciles, and by repeated edicts in 1480, 1491, 1502, and 1503 endeavored to cure the evil by fining, scourging, and banishing their partners in sin. It is true, as we have seen above, that these laws were eluded, but there was at least a vigorous attempt to enforce them, for in 1490 the clergy of Guipuzcoa complained that the officers of justice visited their houses to see whether they kept concubines, which of course they denied, and carried off their women to prison, where they were forced to confess themselves concubines, to the great dishonor of the Church, whereupon the sovereigns repressed the excessive zeal of their officials and ordered them in future to interfere only when the concubinage was notorious. A yet more significant extension of royal authority was exercised when, in 1490, the people of Lequeito, Biscay, complained that though there were 12 mass priests in the parish church, they all celebrated together and at uncertain times, so that the pious were unable to be present. This was a matter belonging exclusively to the diocesan authority, yet the appeal was made to the crown, and the royal council felt no scruple in ordering the priests to celebrate in succession and at reasonable hours, under pain of banishment and forfeiture of temporalities, thus disregarding even the imprescriptible immunities of the priesthood. So slender indeed was the respect paid to these immunities that the Council of Aranda in 1473 complained that magistrates of cities and other temporal lords presumed to banish ecclesiastics holding benefices in cathedral churches, and it may well be doubted whether the interdict with which the council threatened to punish this infraction of canon was effective in its suppression. One of the most deplorable abuses with which the Church afflicted society was the admission into minor orders of crowds of laymen who, without abandoning worldly pursuits, adopted the tonsure in order to enjoy the irresponsibility afforded by the claim acquired to spiritual jurisdiction, whether as criminals or as traitors. The Cortes of Tordesillas in 1401 declared that the greater portion of the ruffianes and malefactors of the kingdom wore the tonsure. When arrested by the secular officials, the spiritual courts demanded them and enforced their claims with excommunication, after which they freely discharged the evildoers. This complaint was re-echoed by almost every subsequent Cortes, with an occasional allusion to the stimulus thus afforded to the evil propensities of those who were really clerics. The kings, in responding to these representations, could only say that they would apply to the Holy Father for relief, but the relief never came. The spirit in which these claims of clerical immunity were advanced as a shield for criminals and the resolute firmness with which they were met by Ferdinand and Isabella are illustrated by an occurrence in 1486 in Trujillo, where a man committed a crime and was arrested by the corregidor. He claimed to wear the tonsure, and as the officials delayed in handing him over to the ecclesiastical court, some clerics who were his kinsmen paraded the streets with a cross and proclaimed that religion was being destroyed. They succeeded thus in arousing a tumult in which the culprit was liberated. The sovereigns were in Galicia, but they forthwith dispatched troops to the scene of disturbance. Severe punishment was inflicted on the participants in the riot, and the clerics who had provoked it were deprived of citizenship and were banished from Spain. Less serious, but still abundantly obnoxious, were the advantages which these tonsured laymen possessed in civil suits by claiming the privilege of ecclesiastical jurisdiction. To meet this was largely the object of the laws in the Ordenanzas Reales described above, and these were supplemented in 1519 by an edict of Charles V, forbidding episcopal officials from cognizance of cases where such so-called clerics engaged in trades sought the spiritual courts as a defense against civil suits. A similar abuse, by which such clerics in public office evaded responsibility for wrongdoing by pleading their clergy, he remedied by reviving an old law of Juan I, declaring them ineligible to office. Thus the royal power in Spain asserted its authority over the Church after a fashion unknown elsewhere. We shall see that, so long as it declined to persecute Moors and Jews, Rome could not compel it to do so. When its policy changed under Isabella, it was inevitable that the machinery of persecution should be under the control not of the Church but of the sovereign. We shall also see that when the Inquisition inflicted similar wrongs by the immunities claimed for its own officials and familiars, the sovereigns customarily turned a deaf ear to the complaints of the people. Such was the condition of Castile when the death of the miserable Henry IV, December 12, 1474, cast the responsibility of royalty on his sister Isabella and her husband Ferdinand of Aragon. The power of the crown was eclipsed, the land was ravaged with interminable war between nobles who were practically independent, the sentiment of loyalty and patriotism seemed extinct, deceit and treachery, false oaths, whatever would serve cupidity and ambition, were universal. Justice was bought and sold, private vengeance was exercised without restraint, there was no security for life and property. The fabric of society seemed about to fall in ruins. To evolve order out of this chaos of passion and lawlessness was a task to test to the uttermost the nerve and capacity of the most resolute and sagacious. To add to the confusion, there was a disputed succession, although in 1468 the oath of fidelity had been taken to Isabella, with the assent of Henry IV, in the contract of Perales, by which he for the second time acknowledged his reputed daughter Juana not to be his. He was popularly believed to be impotent, and when his wife Juana, sister of Alfonso V of Portugal, bore him a daughter, whom he acknowledged and declared to be his heir, her paternity was maliciously ascribed to Beltran de la Cueva, and she was known by the opposite party as La Beltraneja. Though Henry had been forced by his nobles to set aside her claims in favor of his brother Alfonso in the Declaration of Cabezon in 1464, and after Alfonso's death in favor of Isabella in 1468, the latter's marriage, in 1469, with Ferdinand of Aragon so angered him that he betrothed Juana to Charles, Duke of Guienne, brother of Louis XI of France, and made the nobles of his faction swear to acknowledge her. At his death he testified again to her legitimacy, and declared her to be his successor in a will which long remained hidden, and finally in 1504 fell under the control of Ferdinand, who ordered it burnt. There was a powerful party pledged to support her rights, and they were aided on the one hand by Afonso of Portugal, and on the other by Louis of France, each eager to profit by dismembering the unhappy land. Some years of war, more cruel and bloody than even the preceding aimless strife, were required to dispose of this formidable opposition, years which tried to the utmost the ability of the young sovereigns and proved to their subjects that at length they had rulers endowed with kingly qualities. The decisive victory of Toro, won by Ferdinand over the Portuguese, March 1, 1476, virtually settled the result, although the final treaty was not signed until 1479. The Beltraneja was given the alternative of marrying within 6 months Prince Juan, son of Ferdinand and Isabella, then but 2 years old, or of entering the Order of Santa Clara in a Portuguese house. She chose the latter, but she never ceased to sign herself Yo la Reina, and her pretensions were a frequent source of anxiety. She led a varied life, sometimes treated as a queen with a court around her, and sometimes as a nun in her convent, dying at last in 1531 at the age of 70. Isabella was queen in fact as well as in name. Under the feudal system the husband of an heiress was so completely lord of the fief that in the capitulations of Cervera, January 7, 1469, which preceded the marriage, the Castilians carefully guarded the autonomy of their kingdom, and Ferdinand swore to observe the conditions. Yet on the death of Henry IV he imagined that he could disregard the compact, alleging that the crown of Castile passed to the nearest male descendant, and that through his grandfather, Ferdinand of Antequera, brother of Henry III, he was the lawful heir. The position was, however, too doubtful and complicated for him to insist on this. A short struggle convinced his consummate prudence that it was wisdom to yield, and Isabella's wifely tact facilitated submission. It was agreed that their 2 names should appear on all papers, both their heads on all coins, and that there should be a single seal on the arms of Castile and Aragon. Thereafter they acted in concert, which was rarely disturbed. The strong individuality which characterized both conduct to harmony, for neither of them allowed courtiers to gain undue influence. As Pulgar says, the favorite of the king is the queen, the favorite of the queen is the king. Ferdinand, without being a truly great man, was unquestionably the greatest monarch of an age not prolific in greatness, the only contemporary whom he did not wholly eclipse being Henry VII of England. Constant in adversity, not unduly elated in prosperity, there was a steadfast equipoise in his character which more than compensated for any lack of brilliancy. Far-seeing and cautious, he took no decisive step that was not well prepared in advance, but when the time came he could strike promptly and hard. Not naturally cruel, he took no pleasure in human suffering, but he was pitiless when his policy demanded. Dissimulation and deceit are too invariable an ingredient of statecraft for us to censure him severely for the craftiness in which he surpassed his rivals, or for the mendacity in which he was an adept. Cold and reserved, he preferred to inspire fear rather than to excite affection, but he was well served, and his insight into character gave him the most useful faculty of a ruler, the ability to choose his instruments and to get from them the best work which they were capable of performing, while gratitude for past services never imposed on him any inconvenient obligations. He was popularly accused of avarice, but the empty treasury left at his death showed that acquisitiveness with him had been merely a means to an end. His religious convictions were sincere, and moreover he recognized wisely the invaluable aid which religion could lend to statesmanship at a time when Latin Christianity was dominant without a rival. This was especially the case in the 10 Years' War with Granada, his conduct of which would alone stamp him as a leader of men. The foolhardy defiance of Abu al-Hassan when, in 1478, he haughtily refused to resume payment of the tribute which for centuries had been imposed on Granada, and when, in 1481, he broke the existing truce by surprising Zahara, was a fortunate occurrence which Fernando improved to the utmost. The unruly Castilian nobles had been reduced to order, but they chafed under the unaccustomed restraint. By giving their warlike instincts legitimate employment in a holy cause, he was securing internal peace; by leading his armies personally, he was winning the respect of his Castilian subjects, who hated him as an Aragonese, and he was training them to habits of obedience. By making conquests for the crown of Castile he became naturalized, and was no longer a foreigner. It was more than 100 years since a king of Castile had led his chivalry to victory over the infidel, and national pride and religious enthusiasm were enlisted in winning for him the personal authority necessary for a sovereign, which had been forfeited since the murder of Pedro the Cruel had established the bastard line upon the throne. It was by such means as this, and not by the Inquisition, that he started the movement which converted feudal Spain into an absolute monarchy. His life's work was seen in the success with which, against heavy odds, he lifted Spain from her obscurity in Europe to the foremost rank of Christian powers. Yet amid the numerous acts of cruelty and duplicity which tarnished the memory of Ferdinand as a statesman, examination of his correspondence with his officials of the Inquisition, especially with those employed in the odious business of confiscating property of the unhappy victims, has revealed to me an unexpectedly favorable aspect of his character. While urging them to diligence and thoroughness, his instructions are invariably to decide all cases with rectitude and justice, and to give no one cause of complaint. While insisting on the subordination of the people and the secular officials to the Holy Office, more than once we find him intervening to check arbitrary action and to correct abuses, and when cases of peculiar hardship arising from confiscations are brought to his notice, he frequently grants to widows and orphans a portion of the forfeited property. All this will come before us more fully hereafter, and a single instance will suffice here to illustrate his kindly disposition to his subjects. In a letter of October 20, 1502, he recites that Domingo Munoz of Calatayna has appealed to him for relief, representing that his little property was burdened with an annual censal, or ground rent, of 2 sols, 8 dineros, part of a larger one confiscated in the estate of Juan de Buendia, condemned for heresy, and he orders Juan Royes, his receiver of confiscations at Saragossa, to release the ground rent and let Munoz have his property unencumbered, giving as a reason that the latter is old and poor. It shows Ferdinand's reputation among his subjects that such an appeal should be ventured, and the very triviality of the matter renders it the more impressive that a monarch whose ceaseless personal activity was devoted to the largest affairs of the tumultuous world should turn from the complicated treachery of European politics to consider and grant so humble a prayer. In his successful career as a monarch he was well seconded by his queen. Without deserving the exaggerated encomiums which have idealized her, Isabella was a woman exactly adapted to her environment. As we have seen, the mujer varonil was a not uncommon development of the period in Spain, and Isabella's youth passed in the midst of civil broils, with her fate more than once suspended in the balance, had strengthened and hardened the masculine element in her character. Self-reliant and possessed of both moral and physical courage, she was prompt and decided, bearing with ease responsibilities that would have crushed a weaker nature, and admirably fitted to cope with the fierce and turbulent nobles, who respected neither her station nor her sex, and could be reduced to obedience only by a will superior to their own. She had the defects of her qualities. She could not have been the queen she was without sacrifice of womanly softness, and she earned the reputation of being hard and unforgiving. She could not be merciful when her task was to reduce to order the wild turmoil and lawlessness which had so long reigned unchecked in Castile, but in this she shed no blood wantonly, and she knew how to pardon when policy dictated mercy. How she won the affection of those in whom she confided can be readily understood from the feminine grace of her letters to her confessor, Hernando of Talavera. A less praiseworthy attribute of her sex was her fondness for personal adornment, in which she indulged in spite of a chronically empty treasury, and a people overwhelmed with taxation. We hear of her magnifying her self-abnegation in receiving the French ambassador twice in the same gown, while an attaché of the English envoy says that he never saw her twice in the same attire, and that a single toilette with its jewels and appendages must have cost at least 200,000 crowns. She was moreover rigidly tenacious of royal dignity. Once when Ferdinand was playing cards with some grandees, the Admiral of Castile, whose sister was Ferdinand's mother, addressed him repeatedly as nephew. Isabella was undressed in an inner room and heard it. She hastily gathered a garment around her, put her head through the door and rebuked him. "Hold, my lord, the king has no kindred or friends, he has servants and vassals." She was deeply and sincerely religious, placing almost unbounded confidence in her spiritual directors, whom she selected, not among courtly casuists to soothe her conscience, but from among the most rigid and unbending churchmen within her reach, and to this may in part be attributed the fanaticism which led her to make such havoc among her people. She was scrupulously regular in all church observances. In addition to frequent prayers, she daily recited the hours like a priest, and her biographer tells us that, in spite of the pressing cares of state, she seemed to lead a contemplative rather than an active life. She was naturally just and upright, though in the tortuous policy of the time she had no hesitation in becoming the accomplice of Ferdinand's frequent duplicity and treachery. With all the crowded activity of her eventful life, she found time to stimulate the culture despised by the warlike chivalry around her, and she took a deep interest in an academy which, at her insistence, was opened for the young nobles of her court by the learned Italian, Peter Martyr of Anghiera. End of Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 2. Recording by B.G. Oxford, December 2008. Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 3 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by B.G. Oxford. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Charles LEA, Book 1, Chapter 1, The Castilian Monarchy, Part 3. Isabella recognized that the surest way to curb the disorders which pervaded her kingdom was the vigorous enforcement of the law, and as soon as the favorable aspect of the War of the Succession gave her leisure for less pressing matters, she set earnestly to work to accomplish it. The victory of Toro was followed immediately by the Cortes of Madrigal, April 27, 1476, where far-reaching reforms were enacted, among which the administration of justice and the vindication of the royal prerogatives occupied a conspicuous place. It was not long before she gave her people a practical illustration of her inflexible determination to enforce these reforms. In 1477 she visited Seville with her court and presided in public herself over the trial of malefactors. Complaints came in thick and fast of murders and robberies committed in the bad old times. The criminals were summarily dispatched, and a great fear fell upon the whole population, for there was scarce a family, or even an individual, who was not compromised. Multitudes fled, and Seville bade fair to be depopulated, when at the supplication of a great crowd, headed by Enrique de Guzman, Duke of Medina Sidonia, she proclaimed an amnesty conditioned on the restitution of property, making, however, the significant exception of heresy. From Seville she went, accompanied by Ferdinand, to Cordova. There they executed malefactors, compelled restitution of property, took possession of the castles of robber hidalgos, and left the land pacified. As opportunity allowed, in the busy years which followed, Isabella visited other portions of her dominions, from Valencia to Biscay and Galicia, on the same errand, and, when she could not appear in person, she sent judges around with full powers to represent the crown, the influence of which was further extended when, in 1480, the royal officers, known as corregidors, were appointed in all towns and cities. One notable case is recorded which impressed the whole nobility with salutary terror. In 1480 the widow of a scrivener appealed to her against Alvar Yanez, a rich caballero of Lugo in Galicia, who, to obtain possession of a coveted property, caused the scrivener to forge a deed, and then murdered him to ensure secrecy. It was probably this which led Ferdinand and Isabella to send to Galicia Fernando de Acuña as governor, with an armed force, and Garci Lopez de Chinchilla as corregidor. Yanez was arrested and finally confessed, and offered to purchase pardon with 40,000 ducats to be applied to the Moorish wars. Isabella's counsellors advised acceptance of the tempting sum for so holy a cause, but her inflexible sense of justice rejected it. She had the offender put to death, but to prove her disinterestedness she waived her claim to his forfeited estates and gave them to his children. Alvar Yanez was but a type of the lawless nobles of Galicia, who, for a century, had been accustomed to slay and spoil without accountability to anyone. So desperate appeared the condition of the land that when, in 1480, the deputies of the towns assembled to receive Acuña and Chinchilla, they told them that they would have to have powers from the King of Heaven, as well as from the earthly king, to punish the evildoers of the land. The example made of Yanez brought encouragement, but the work of restoring order was slow. Even in 1482 the representatives of the towns of Galicia appealed to the sovereigns, stating there had been long neither law nor justice there, and begging that a Justicia Mayor be appointed, armed with full powers to reduce the land to order. They especially asked for the destruction of the numerous castles of those who, having little land and few vassals to support them, lived by robbery and pillage, and with them they classed the fortified churches held by prelates. At the same time they represented that homicide had been so universal that if all murderers were punished, the greater part of the land would be ruined, and they suggested that culprits be merely made to serve at their own expense in the war with Granada. With the support of the well-disposed, however, the royal power gradually made itself felt. They lent efficient support to the royal representatives. 46 robber castles were razed, and 1,500 robbers and murderers fled from the province, which became comparatively peaceful and orderly, a change confirmed when, in 1486, Ferdinand and Isabella went thither personally to complete the work. Yet it was not simply by spasmodic effort that the protection of the laws was secured for the population. Constant vigilance was exercised to see that the judges were strict and impartial. In 1485, 1488, and 1490 we hear of searching investigations made into the actions of all the corregidors of the kingdom, to see that they administered justice without fear or favor. Jueces de residencia, as they were called, armed with almost full royal authority, were dispatched to all parts of the kingdom, as a regular system, to investigate and report on the conduct of all royal officials, from governors down, with power to punish for injustice, oppression, or corruption, subject always to appeal in larger cases to the royal council, and the detailed instructions given to them show the minute care exercised over all details of administration. Bribery also, which was almost universal in the courts, was summarily suppressed, and all judges were forbidden to receive presents from suitors. To maintain constant watchfulness over them a secret service was organized of trustworthy inspectors, who circulated throughout the land in disguise and furnished reports as to their proceedings and reputation. Attention, moreover, was paid to the confused jurisprudence of the period. Since the confirmation of the Siete Partidas of Alfonso X in 1348, and the issue at the same time of the Ordenamiento de Alcalá, there had been countless laws and edicts published, some of them conflicting, and many that had grown obsolete, though still legally in force. The greatest jurist of the day, Alfonso Diaz de Montalvo, was employed to gather from these into a code all that were applicable to existing conditions, and further to supplement their deficiencies, and this code, known as the Ordenanzas Reales, was accepted and confirmed by the Cortes of Toledo in 1480. This reconstruction of Castilian jurisprudence was completed for the time when, in 1491, Montalvo brought out an edition of the Siete Partidas, noting what provisions had become obsolete and adding what necessary of the more modern laws. The result of all these strenuous labors is seen in the admiring exclamation of Peter Martyr in 1492: "Thus we have peace and concord, hitherto unknown in Spain. Justice, which seems to have abandoned other lands, pervades these kingdoms." The inestimable benefits resulting from this are probably due more especially to Isabella. Yet I have been led to the conviction that her share in the administration of her kingdom has been exaggerated. The chroniclers of the period were for the most part Castilians, who would naturally seek to subordinate the action of the Aragonese intruder, and subsequent writers, in their eagerness to magnify the reputation of Isabella, have followed example. In the copious royal correspondence with the officials of the Inquisition the name of Isabella rarely appears. To these in Castile, as in Aragon, Ferdinand mostly writes in the first person singular, without even using the pluralis majestatis. The receiver of confiscations is mi receptor, the royal treasury is mi camera e fisco, the council of the Inquisition is mi consejo. In spite of the agreement of 1474, the signature yo la reina rarely appears alongside of yo el rey, but still rarer are Ferdinand's allusions to la serenísima reina, mi muy cara y muy amada mujer, while in the occasional letters issued by Isabella during her husband's absence, she is careful to adduce his authority as that of el rey mi señor. It is scarcely likely that this preponderance of Ferdinand was confined to directing the affairs of the Holy Office. There has been a tendency of late to regard the Inquisition as a political engine for the conversion of Spain from a medieval feudal monarchy to one of the modern absolute type, but this is an error. The change effected by Ferdinand and Isabella, and confirmed by their grandson, Charles V, was almost wholly wrought, as it had been 2 centuries earlier in France, by the extension and enforcement of the royal jurisdiction, superseding that of the feudatories. In Castile the latter had virtually ceased to be an instrument of good during the long period of turbulence which preceded the accession of Isabella. Something evidently was needed to fill the gap. The zealous and efficient administration of justice which I have described not only restored order to the community, but went far to exalt the royal power, and while it abased the nobles it reconciled the people to possible usurpations which were so beneficent. In the consolidation and maintenance of this, no agency was so effective as the institution known as the Santa Hermandad. Hermandades, brotherhoods or associations for the maintenance of public peace and private rights, were no new thing. In the troubles of 1282, caused by the rebellion of Sancho IV against his father, the first idea of his supporters seems to have been the formation of such organizations. In these associations, however, the police functions were subordinated to the political object of supporting the pretensions of Sancho IV, and, recognizing their danger, he dissolved them as soon as he felt the throne assured to him. After his death, his widow, the regent, Dona Maria de Molina, organized them anew for the protection of her child, Fernando IV, and again in 1315, when she was a second time regent in the minority of her grandson, Alfonso XI. The idea was a fruitful one, and speedily came to be recognized as a potent instrumentality in the struggle with local disorder and violence. Perhaps the earliest Hermandad of a purely police character, similar to the later ones, was that entered into in 1302 between Toledo, Talavera and Villarreal to repress the robberies and murders committed by the Golfines in the district of Zara. Fernando IV not only confirmed the association but ordered the inhabitants to render it due assistance, and subsequent royal letters of the same purport were issued in 1303, 1309, 1312 and 1315. In 1386 Juan I framed a general law providing for the organization and functions of hermandades, but if any were formed under it at the time, they have left no traces of their activity. In 1418 this law was adopted as the constitution of one which organized itself in Santiago, but this accomplished little, and in 1421 the guilds and the confraternities of the city united in another for mutual support and succor. There was in fact at this time, at least nominally, a general hermandad, probably organized under the statute of Juan I, and possessing written charters and privileges and customs and revenues with full jurisdiction to try and condemn offenders. It commanded little respect, however, for it complained in 1418 to Juan II of interference with its revenues and work, in response to which Juan vigorously prohibited all royal and local judges and officials from impeding the hermandades in any manner. The continuity, nominal at least, of this with subsequent organizations is shown by the confirmation of this utterance by Juan II in 1423, by Ferdinand and Isabella in 1485, by Juana la Loca in 1512 and 1518, by Philip II in 1561, by Philip III in 1601, and by Philip IV in 1621. In the increasing disorder of the times, however, it was impossible at that period to maintain the efficiency of the body. In 1443 an attempt was made to reconstruct it, but as soon as it endeavored to repress the lawless nobles and laid siege to Pedro Lopez in Ayala, in Salvatierra, its forces were cut to pieces and dispersed by Pedro Fernandez de Velasco. Some 20 years later, in 1465, when the disorders under Henry IV were culminating, another effort was made. The suffering people organized and taxed themselves to raise a force of 1,800 horsemen to render the roads safe, and they endeavored to bring the number up to 3,000. It was a popular movement against the nobles and the king hailed it as the work of God, who was lifting up the humble against the great. He empowered them to administer justice without appeal, except to himself. He told them that they had well earned the name of Santa Hermandad, and he urged them earnestly to go forward in the good work. The attempt had considerable success for a time, but it soon languished and was dissolved for lack of the means required to carry it on. Again, in 1473, there was another endeavor to form a Hermandad, but the anarchical forces were too dominant for its successful organization. As soon as the victory of Toro, in March 1476, gave promise of settled government, the idea of reviving the Hermandades occurred to Alfonso de Quintanilla, contador mayor or chief auditor of Ferdinand and Isabella. With their approval he broached the subject to leading citizens of the principal towns in Leon and Old Castile. Deputies were sent to meet at Dueñas, and the project was debated. So many obstacles presented themselves that it would have been abandoned but for an eloquent argument by Quintanilla. His plan was adopted, but so fearful were the deputies that the taxes necessary for its maintenance might become permanent, that they limited its duration to 3 years. Under the impulse of the sovereigns it rapidly took shape, and was organized with the Duke of Villahermosa, natural brother of Ferdinand, at its head. No time was lost in extending it throughout the kingdom. In spite of resistance on the part of those who regarded with well-founded apprehension not only its efficiency as a means of coercing malefactors, but as a dangerous development of the royal power. Seville, for instance, recalcitrated, and only yielded to a peremptory command from Isabella in June 1477. One of the reasons assigned in 1507 by Ferdinand for assenting to the demoralizing arrangement under which the Archbishop of Compostela resigned his see in favor of his natural son was that he had received the royal judges and the Hermandad throughout his province in opposition to the will of the nobles and gentry. When in 1479 Alonso Carrillo and the Marquis of Villena made a final attempt to urge the King of Portugal to another invasion of Castile, one of the arguments advanced was the hatred entertained for Ferdinand and Isabella in consequence of the taxes levied to support the 3,000 horsemen of the Hermandad. In some provinces the resistance was obstinate. In 1479 we find Isabella writing to the authorities of Biscay, expressing surprise at the neglect of the royal orders and threatening condign punishment for further delay, notwithstanding which repeated commands were requisite, and it was not till 1488 that the stubborn Biscayans submitted, while soon afterward complaints came from Guipuzcoa that the local courts neutralized it by admitting appeals from its sentences. It was in the same year that Ferdinand obtained from the Cortes of Saragossa assent to the introduction of the Hermandad in his kingdom of Aragon, but the Aragonese, always jealous of the royal power, chafed under it, for in December 1493 Isabella, writing from Saragossa, expresses a fear that the Cortes may suppress it, though it is the only means of enforcing justice there, and in the Cortes of Moño in 1510 Ferdinand was obliged to approve a fuero, abolishing it and forbidding for the future anything of the kind to be established. In 1490 the independent kingdom of Navarre adopted the system and cooperated with its neighbors by allowing malefactors to be followed across the border and extraditing them when caught, even absconding debtors being thus tracked and surrendered. The institution thus founded was watched with Isabella's customary care. In 1483 complaints arose of bribery and extortion when she summoned a convention at Pinto of representatives from all the provinces, where the guilty were punished and abuses were reformed. The Santa Hermandad thus formed a mounted military police which covered the whole kingdom, under the Duke of Villahermosa, who appointed the captains and summoned the force to any point where trouble was threatened. Each centre of population elected 2 alcaldes, one a gentleman and the other a taxpayer or commoner, and levied a tax to defray the expense of the organization. The alcaldes selected the cuadrilleros, or privates, and held courts which dispensed summary justice to delinquents, bound by no formalities and required to listen to no legal pleadings. Their decision was final, save an appeal to the throne. Their jurisdiction extended over all crimes of violence and theft, and they could inflict stripes, mutilation, or death by shooting with arrows. The cuadrillero in pursuit of an offender was required to follow him for 5 leagues, raising the hue and cry as he went, and joined by those of the country through which he passed, who kept up the hunt until the fugitive was either caught or driven beyond the frontier. Great as were the services of the Hermandad in repressing the turbulence of the nobles and rendering the roads safe, its cost was a source of complaint to the communities which defrayed it. This was by no means small. In 1485 it was computed at 32 million maravedis, and subsequently it increased greatly. It was met by a tax of 18,000 maravedis on every 100 hearths, and the money was not handled by the communities but was paid to the crown. Nominally the organization was in their hands, but virtually it was controlled by the sovereigns, and when, in 1498, Ferdinand and Isabella, with an appearance of generosity, relieved the taxpayers and assumed to meet the expenses from the royal revenues, although they left the election of the alcaldes and the cuadrilleros in the hands of the local populations. Yet the result was inevitable in subjecting it still more closely to the crown. The institution became permanent, and its modern development is seen in the Guardia Civil. None of the reforms of Ferdinand and Isabella was so efficient in restoring order, and none did more to centralize power. It was not only a rudimentary standing army which could be concentrated speedily to suppress disorder, but it carried the royal jurisdiction into every corner of the land, and made the royal authority supreme everywhere. It was practically an alliance between the crown and the people against the centrifugal forces of feudalism, without which even the policy of Ferdinand and the iron firmness of Ximenes might have failed to win in the final struggle. When municipal independence likewise perished in the defeat of the Comunidades, the only power left standing in Spain was that of the throne, which thus became absolute and all-pervading. The new absolutism was embodied in the self-effacing declaration of the Cortes of Valladolid in 1523 to Charles V that the laws and customs were subject to the king, who could make and revoke them at his pleasure, for he was the living law. How immense was the revolution and how speedily accomplished is seen in the contrast between the time when the Count of Benavente jeered at a royal safe conduct and the people of Galicia scarce dared to receive a royal commissioner, and some 60 years later when, in the unruly Basque provinces, the people of San Sebastian in 1536 appealed to the Emperor Charles V to relieve them from local nuisances, and royal letters were gravely issued forbidding the butchers of that town from erecting new stalls or skinning cattle in the streets and restricting the latter operation to places duly assigned for the purpose. Thus the crown had become absolute, and its interposition could be invoked for the minutest details of local government. He reads history to little purpose who imagines that this was the work of the Inquisition. Another measure of no little importance in establishing the royal supremacy was the virtual incorporation in the crown of the masterships of the 3 great military orders of Santiago, of Calatrava, and of Alcantara. Under Henry IV, a master of Santiago had been able to keep the whole kingdom in confusion, and the wealth and power of the others, although not so great, were sufficient to render their chiefs the equals of the highest nobles. From Innocent VIII, in 1489, Ferdinand procured a brief granting him for life the administration of all 3, and in her will Isabella bequeathed to him an annual income of 10 millions of maravedis from their revenues. As Ferdinand's death drew near, the orders endeavored to be released from subjection, claiming that they could be governed only by their own members, but prudent care secured in the time from Leo X the succession of the masterships to Charles V, who, after Leo's death, made haste to obtain from Adrian VI a bull which annexed them in perpetuity to the crown. It was impossible that a king so far-seeing and politic as Ferdinand, and a queen so pious as Isabella, when reducing to order the chaos which they found in Castile, should neglect the interest of the faith on which, according to medieval belief, all social order was based. There were, in fact, burning religious questions which, to sensitive piety, might seem even more urgent than protection of life and property. To comprehend the intricacy of the situation will require a somewhat extended retrospect into the relations between the several races occupying the peninsula. End of Book 1, Chapter 1, Part 3. Recording by B.G. Oxford, December 2008.
Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 1 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 1, Chapter 2, The Jews and the Moors, Part 1. The influences under which human character can be modified, for good or for evil, are abundantly illustrated in the conversion of the Spaniards from the most tolerant to the most intolerant nation in Europe. Apologists may seek to attribute the hatred felt for Jews and Moors and heretics in the Spain of the 15th and succeeding centuries to an inborn peculiarity of the race, a cosa de España, which must be accepted as a fact and requires no explanation. But such facts have their explanation, and it is the business of the expositor of history to trace them to their causes. The vicissitudes endured by the Jewish race, from the period when Christianity became dominant, may well be a subject of pride to the Hebrew and of shame to the Christian. The annals of mankind afford no more brilliant instance of steadfastness under adversity, of unconquerable strength through centuries of hopeless oppression, of inexhaustible elasticity in recuperating from apparent destruction, and of conscientious adherence to a faith whose only portion in this life was contempt and suffering. Nor does the long record of human perversity present a more damning illustration of the facility with which the evil passions of man can justify themselves with the pretext of duty, than the manner in which the Church, assuming to represent him who died to redeem mankind, deliberately planted the seeds of intolerance and persecution, and assiduously cultivated the harvest for nearly 1500 years. It was in vain that Jesus on the cross had said, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." It was in vain that St. Peter was recorded as urging, in excuse for the crucifixion, "And now, brethren, I wot that through ignorance ye did it, as did also your rulers." The Church taught that, short of murder, no punishment, no suffering, no obloquy was too severe for the descendants of those who had refused to recognize the Messiah, and had treated him as a rebel against human and divine authority. Under the canon law, the Jew was a being who had scarce the right to existence, and could only enjoy it under conditions of virtual slavery. As recently as 1581, Gregory XIII declared that the guilt of the race in rejecting and crucifying Christ only grows deeper with successive generations, entailing on its members perpetual servitude, and this authoritative assertion was embodied in an appendix to the Corpus Juris. When Paramo, about the same period, sought to justify the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492, he had no difficulty in citing canons to prove that Ferdinand and Isabella could righteously have seized all their property and have sold their bodies into slavery. Man is ready enough to oppress and despoil his fellows, and, when taught by his religious guides that justice and humanity are a sin against God, spoliation and oppression become the easiest of duties. It is not too much to say that for the infinite wrongs committed on the Jews during the Middle Ages, and for the prejudices that are even yet rife in many quarters, the Church is mainly if not wholly responsible. It is true that occasionally she lifted her voice in mild remonstrance when some massacre occurred more atrocious than usual, but these massacres were the direct outcome of the hatred and contempt which she so jealously inculcated, and she never took steps by punishment to prevent their repetition. Alonso de Espina merely repeats the currently received orthodox ethics of the subject when he tells us that to oppress the Jew is true kindness and piety, for when he finds that his impiety brings suffering, he will be led to the fear of God, and that he who makes another do right is greater in the sight of God than he who does right himself. In view of Spanish abhorrence to Jews and Saracens during the last 5 or 6 centuries, it is a fact worthy of note that the Spanish nations of the medieval period were the last to yield to this impulsion of the Church. The explanation of this lies partly in the relations between the several races in the peninsula, and partly in the independent attitude which Spain maintained towards the Holy See and its indisposition to submit to the dictation of the Church. To appreciate fully the transformation which culminated in the establishment of the Inquisition, and to understand the causes leading to it, it will require a brief review of the position occupied by the Jew and the Saracen towards the Church and the State. In the primitive Church there would seem to have been a feeling of equality, if not of cordiality, between Christian and Jew. When it was deemed necessary in the apostolic canons to forbid bishops and priests and deacons, as well as laymen, from fasting or celebrating feasts with Jews, or partaking of their unleavened bread, or giving oil to their synagogues, or lighting their lamps, this argues that kindly intercourse between them was only to be restricted in so far as it might lead to religious fellowship. This kindly intercourse continued, but, as the Church became mostly Gentile in its membership, the prejudices existing between the Jew in the Gentile world gathered strength, until there becomes manifest a tendency to treat him as an outcast. Early in the 4th century the Council of Elvira, held under the lead of the uncompromising Hosius of Cordova, forbade marriage between Christians and Jews, because there could be no society common to the faithful and the infidel. No farmer was to have his harvest blessed by a Jew, nor was any one even to eat with him. St. Augustine was not quite so rigid, for while he held it lawful to dissolve marriage between the Christian and the infidel, he argued that it was inexpedient. St. Ambrose was one of the earliest to teach proscription, when he reproved Theodosius the Great for the favor shown by him to Jews, who slew Christ and who deny God in denying his Son, and St. John Chrysostom improved on this by publicly preaching that Christians should hold no intercourse with Jews, whose souls were the habitations of demons, and whose synagogues were their playgrounds. The antagonism thus stimulated found its natural expression, in 415, in the turbulent city of Alexandria, where quarrels arose resulting in the shedding of Christian blood, when St. Cyril took advantage of the excitement by leading a mob to the synagogues, of which he took possession, and then abandoned the property of the Jews to pillage and expelled them from the city, which they inhabited since its foundation by Alexander. That under such impulsion these excesses were common is shown by the frequent repetition of imperial edicts forbidding the maltreatment of Jews and the spoiling and burning of their synagogues. They were not allowed to erect new ones, but were to be maintained in possession of those existing. At the same time the commencement of legal disabilities is manifested in the reiterated prohibitions of the holding of Christian slaves by Jews, while confiscation and perpetual exile or death were threatened against Jews who should convert or circumcise Christians or marry Christian wives. The Church held it to be a burning disgrace that a Jew should occupy a position of authority over Christians. In 438 it procured from Theodosius II the enactment of this as a fixed principle, and we shall see how earnestly it labored to render this a part of the public law of Christendom. This spirit received a check from the Arianism of the Gothic conquerors of the Western Empire. Theodoric ordered the privileges of the Jews to be strictly preserved, among which was the important one that all quarrels between themselves should be settled by their own judges, and he sternly repressed all persecution. When a mob in Rome burned a synagogue, he commanded the punishment of the perpetrators in terms of severe displeasure. When attempts were made to invade the right of the Jews of Genoa, he intervened effectually, and when in Milan the clergy endeavored to obtain possession of the synagogue, he peremptorily forbade it. So long as the Visigoths remained Arian, this spirit prevailed throughout their extensive dominions, although the orthodox were allowed to indulge their growing uncharitableness. When the Council of Agde, in 506, forbade the faithful to banquet or even to eat with Jews, it shows that social intercourse still existed, but that it was condemned by those who ruled the Church. In the East the same tendency had freer opportunity of expressing itself in legislation, as when, in 706, the Council of Constantinople forbade Christians to live with Jews or to bathe with them, to eat their unleavened bread, to consult them as physicians, or to take their medicines. Gregory the Great was too large-minded to approve of this growing spirit of intolerance, and when some zealots in Naples attempted to prevent the Jews from celebrating their feasts, he intervened with a peremptory prohibition of such interference, arguing that it would not conduce to their conversion, and that they should be led by kindness and not by force to embrace the faith, all of which was embodied in the canon law to become conspicuous through its non-observance. In fact, his repeated enunciation of the precept shows how little it was regarded even in his own time. When, moreover, large numbers of Jews were compelled to submit to baptism in southern Gaul, he wrote reprovingly to the bishops Virgil of Arles and Theodore of Marseilles, but this did not prevent St. Avitus of Clermont, about the same time, from baptizing about 500, who thus saved their lives from the fanatic fury of the populace. These forced conversions in Gothia were the first fruits of the change of religion of the Visigoths from Arianism to Catholicism. The Ostrogoths, Theodoric and Theodatus, had expressly declared that they could not interfere with the religion of their subjects, for no one can be forced unwillingly to believe. The Visigoths, who dominated southern Gaul and Spain, when adapting the Roman law to suit their needs, had contented themselves with punishing by confiscation the Christian who turned Jew, with liberating Christian slaves held by Jews, and with inflicting the death penalty on Jewish masters who should force Christian slaves to conversion, besides preserving the law of Theodosius II prohibiting Jews from holding office or building new synagogues. This was by no means full toleration, but it was merciful in comparison with what followed the conversion of the Goths to Catholicism. The change commenced promptly, though it did not at once reach its full severity. The Third Council of Toledo, held in May, 589, to condemn the Arian heresy and to settle the details of the conversion, adopted canons which show how free had hitherto been the intercourse between the races. Jews were forbidden to have Christian wives or concubines or servants, and all children sprung from such unions were to be baptized. Any Christian slave circumcised or polluted with Jewish rites was to be set free. No Jew was to hold an office in which he could inflict punishment on a Christian, and this action was followed by some further disabilities decreed by the Council of Narbonne in December of the same year. That freedom of discussion continued for some time is manifested by the audacity of a Jew named Froganus, not long afterwards, who, as we are told, in the presence of all the nobles of the court, exalted the synagogue and depreciated the Church. It was easier perhaps to close his mouth than to confute him, for Arrasius, Bishop of Toledo, excommunicated him and declared him anathematized by the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and by all the celestial hierarchy and cohorts. The greatest churchman of the day, St. Isidore of Seville, whose career of 40 years commenced with the Catholic Revolution, did what in him lay to stimulate and justify persecution. His treatise against the Jews is not vituperative, as are so many later controversial writings, but he proves that they are condemned for their fathers' sins to dispersion and oppression until, at the end of the world, their eyes are to be opened and they are to believe. That he should have felt called upon to compose such a work was an evil sign, and still more evil were the conclusions which he taught. They could not fail of deplorable results, as was seen when Sisebut ascended the throne in 612 and signalized the commencement of his reign by a forcible conversion of all the Jews of the kingdom. What means he adopted we are not told, but of course they were violent, which St. Isidore mildly reproves, seeing that conversion ought to be sincere, but which yet he holds to be strictly within the competence of the Church. The Church, in fact, was thus brought face to face with the question whether the forcible propagation of the faith is lawful. This is so repugnant to the teachings of Christ that it could scarce be accepted, but, on the other hand, the sacrament of baptism is indelible, so the convenient doctrine was adopted and became the settled policy that, while Christianity was not to spread by force, unwilling converts were nevertheless Christians. They were not to be permitted to apostatize, and were subject to all the pains and penalties of heresy for any secret inclination to their own religion. This fruitful conception led to infinite misery, as we shall see hereafter, and was the impelling motive which created the Spanish Inquisition. Whatever may have been the extent and the success of Sisebut's measures, the Jews soon afterwards reappear, and they and the Conversos became the subject of an unintermittent series of ecclesiastical and secular legislation, which shows that the policy so unfortunately adopted could only have attained its end by virtual extermination. The anvil bade fair to wear out the hammer. The constancy of the persecuted exhausted the ingenuity of the persecutor. With the conversion to Catholicism, ecclesiastics became dominant throughout the Wisigothic territories, and to their influence is attributable the varied series of measures which occupied the attention of the successive councils of Toledo from 633 until the Saracenic invasion in 711. Every expedient was tried: the seizure of all Jewish children, to be shut up in monasteries or to be given to God-fearing Christians; the alternative of expulsion or conversion, to the enforcement of which all kings at their accession were to take a solemn oath; the gentle persuasives of shaving, scourging, confiscation and exile. That the people at large did not share in the intolerance of their rulers is seen in the prohibitions of social intercourse, mixed marriages and the holding of office. The spectre of proselytism was evoked in justification of these measures, as though the persecuted Jew would seek to incur its dangers even had not the Talmud declared that "a proselyte is as damaging to Israel as an ulcer to a healthy body." The enforced conversions thus obtained were regarded naturally with suspicion, and the converts were the subjects of perpetual animadversion. Thus the Church had triumphed, and the toleration of the Arian Goths had been converted into persecuting orthodoxy. History repeats itself, and, 800 years later, we shall see the same process with the same results. Toleration was changed into persecution. Conversions obtained by force or by its equivalent, irresistible pressure, were recognized as fictitious, and the unfortunate converts were held guilty of the unpardonable crime of apostasy. Although the Goths did not invent the Inquisition, they came as near to it as the rudeness of the age and the looseness of their tottering political organization would permit, by endeavoring to create through the priesthood a network of supervision which should attain the same results. The Inquisition was prefigured and anticipated. As apparently the Jews could not be exterminated or the Conversos be trained into willing Christians, the two classes naturally added an element of discontent to the already unquiet and motley population consisting of superimposed layers of Goths, Romans, and Celtiberians. The Jews doubtless aided the Gallo-Roman rebellion of Flavius Paulus about 675, for St. Julian of Toledo, in describing its suppression by King Wamba, denounces Gaul in the bitterest terms, ending with the crowning reproach that it is a refuge for the blasphemy of the Jews, whom Wamba banished after his triumph. In spite of the unremitting efforts for their destruction, they still remained a source of danger to the state. At the Council of Toledo in 694, King Ahiza appealed to his prelates to devise some means by which Judaism should be wiped out, or all Jews be subjected to the sword of justice and their property be appropriated, for all efforts to convert them had proved futile, and there was danger that, in conjunction with their brethren in other lands, they would overthrow Christianity. In its response, the council alludes to a conspiracy by which the Jews had endeavored to occupy the throne and bring about the ruin of the land, and it decrees that all Jews, with their wives, children and posterity, shall be reduced to perpetual servitude, while their property is declared confiscated to the king. They are to be transferred from their present abodes and be given to such persons as the king may designate, who shall hold them as slaves so long as they persevere in their faith, taking from them their children as they reach the age of 7, and marrying them only to Christians. Such of their Christian slaves as the king may select shall receive a portion of the confiscated property and continue to pay the taxes hitherto levied on the Jews. Doubtless this inhuman measure led to indiscriminate plunder and infinite misery, but its object was not accomplished. The Jews remained, and when came the catastrophe of the Saracen conquest, they were ready enough to welcome the Berber invaders. That they were still in Spain is attributed to Witiza, who reigned from 700 to 710, and who is said to have recalled them and favored them with privileges greater than those of the Church, but Witiza, though a favorite target for the abuse of later annalists, was an excellent prince, and the best contemporary authority says nothing of his favoring the Jews. If the Jews helped the Moslem, as we may readily believe, both from the probabilities of the case and the testimony of Spanish and Arab writers, they did no more than a large portion of the Christians. To the mass of the population the Goths were merely barbarous masters, whose yoke they were ready to exchange for that of the Moors, nor were the Goths themselves united. If we are to believe an Arab chronicler, at the decisive battle of Xeres, Don Roderick confided his right and left wings to kinsmen of Witiza, who were secretly conspiring against him, and whose flight caused his defeat. The land was occupied by the Moors with little resistance, and on terms easy to the conquered. It is true that, where resistance was made, the higher classes were reduced to slavery, the lands were divided among the soldiery, and 1/5 was reserved to the state, on which peasants were settled subject to an impost of 1/3 of the product, but submission was general under capitulations which secured to the inhabitants the possession of their property, subject to the impost of 1/3, and allowed them the enjoyment of their laws and religion under native counts and bishops. In spite of this liberality, vast numbers embraced Mohammedanism, partly to avoid taxation, and partly through conviction that the marvelous success of the Moslem cause was a proof of its righteousness. The hardy resolution of the few who preferred exile and independence, and who found refuge in the mountains of Galicia and Asturias, preserved the peninsula from total subjection to Islam. During the long struggle of the Reconquest, the social and religious condition of Spain was strangely anomalous, presenting a mixture of races and faiths whose relations, however antagonistic they might be in principle, were, for the most part, dominated by temporal interests exclusively. Mutual attrition, so far from inflaming prejudices, led to mutual toleration, so that fanaticism became reduced to a minimum precisely in that corner of Christendom where a priori reasoners have been tempted to regard it as especially violent. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 2 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 1, Chapter 2, The Jews and the Moors, Part 2. The Saracens long maintained the policy adopted in the conquest, and made no attempt to convert their Christian subjects, just as in the Levantine provinces the Christians, though oppressed, were allowed to retain their religion, and in Persia, after the fall of the Sassanids, Parsism continued to exist for centuries and only died out gradually. In fact, the condition of the Mozarabes, or subject Christians, under the Caliphs of Cordova was, for the most part, preferable to what it had been under the Gothic kings. Mozarabes were frequently in command of the Moslem armies. They formed the royal bodyguard, and were employed as secretaries in the highest offices of state. In time they so completely lost the Latin tongue that it became necessary to translate the Scripture and the canons into Arabic. The church organization was maintained, with its hierarchy of prelates, who at times assembled in councils. There was sufficient intellectual activity for occasional heresies to spring up and be condemned, like those of Ostahesus and Mihetio in the 9th century, while half a century earlier the bull of Adrian I, addressed to the orthodox bishops of Spain and denouncing the adoptionism of Felix of Urgel, which was upheld by Elipandus, Archbishop of Toledo, shows the freedom of intercourse existing between the Mozarabes and the rest of Christendom. We hear of San Eulogio of Cordova, whose two brothers, Alvar and Isidore, had left Spain and taken service with the Emperor Louis le Germanique. He set out in 850 to join them, but was stopped at Pampeluna by war and returned by way of Saragossa, bringing with him a number of books, including Virgil, Horace, Juvenal, Porphyry, the epigrams of Aldenhelm, and the fables of Avienus. Mixed marriages seem not to have been uncommon, and there were frequent instances of conversion from either faith, but Mozarabic zealots abused the Moslem tolerance by publicly decrying Islam and making proselytes, which was forbidden, and a sharp persecution arose under Abderrahman II and Mahomet I, in which there were a number of victims, including San Eulogio, who was martyred in 859. This persecution gave rise to an incident which illustrates the friendly intercourse between Christian and Saracen. In 858, Hilduin, abbot of St. Germain des Prés, under the auspices of Charles LEA, sent 2 monks to Spain to procure the relics of St. Vincent. On reaching Languedoc, they learned that his body had been carried to Benevento, but they also heard of the persecution at Cordova and were delighted, knowing that there must be plenty of relics to be obtained. They therefore kept on to Barcelona, where Sunifred, the next in command to the count, commended them to Abdulavar, Prince of Saragossa, with whom he had intimate relations. From Saragossa they reached Cordova, where the Mozarabic bishop Saul received them kindly and assisted them in obtaining the bodies of St. George and St. Aurelius, except that, as the head of the latter was lacking, that of St. Natalia was substituted. With these precious spoils they returned in safety to Paris by way of Toledo, Alcalá, Saragossa, and Barcelona, to the immense gratification, we are told, of King Charles. The persecution was but temporary, and, a century later, in 956, we hear of Abderrahman III sending Recemund, Bishop of Elvira (Granada), as his ambassador to Otho the Great at Frankfurt, where he persuaded Liutprand of Cremona to write one of his historical works. When the Cid conquered Valencia in 1096, one of the conditions of surrender was that the garrison should be composed of Mozarabes, and the capitulation was signed by the principal Christian as well as Moslem citizens. The number of Mozarabes of course diminished rapidly in the progress of reconquest as the Christian territories expanded from Galicia to Leon and Castile. Early in the 12th century Alfonso VI, in reducing to order his extensive acquisitions, experienced much trouble with them. They are described as being worse than Moors, and he settled the matter by the decisive expedient of deporting multitudes of them to Africa. The rapid progress of his arms, however, had so alarmed the petty kings, among whom Andalusia was divided, that they had, about 1090, invited to their assistance the Berbers known as Almoravides, who drove back Alfonso on the bloody field of Salaka. Their leader, Husuf ibn Techufin, was not content to fight for the benefit of his allies. He speedily overthrew their feeble dynasties and established himself as supreme in Moslem Spain. The Almoravides were savage and fanatical. They could not endure the sight of Christians enjoying freedom of worship, and bitter persecution speedily followed, until, in 1125, the Mozarabes invited the aid of Alfonso el Batallador. They sent a roll of their best warriors, comprising 12,000 names, and promised that these and many more would join him. He came and spent 15 months on Moorish territory, but made no permanent conquests, and on his departure the wretched Christians begged him to let them accompany him to escape the wrath of the Almoravides. 10,000 of them did so, while of those who remained large numbers were deported to Africa, where they mostly perished. The miserable remnant had a breathing spell, for the atmosphere of Spain seemed unpropitious to fanaticism, and the ferocity of the Berbers speedily softened. We soon find them fraternizing with Christians. King Ali of Cordova treated the latter well, and even entrusted to a captive noble of Barcelona named Reverter the command of his armies. His son Techufin followed his example, and was regarded as the especial friend of the Christians, who aided him in his African wars. Yet this interval of rest was short. In 1146 another Berber horde, known as Almohades, overthrew the Almoravides, and brought a fresh accession of savage ferocity from the African deserts. Their caliph, Abd al-Mumin, proclaimed that he would suffer none but true believers in his dominions. The alternatives offered were death, conversion, or expatriation. Many underwent pretended conversion, others went into voluntary exile, and others were deported to Africa, after which the Mozarabes disappear from view. Yet it was as impossible for the Almohades to retain their fanaticism as it had proved for their predecessors. When, in 1228, on the deposition of the Almohad Miramamolin al-Abdel, his nephew Yahya was raised to the throne, his brother Al-Memon Albo el-Ola, who was in Spain, claimed the succession. To obtain the assistance of San Fernando III, who lent him 12,000 Christian troops, he agreed to surrender 10 frontier strongholds, to permit the erection of a Christian church in Morocco, where the Christians should celebrate publicly with ringing of bells, and to allow freedom of conversion from Islam to Christianity, with prohibition of the converse. This led to the foundation of an episcopate of Morocco, of which the first bishop was Fray Aguelo, succeeded by Fray Lope, both Franciscans. Cooperation of this kind with the Christians meets us at every step in the annals of the Spanish Saracens. Abdin el-Amar, who founded the last dynasty of Granada, agreed to become a vassal of San Fernando III, to pay him a tribute of 150,000 doblas per annum, to furnish a certain number of troops whenever called upon, and to appear in the Cortes when summoned, like any other ricohome. He aided Fernando greatly in the capture of Seville, and, in the solemnities which followed the entry into the city, Fernando bestowed knighthood on him, and granted him the bearing of the Castilian guidon, gules, a band or with 2 serpents, and 2 crowned lions as supporters, a cognizance still to be seen in the Alhambra. The Muladies, or Christian converts to Islam, formed another important portion of the Moorish community. At the Conquest, as we have seen, large numbers of Christians apostatized, slaves to obtain freedom and freemen to escape taxation. They were looked upon, however, with suspicion by Arabs and Berbers, and were subjected to disabilities which led to frequent rebellions and murderous reprisals. On the suppression of a rising in Cordova, in 814, 15,000 of them emigrated to Egypt, where they captured Alexandria and held it until 826, when they were forced to capitulate and transferred their arms to Candia, founding a dynasty which lasted for a century and a half. 8,000 of them established themselves in Fez, where they held their own and even in the 14th century were distinguishable from the other Moslems. In Toledo, after several unsuccessful rebellions, the Muladies became dominant in 853 and remained independent for 80 years. Together with the Mozarabes, they almost succeeded in founding a kingdom of their own in the mountains of Ronda, under Omar ben Hafsun, who embraced Christianity. Indeed, the facility of conversion from one faith to another was a marked feature of the period, and shows how little firmness of religious conviction existed. The renegade Ibn Marouan, who founded an independent state in Merida, taught a mixed faith compounded of both the great religions. Everywhere the Muladies were striving for freedom and establishing petty principalities. In Algarbe, in Priego, in Murcia, and especially in Aragon, where the Gothic family of the Beni Cassi became supreme. After the reduction of Toledo by starvation, in 930, they became less prominent and gradually merged into the Moslem population. This was assisted by the fact that they made common cause with their conquerors against the fanatic Almoravides and Almohades. The leader of the Andalusians against the latter was a man of Christian descent, Ibn Mardanich, king of Valencia and Murcia. He wore Christian dress and arms, his language was Castilian, and his troops were mostly Castilians, Navarrese, and Catalans. To the Christians he was commonly known as the King Don Lope. Religious differences, in fact, were of much less importance than political aims, and everywhere, as we shall see, Christian and Moslem were intermingled in the interminable civil broils of that tumultuous time. In an attempt on Granada, in 1162, the principal captains of Ibn Mardanich were two sons of the Count of Urgel and a grandson of Alvar Fanez, the favorite lieutenant of the Cid. In these alternations of religious indifference and fanaticism, the position of the Jews under Moslem domination was necessarily exposed to severe vicissitudes. Their skill as physicians and their unrivaled talent in administration rendered them a necessity to the conquerors, whose favor they had gained by the assistance rendered in the invasion, but ever and anon there would come a burst of intolerance which swept them into obscurity if not into massacre. When Mahomet I ascended the throne of Cordova about 850, we are told that one of his first acts was the dismissal of all Jewish officials, including presumably Rabbi Hasdai ben Ishak, who had been physician and vizier to his father, Abderrahman II. A century later their wealth was so great that when the Jew Peliag went to the country palace of Alhakem, the Caliph of Cordova, it is related that he was accompanied by a retinue of 700 retainers of his race, all richly clad and riding in carriages. How insecure was their prosperity was proved, in 1066, when Samuel ha-Levi and his son Joseph had been viziers and virtual rulers of Granada for 50 years. The latter chanced to exile Abu Ishaq of Elvira, a noted theologian and poet, who took revenge in a bitter satire which had immense popular success. "The Jews reign in Granada. They have divided between them the city and the provinces, and everywhere one of this accursed race is in supreme power. They collect the taxes, they dress magnificently and fare sumptuously, while the true believers are in rags and wretchedness. The chief of these asses is a fatted ram. Slay him and his kindred and allies, and seize their immense treasures. They have broken the compact between us, and are subject to punishment as perjurers." We shall see hereafter how ready was the Christian mob to respond to such appeals. The Moslem was no better. A rising took place in which Joseph was assassinated in the royal palace, where 4,000 Jews were massacred and their property pillaged. Again they recuperated themselves, but they suffered with the Christians under the fierce fanaticism of the Almohades. Indeed, they were exposed to a fiercer outburst of wrath, for the robbery of the jewels of the Kaaba, which occurred about 1160, was attributed to Spanish Jews, and the Abd el-Mumin was unsparing in enforcing his orders of conversion. Numbers were put to death, and 48 synagogues were burnt. The Sephardim, or Spanish Jews, lost their most conspicuous doctor when, in this persecution, Maimonides fled to Egypt. Still they continued to exist and to prosper, though exposed to destruction at any moment through the whims of the monarch or the passions of the people. Thus, in 1375, in Granada, 2 men obstructed a street in a violent altercation and were vainly adjured to cease in the name of Mahomet, when Isaac Omoni, the royal physician, who chanced to pass in his carriage, repeated the order and was obeyed. That a Jew should possess more influence than the name of the Prophet was unendurable. The people rose and a massacre ensued. While Saracen Spain was thus a confused medley of races and faiths, subject to no guiding principle, and swayed by the policy or the prejudices of the moment, the Christian kingdoms were much the same, except that, during the early Middle Ages, outbursts of fanaticism were lacking. Brave warriors learned to respect each other, and, as usual, it was the non-combatants, Christian priests and Moslem faquis, who retained their virulence. In the fierce struggles of the Reconquest there is little trace of race or religious hatred. The early ballads show the Moors regarded as gallant antagonists, against whom there was no greater animosity than was aroused in the civil strife which filled the intervals of Moorish warfare. When, in 1149, Ramon Berenger IV of Barcelona, after a laborious siege, captured the long-coveted town of Lerida, the terms of surrender assumed the form of a peaceful agreement by which the Moorish alcaide of Vifelet became a vassal of Ramon Berenger, and they mutually pledged each other fidelity. Vifelet gave up all his castles, retained certain rights in the territory, and Ramon Berenger promised him fiefs in Barcelona and Gerona. More than this, the ceaseless civil wars on both sides of the boundary caused each to have constant recourse to those of hostile faith for aid or shelter, and the relations which grew up, although transitory and shifting, became so intricate that little difference between Christian and Moor could often be recognized by statesmen. Thus mutual toleration could not fail to establish itself, to the scandal of crusaders, who came to help the one side, and of the hordes of fresh fanatics who poured over from Africa to assist the other. This constant intermingling of Spaniard and Moor meets us at every step in Spanish history. Perhaps it would be too much to say, with Dozy, that "a Spanish knight of the Middle Ages fought neither for his country nor for his religion. He fought, like the Cid, to get something to eat, whether under a Christian or a Mussulman prince." And "the Cid himself was rather a Mussulman than a Catholic," though Philip II endeavored to have him canonized. But there can be no question that religious zeal had little to do with the Reconquest. In the adventurous career of the Cid, Christians and Moslems were seen mingled in both contending armies, and it is for the most part impossible to detect in the struggle any interest either of race or religion. This had long been customary. Towards the end of the 9th century, Bermudo, brother of Alfonso III, for 7 years held Astorga with the aid of the Moors, to whom he fled for refuge when finally dislodged. About 940 we find a King Aboyahia, a vassal of Abderrahman of Cordova, transferring allegiance to Ramiro II, and then returning to his former lord, and some 15 years later, when Sancho I was ejected by a conspiracy, he took refuge with Abderrahman, by whose aid he regained his kingdom, the usurper Ordoño in turn flying to Cordova, where he was hospitably received. About 990 Bermudo II gave his sister to wife to the Moorish king of Toledo, resulting in an unexpected miracle. In the terrible invasion of Almanzor in 997, which threatened destruction to the Christians, we are told that he was accompanied by numerous exiled Christian nobles. Alfonso IV of Castile, when overcome by his brother Sancho II, sought asylum, until the death of the latter, in Toledo, a hospitality which he subsequently repaid by conquering the city and kingdom. His court was semi-oriental. During his exile he had become familiar with Arabic. In his prosperity he gathered around him Saracen poets and sages, and among his numerous successive wives was Zaida, daughter of El-Mutamid, king of Seville. His contemporary, Sancho I of Aragon, was equally given to Moslem culture, and habitually signed his name with Arabic characters. The cooperation of Christian and Moor continued to the last. In 1270, when Alfonso X had rendered himself unpopular by releasing Portugal from vassalage to Leon, his brother, the Infante Felipe, and a number of the more powerful Ricozomes conspired against him. Their first thought was to obtain an alliance with Abu Jusuf, king of Morocco, who gladly promised them assistance. The prelates of Castile fanned the name, hoping in the confusion to gain enlarged privileges. Felipe and his confederates renounced allegiance to Alfonso, in accordance with the fuero, and betook themselves to Granada, committing frightful devastations by the way. everything promised a disastrous war with the Moors of both sides of the straits, when, through the intervention of Queen Violante, concessions were made to the rebellious nobles and peace was restored. So when, in 1282, Sancho IV revolted against his father and was supported by all the cities except Seville and by all the Ricosomes save the Master of Calatrava, and was recognized by the kings of Granada, Portugal, Aragon and Navarre, Alfonso X in his destitution sent his crown to Abu Jusuf and asked for a loan on it as a pledge. The chivalrous Moslem at once sent him 60,000 doblas, and followed this by coming with a large force of horse and foot, whereupon Sancho entered into alliance with Granada, and a war ensued with Christians and Moors on both sides, till the death of Alfonso settled the question of the succession. In 1324 Don Juan Manuel was adelantado de la Frontera. Conceiving some cause of quarrel with his cousin, Alfonso XI, he at once entered into an alliance with Granada, then at war with Castile, and in 1333 his turbulence rendered Alfonso unable to prevent the capture of Gibraltar or to recover it when he made the attempt. Pedro the Cruel, in 1366, and again in 1368, had Moorish troops to aid him in his struggles with Henry of Trastamara. In the latter year the King of Granada came to his aid with a force of 87,000 men, and, in the final battle at Montiel, Pedro had 1,500 Moorish horsemen in his army. One of the complaints formulated against Henry IV in 1464 was that he was accompanied by a force of Moors who committed outrages upon Christians. It was the same in Aragon. No Knight of the Cross earned a more brilliant reputation for exploits against the infidel than Jaime I, who acquired by them his title of El Conquistador, yet when, in 1260, he gave his nobles permission to serve in a crusade under Alfonso X, he accepted the King of Tunis; and on Alfonso's remonstrating with him, he explained that this was because of the love which the King of Tunis bore him, and of the truce existing between them, and of the number of his subjects who were in Tunis with much property, all of whom would be imperilled. On the accession of Jaime II, in 1291, envoys came to him from the kings of Granada and Tremesen to renew the treaties had with Alfonso III. To the latter Jaime replied, promising freedom of trade, demanding the annual tribute of 2,000 doblas which had been customary, and asking for the next summer 100 light horse paid for 3 months, to aid him against his Christian enemies. As late as 1405, the treaty between Martin of Aragon and his son Martin of Sicily on the one hand, and Mahomet, King of Granada, on the other, not only guarantees free intercourse and safety to the subjects of each, and open trade in all ports and towns of their respective dominions, but each party agrees, when called upon, to assist the other except against allies, Aragon and Sicily with 4 or 5 galleys well armed and manned, and Granada with 400 or 500 cavalry. All these alliances and treaties for freedom of trade and intercourse were in direct antagonism to the decrees of the Church, which in its councils ordered priests every Sunday to denounce as excommunicate, or even liable to be reduced to slavery, all who should sell to Moors iron, weapons, timber, fittings for ships, bread, wine, animals to eat, ride, or till the ground, or who should serve in their ships as pilots or in their armies in war upon Christians. It was in vain that Gregory XI, in 1372, ordered all fautors and receivers of Saracens to be prosecuted as heretics by the Inquisition, and equally vain was the deduction drawn by Emmerich from this, that any one who lent aid or counsel or favor to the Moors was a fautor of heresy, to be punished as such by the Holy Office. In spite of the thunders of the Church, the traders continued trading, and the princes made offensive and defensive alliances with the infidel. Nor, with the illustrious example of the Cid before them, had Christian nobles the slightest hesitation to aid the Moors by taking service with them. When, in 1279, Alonso Perez de Guzman, the founder of the great house of Medina Sidonia, was insulted in the court of Alfonso, he promptly renounced his allegiance, converted all his property into money, and raised a troop with which he entered the service of Abu Jusuf of Morocco. There he remained for 11 years, except a visit to Seville to marry Dona Maria Coronel, whom he carried back to Morocco. He was made captain of all the Christian troops in Abu Jusuf's employ, and aided largely in the war which transferred the sovereignty of that portion of Africa from the Almohades to the Beni Marin. He accumulated immense wealth, which by a stratagem he transferred to Spain, where it purchased the estates on which the greatness of the house was based. The family historiographer, writing in 1541, feels obliged to explain this readiness to serve the infidel, so abhorrent to the convictions of the 16th century. He tells us that at that period the Moors, both of Granada and Africa, were unwarlike and were accustomed to rely upon Christian troops, and that princes, nobles, and knights were constantly in their service. Henry, brother of Alfonso X, served the King of Tunis 4 years and amassed large wealth. Garci Martinez de Gallegos was already in the service of Abu Jusuf when Guzman went there. Gonzalo de Aguilar became a vassal of the King of Granada and fought for him. In 1352, when Pedro the Cruel began to reduce his turbulent nobles to order, Don Juan de la Cerda, a prince of the blood, went to Morocco for assistance and, failing to obtain it, remained there and won great renown by his knightly deeds till he was reconciled to Pedro and returned to Castile. Examples might be multiplied, but these will suffice to indicate how few scruples of religion existed among the Spaniards of the Middle Ages. As Barrantes says, adventurous spirits in those days took service with the Moors, as in his time they sought their fortunes in the Indies. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 2.
Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 3 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Charles LEA. Book 1, Chapter 2, The Jews and the Moors, Part 3. It is thus easy to understand how, in the progress of the Reconquest, the Moors of the territory acquired were treated with even greater forbearance than the Christians had been when Spain was first overrun. When raids were made or cities were captured by force, there was no hesitation in putting the inhabitants to the sword or in carrying them off into slavery. But when capitulations were made or provinces submitted, the people were allowed to remain, retaining their religion and property, and becoming known under the name of mudejares. The enslaved Moor was his master's property, like his cattle, but entitled to some safeguards of life and limb. Even baptism did not manumit him unless the owner were a Jew or a Moor. That he was frequently a man of trained skill and education is seen in the provision that, if his master confided to him a shop or a ship, the former was bound to fulfill all contracts entered into by his slave. Thus the free Castilian, whose business was war, had his trade and commerce to a considerable extent, as well as his agriculture, carried on by slaves. The rest was mostly in the hands of the Jews and the free Moors, or mudejares. Labor thus became the badge of races regarded as inferior. It was beneath the dignity of the free man, and when, as we shall see hereafter, the industrious population was expelled by bigotry, the prosperity of Spain collapsed. As for the mudejares, the practice of allowing them to remain in the reconquered territories began early. Even in Galicia they were to be found, and in Leon documents of the 10th century contain many Moorish names among those who confirm or witness them. The fuero of Leon, granted by Alfonso V in 1020, alludes to Moors holding slaves, and the Berber century contain many Moorish names among those who confirm or witness them. And the Berber population there is still represented by the Marigatos to the southwest of Astorga, a race perfectly distinct from the Spaniards, retaining much of their African costume and speaking Castilian imperfectly, although it is their only language. Fernando I, 1033-65, who rendered the kings of Toledo and Seville tributary, and who was besieging Valencia when he died, alternated in his policy towards the inhabitants of his extensive conquests. In the early part of his reign he allowed them to remain, then he adopted depopulation, and finally he returned to his earlier methods. Alfonso IV followed the more liberal system. When he occupied Toledo in 1085, he granted a capitulation to the inhabitants which secured to them their property and religion, with self-government and the possession of their great mosque. When, during his absence, the Frenchman, Bernard, abbot of Sahagun, newly elected to the archbishopric, in concert with his queen, Constance of Burgundy, suddenly entered the mosque, consecrated it, and placed a bell on its highest minaret. Alfonso was greatly angered. He hastened to Toledo, threatened to burn both the queen and the archbishop, and only pardoned them at the intercession of the Moors, who dreaded possible reprisals after his death. His policy, in fact, was to render his rule more attractive to the Moslem population than that of his tributaries, the petty reyes de taifas, who were obligated to oppress their subjects in order to satisfy his exigencies. He even styled himself Emperador de los Cultos. His tolerant wisdom justified itself, for, after coming to the Almoravades, in spite of the disastrous defeat of Zalaca and Ucles, he was able to hold his own and even to extend his boundaries, for the native Moors preferred his dominion to that of the savage Berbers. His successors followed his example, but it was not regarded with favor by the Church. During the centuries of mental torpor which preceded the dawn of modern civilization, there was little fanaticism. With the opening of the 12th century, various causes awoke the dormant spirit. Crusading enthusiasm brought increased religious ardor, and the labors of the schoolmen commenced the reconstruction of theology, which was to render the Church dominant over both worlds. The intellectual and spiritual movement brought forth heresies which, by the commencement of the 13th century, aroused the Church to the necessity of summoning all its resources to preserve its supremacy. All this made itself felt, not only in the Albigensian Crusades and the establishment of the Inquisition, but in increased intolerance to Jew and Saracen, in a more fiery antagonism to all who were not included in the pale of Christianity. How this worked was seen in 1212, when, after the brilliant victory of Las Navas de Tolosa, Alfonso IX advanced to Ubeda, where 70,000 men had collected, and they offered to become mudejares and to pay him 1,000,000 of doblas. These terms were acceptable, and he agreed to them. But the clerical chiefs of the crusade, the two archbishops Rodrigo of Toledo and Arnaud of Narbonne, objected and forced him to withdraw his assent. He offered the besieged to let them depart on the payment of the sum, but they were unable to collect so large an amount on the spot, and they were put to the sword, except those reserved as slaves. In the same spirit, Innocent IV, in 1248, ordered Jaime I of Aragon to allow no Saracens to reside in his recently conquered Balearic Islands except as slaves. In spite of the opposition of the Church, the policy of the mudejalato was continued until the work of the reconquest seemed on the point of completion under San Fernando III. The king of Granada was his vassal, like any other Christian noble. He subdued the rest of the land, giving the local chiefs advantageous terms, and allowing them to assume the title of kings. The Spanish Moors were thus reduced to submission, and he was preparing to carry his arms into Africa at the time of his death, in 1252. That Moorish rule, more or less independent, continued in the peninsula for yet 2 centuries and a half, is attributable solely to the inveterate turbulence of the Castilian magnates, aided by the disorderly ambition of members of the royal family. During this interval, successive fragments were added to Christian territory, when internal convulsions allowed opportunities of conquest, and in these the system which had proved so advantageous was followed. Moor and Jew were citizens of the realm, regarded as a desirable class of the population, and entitled to the public peace and security for their property under the same sanctions as the Catholic. They are enumerated with Christians in charters granting special exemptions and privileges to cities, safeguards for fairs and for general trade. Numerous fueros which have reached us place all races on the same level, and a charter of Alfonso X, in 1272, to the city of Murcia, in its regulations as to the cleansing of irrigating canals, shows that even in petty details such as these there is no distinction recognized between Christian and Moor. The safeguards thrown around them are seen in the charter of 1101, granted to the Mozarabes of Toledo by Alfonso VI, permitting them the use of their ancestral fuero juzgo, but penalties under it are only to be 1/5, as in the fuero of Castile, except in the cases of theft and the murder of Jews and Moors, and in the fuero of Cataalayud, granted by Alfonso el Bayator in 1131, the weregold for a Jew or Moor is 300 sueldos, the same as for a Christian. Yet the practice as to this was not strictly uniform, and the conquering race naturally sought to establish distinctions which should recognize its superiority. The fuero of Madrid in 1202 imposes various disabilities on the Moors. A law of Alfonso X, who throughout his reign showed himself favorable to the subject races, emphatically says that, if a Jew strikes a Christian, he is not to be punished according to the privileges of the Jews, but much more severely, as a Christian is better than a Jew. So if a Christian slays a Jew or a Moor, he is to be punished according to the fuero of the place, and if there is no provision for the case, then he is to suffer the death or banishment or other penalty as the king may see fit. But the Moor who slays a Christian is to suffer more severely than a Christian who slays a Moor or a Jew. In an age of class distinctions there was an inevitable tendency, and it is creditable to Spanish tolerance and humanity that its progress was so slow. In the violence of the time there was doubtless much arbitrary oppression, but the Mudejares knew their rights and had no hesitation in asserting them, nor does there seem to have been a disposition to deny them. Thus, in 1387, those of Bustiella complained to Juan I that the royal tax collectors were endeavoring to collect from them the Moorish capitation tax, to which they were not subject, having in lieu thereof from ancient times paid to the lords of Biscay 1200 maravedis per annum, and being entitled to enjoy all the franchises and liberties of Biscay, whereupon the lord issued an order to the assessors to demand from them only the agreed sum and no other taxes, and to guarantee them all the franchises and liberties, uses and customs of the lordship of Biscay. Even more suggestive is a celebrated case occurring as late as the reign of Henry IV. In 1455 the chaplains of La Capella de la Cruz de Toledo complained to the king that the tax on all meat slaughtered in the town had been assigned to the chapel for its maintenance, but that the Moors had established their own slaughterhouse and refused to pay the tax. Elsewhere than in Spain the matter would have been referred to an ecclesiastical court with a consequent decision in favor of the faith, but here it went to the civil court, with the result that, after elaborate argument on both sides, in 1462 the great jurist Alfonso Diaz de Montalvan rendered a decision recognizing that the Moors could not eat meat slaughtered in the Christian fashion, that they were entitled to a slaughterhouse of their own, free of tax, but that they must not sell meat to Christians, and must pay the tax on all that they might thus have sold. Trivial as is this case, it gives us a clear insight into the independence and self-assertion of the Moorish communities, and the readiness of the courts to protect them in their rights. The Mudejares were guaranteed the enjoyment of their own religion and laws. They had their mosques and schools, and, in the earlier times, magistrates of their own race, who decided all questions between themselves according to their own zuna, or law. But suits between Christian and Moor were sometimes heard by a Christian judge, and sometimes by a mixed bench of both faiths. In the capitulations it was generally provided that they should be subject only to the taxes exacted by their previous sovereigns, though in time this was apt to be disregarded. A privilege granted, in 1254, by Alfonso X to the inhabitants of Seville, authorizing them to purchase land of the Moors throughout their district, shows that the paternal possessions of the latter had been undisturbed. They were free to buy and sell real estate, and although, when the reactionary period commenced, towards the close of the 13th century, Sancho IV granted the petition of Cortes of Valladolid in 1293, forbidding Jews and Moors to purchase the land of the Christians, the restriction soon became obsolete. Not only was there no prohibition of their bearing arms, but they were liable to military service. Exemption from this was a special privilege accorded, in 1115, at the capitulation of Tudela. In 1263, Jaime I of Aragon released the Moors of Masones from tribute and military service in consideration of an annual payment of 1,500 sueldos yacenses. In 1283, his son Pedro III, when preparing to assist the invasion of Felipe Laharde, summoned his faithful Moors of Valencia to join his armies, and in the levies made in Murcia in 1385 for the war with Portugal, each aljama had its assigned quota. A wise policy would have dictated the mingling of the races as much as possible, so as to encourage unification and facilitate the efforts at conversion which were never lost to sight. The converso, or baptized Moor or Jew, was the special favorite of the legislator. The Moorish law which disinherited an apostate was set aside, and he was assured of his share in his paternal estate. The popular tendency to stigmatize him as a toranidizo, or renegade, was severely repressed. The Church insisted that a Moorish captive who sincerely sought baptism should be set free. Dominicans and Franciscans were empowered to enter all places where Jews and Moors dwelt, to assemble them to listen to sermons, while royal officials were directed to compel the attendance of those who would not come voluntarily. It is easy now to see that this policy, which resulted in winning over multitudes to the faith, would have been vastly more fruitful if the races had been compelled to associate together, and infinite subsequent misery and misfortune would have been averted. But this was a stretch of tolerant humanity virtually impossible at the time. The Church, as will be seen, exerted every effort to keep them apart, on the humiliating pretext that she would lose more souls than she would gain, and there was, moreover, sufficient mutual distrust to render separation desired on both sides. At a very early period of the Reconquest, the policy was adopted of assigning a special quarter of a captured town to the Moors, and thus the habit was established of providing a moriera in the larger cities, to which the mudejares were confined. The process is well illustrated by what occurred at Murcia, when, in 1266, it was definitely reconquered for Alfonso X by Jaime I of Aragon. He gave half the houses to Aragonese and Catalans and restricted the Moors to the quarter of the Arejaca. Alfonso confirmed the arrangement, dislodging the Christians from among the Moors and building a wall between them. His decree on the subject recites that this was done at the prayer of the Moors, who were despoiled and ill-treated by the Christians, and who desired the protection of a wall, to the construction of which he devoted one half of the revenues levied for the repair of the city walls. It was the same with the Jews, who were not to dwell among the Christians, but to have their own judiera set apart for them near the Orihuela gate. Besides this segregation from the Christians in the cities, there were smaller towns in which the population was purely Moorish, where Christians were not allowed to dwell. That this was regarded as a privilege we can readily imagine, and it is shown by the confirmation in 1255 by Alfonso X of an agreement with the mudejares of Moran, under which they are to sell their properties to Christians and remove to Silibar, where they are to build a castle and houses, and to be free of all taxes for 3 years. Their laws to be administered by their own alcadi, and no Christian is to reside there except the almorejarif, or tax-gatherer, and his men. All this was tended to perpetuate the separation between the Christian and the Moor, and a further potent cause is to be found in the horror which miscegenation was regarded, at least when the male offender was a Moor. Intermarriage, of course, was impossible between those of different faiths, and illicit connections were punished in the most savage manner. In spite of this natural but impolitic segregation, the mudejares gradually became denationalized and assimilated themselves in many ways to the population by which they were surrounded. In time they forgot their native language, and it became necessary for their learned men to compile law books in Castilian for the guidance of their alcaldes. Quite a literature of this kind arose, and even after the final expulsion, as late as the middle of the 17th century, among the refugees in Tunis, a manual of religious observances was composed in Spanish, the author of which lamented that even the sacred characters in which the Koran was written were almost unknown, and that the rites of worship were forgotten or mingled with usages and customs borrowed from the Christians. The Mudejares even sympathized with the patriotic aspirations of their Castilian neighbors as against their independent brethren. When, in 1340, Alfonso XI returned in triumph to Seville, after the overwhelming victory of the Rio Salado, we are told how the Moors and their women united with the Jews in the rejoicings which greeted the conqueror. Even more practical was the response to the appeal of the Infante Fernando in 1410, when he was besieging Antequera, one of the bulwarks of Granada, and was in great straits for money. He wrote muy afectuosamente to Seville and Cordova, not only to the Christians, but to the Moorish and Jewish Aljamas, and, as he was popular with them, they advanced him what sums they could. The process of denationalization and fusion with the Christian community was necessarily slow, but its progress gave gratifying promise to a result requiring only wise patience and sympathy, which could have averted incalculable misfortunes. In a financial and industrial point of view, the Mudejares formed a most valuable portion of the population. The revenues derived from them were among the most reliable resources of the state. Assignments on them were frequently used as the safest and most convenient form of securing appanages and dowries and incomes for prelates and religious establishments. To the nobles on whose lands they were settled, they were almost indispensable, for their skillful agriculturists and the results of their indefatigable labors brought returns which could be realized in no other way. That they should be relentlessly exploited was a matter of course. A fuero granted in 1371 by the Almirante Ambrosio de Bocanegra to his Mudejares of Palma del Rio not only specifies their duties and taxes, but prescribes that they should bake in the seigniorial oven and bathe in the seigniorial baths, and purchase their necessaries in the seigniorial shops. They are not only admirable husbandmen and artificers, but distinguish themselves in the highest regions of science and art. As physicians they ranked with the Jews, and when, in 1345, Ferrant Rodriguez, prior of the Order of Santiago, built the church of Our Lady of Ocles, he assembled Moorish masters and good Christian stonemasons who constructed it of stone and mortar. The industry of Spain was to a great extent in their hands. To them the land owed the introduction of the sugar cane, cotton, silk, the fig, the orange, and the almond. Their system of irrigation, still maintained at the present time, was elaborately perfect, and they had built highways and canals to facilitate intercourse and transportation. Valencia, which was densely populated by Mudejares, was regarded as one of the richest provinces in Europe, producing largely of sugar, oil, and wine. In the manufacture of Europe, their leather work was unsurpassed, their manufactures of metal was eagerly sought out in distant lands, while their architecture manifests their delicate skill and artistic taste. Marriages were arranged for girls at 11 and boys at 12. Dowries were of little account, for a bed and a few coins were deemed sufficient, where all were industrious and self-supporting, and their rapid increase, like evil weeds, was a subject of complaint to their Christian detractors. Ingenious and laborious, sober and thrifty, a dense population found livelihood in innumerable trades, in which men, women, and children all labored, producing wealth for themselves and prosperity for the land. In commerce they were equally successful. They were slaves to their word, their reputation for probity and honor was universal, and their standing as merchants was proverbial. There was no beggary among them, and quarrels were rare, differences being for the most part amicably settled without recourse to their judges. It is not easy to set limits to the prosperity attainable by the peninsula with its natural resources developed by a population combining the vigor of the Castilian with the industrial capacity of the Moor. All that was needed was Christian patience and good will to kindle and encourage kindly feeling between the conquering and the subject race. Time would have done the rest. The infidel, won over to Christianity, would have become fused with the faithful, and a united people, blessed with the characteristics of both races, would have been ready to take the foremost place in the wonderful era of industrial civilization which was about to open. Unhappily for Spain, this was not to be. To the conscientious churchmen of the Middle Ages, any compact with the infidel was a league with Satan. He could not be forcibly brought into the fold, but it was the plainest of duties to render his position outside so insupportable that he would take refuge in conversion. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 3. Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 4 of the History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA, Book 1, Chapter 2, The Jews and the Moors, Part 4. The Church accordingly viewed with repugnance the policy of conciliation and toleration which had so greatly facilitated the work of the Reconquest, and it lost no opportunity of exciting popular distrust and contempt of the Mudejares. We shall see how great was its success with respect to the Jews, whose position offered better opportunity for attack, but it was not without results as respects the Moors. It discouraged all intercourse between the races and endeavored to keep them separate. Even the indispensable freedom of ordinary commercial dealings, which was provided for by the secular rulers, was frowned upon, and in 1250 the Order of Santiago was obliged to represent to Innocent IV that it had Moorish vassals, and to supplicate him for license to buy and sell with them, which he graciously permitted. The most efficacious means, however, of establishing and perpetuating the distinction between the races was that Moors and Jews should wear some peculiar garment or badge by which they should be recognized by sight. It was not only a mark of inferiority and a stigma, but it exposed the wearer to insults and outrages, rendering it both humiliating and dangerous, especially to those such as the muleteers or merchants, whose avocations rendered travel on the unsafe highways indispensable. When the Church was aroused from its torpor to combat infidelity in all its forms, it was one of the measures adopted by the Great Council of Lateran in 1216, in a regulation carried into canon law, the reason alleged being it was necessary to prevent miscegenation. In 1217, Honorius III peremptorily ordered the enforcement of this decree in Castile, but 2 years later consented to suspend it, on the remonstrance of San Fernando III, backed by Rodrigo, Archbishop of Toledo. The king represented that many Jews would abandon his kingdom rather than wear badges, while the rest would be driven to plots and conspiracies, and as the greater part of his revenues were derived from them, he would be unable to carry out his enterprises against the Saracens. It was difficult to arouse intolerance and race hatred in Spain, and when Gregory IX, about 1233, and Innocent IV in 1250, ordered the Castilian prelates to enforce the Lateran canons, San Fernando quietly disregarded the injunction. His son, Alfonso X, so far yielded obedience that, in the Partidas, he ordered, under a penalty of 10 gold maravedis, or 10 lashes, all Jews, male and female, to wear a badge on the cap, alleging the same reason as the Lateran Council, but he did not extend this to the Moors, and his code was not confirmed by the Cortes for nearly a century. The regulation may be regarded as inoperative. The Council of Zamora, which did so much to stimulate intolerance, in January 1313 ordered the badge to be worn, as it was in other lands, and later in the year the Cortes of Plasencia proposed to obey, but were told by the Infante Juan, who presided as guardian of Alfonso XI, that he would, after consultation, do what was for the advantage of the land. In Aragon, the councils of Tarragona in 1238 and 1282 vainly ordered the canon to be obeyed, and it was not until 1300 that the attempt was made with an ordinance requiring the mudejares to wear the hair cut in a peculiar fashion that should be distinctive. In Castile, at length, Henry II, in pursuance of the request of the Cortes of Toro in 1371, ordered all Jews and Moors to wear the badge, a red circle on the left shoulder, but the injunction had to be frequently repeated and was slenderly obeyed. Even so, to it may be attributed the frequent murders which followed of Jews on the highways, the perpetrators of which were rarely identified. What was the spirit which the Church thus persistently endeavored to arouse in Spain may be gathered from a brief of Clement IV in 1266 to Jaime I of Aragon, urging him to expel all mudejares from his dominions. He assures the king that his reputation will suffer greatly if, for temporal advantage, he longer permits such opprobrium of God, such an infection of Christendom, as proceeds indubitably from the horrible cohabitation of the Moors, with its detestable horrors and horrid foulness. By expelling them he will fulfill his vow to God, stop the mouths of his detractors, and prove himself zealous for the faith. The same temper was shown in 1278 by Nicholas III, when he scolded Alfonso X for entering into truces with the Moors, and by threatening to deprive him of the share granted to him of the church revenues, incited him to the disastrous siege of the Algeciras, the failure of which led him to form an alliance with the King of Morocco. Fortunately, this papal zeal for the faith found no Ximenes in Spain to spread it among the people and to kindle the fires of intolerance. The Spanish church of the period appears to have been wholly quiescent. The only action on record is the trivial one of Arnado de Peralta, Bishop of Valencia from 1261 to 1273, who forbade, under the pain of excommunication, his clergy from drinking wine in the house of a Jew, provided that they should have heard of or should remember the prohibition, and he further vaguely threatened with his displeasure any cleric who should knowingly buy the wine of a Jew, except in the case of necessity. That, in the confusion which followed the rebellion of Sancho IV against his father, there may have arisen a desire to limit somewhat the privileges of Jews and Moors is rendered probable by the legislation of the Cortes of Valladolid in 1293, to which allusion has already been made. But the decisive impulse which aroused the Spanish Church from its indolent indifference and set it earnestly to work in the exciting popular hatred and intolerance would seem to be traceable to the Council of Vienne in 1311 and 12. Among the published canons of the council, the only one related to Moors is the complaint that those dwelling in Christian lands have their priests, called Zabazala, who from the minarets of their mosques at certain hours invoke Mahomet and sound his praises in a loud voice, and also that they are accustomed to gather around the grave of one whom they worship as a saint. These practices are denounced as unendurable, and the princes are ordered to suppress them, with the alternative of gaining salvation or of enduring punishment, which shall make them serve as a terrifying example. This threat fell upon deaf ears. In 1329 the Council of Tarragona complains of its inobservance, and orders all temporal lords to enforce it within 2 months, under pain of interdict and excommunication. And 100 years later the Council of Tortosa, in 1429, supplicated the King of Aragon and all prelates and nobles, by the bowels of divine mercy, to enforce the canon and all other councilor decrees for the exaltation of the faith and the humiliation of Jews and Moors, and to cause their observance by their subjects if they wish to escape the vengeance of God and of the Holy See. This was entirely ineffectual, and it was reserved for Ferdinand and Isabella, about 1482, to enforce the canon of Vienna with a vigor which brought a remonstrance from the Great Turk. More serious was the effect upon the Jews of the spirit awakened at Vienna. That council, besides enacting very severe laws against usury, denounced the privilege accorded in Spain to Jews, whereby Jewish witnesses were requisite for the conviction of Jewish defendants. It did not presume to annul this privilege, but forbade all intercourse between the races whenever it was in force. The Spanish prelates, in returning from the council in 1312, brought with them these canons and the spirit of intolerance that dictated them, and made haste to give expression to it in the Council of Zamora, in January 1313, in a number of canons, the temper of which is so different from the previous utterances of the Spanish Church that it shows the revolution wrought in their mode of thinking by intercourse with their brethren from other lands. Henceforth, in this respect, the Spanish Church emerges from its isolation, and distinguishes itself by even greater ferocity than that which disgraced the rest of Christendom. The fathers of Zamora invoked the curse of God and of St. Peter on all who should endeavor to enforce the existing laws requiring the evidence of Jews to convict Jews. They denounced the Jews as serpents, who were only to be endured by Christians because they were human beings, but were to be kept in strict subjugation and servitude, and they sought to reduce the principle to practice by a series of canons, restricting the Jews in every way and putting an end to all social intercourses between them and Christians. The friendly mingling of the races, which shows how little the prejudices of the churchmen were shared by the people at this period, became a favorite subject of objurgation, and required a long series of efforts to eradicate. But the Church triumphed at last, and the seeds of envy, hatred, and all uncharitableness, which it so assiduously planted and cultivated, yielded in the end an abundant harvest of evil. What prepossessions of Christian kindness the prelates of Zamora felt that they had to overcome are indicated in the final command that these constitutions should be read publicly in all churches annually, and that the bishops should compel by excommunication all secular magistrates to enforce them. The Spanish Church, thus fairly started in this deplorable direction, pursued its course with characteristic energy. In 1322 the utterances of the Council of Valladolid reveal how intimate were the customary relations between Christian and infidel, and how the Church, in place of taking advantage of this, labored to keep the races asunder. The Council recites that scandals arise and churches are profaned by the prevailing custom of Moors and Jews attending divine service, wherefore they are to be expelled before the ceremonies of the Mass begin, and all those who endeavor to prevent it are to be excommunicated. The habit of nocturnal devotional vigils in churches is also said, probably with truth, to be the source of much evil, and all who bring Moors and Jews to take part with their voices and instruments are to be expelled. To preserve the faithful from pollution by Moorish and Jewish superstitions, they are commanded no more to frequent the weddings and funerals of the infidels. The absurd and irrational abuse whereby Jews and Moors are placed in office over Christians is to be extirpated, and all prelates should punish it with excommunication. As the malice of the Moors and Jews leads them craftily to put Christians to death under the pretext of curing them by medicine and surgery, and as the canons forbid Christians from employing them as physicians, and as these canons are not observed in consequence of the negligence of the prelates, the latter are ordered to enforce them strictly with the free use of excommunication. These last two clauses point to matters which had long been special grievances of the faithful, and which demand a moment's attention. The superior administrative abilities of the Jews cause them to be constantly sought for executive positions, to the scandal of all good Christians. We have seen that under the Goths it was an abuse calling for constant animadversion. It was one of the leading complaints of Innocent III against Raymond VI of Toulouse, which he expiated so cruelly in the Albigensian Crusades, and one of the decrees of the Lateran Council was directed against its continuance. In Spain the sovereigns could not do without them, and we shall have occasion to see that it became one of the main causes of popular dislike of the unfortunate race, for the Christian found it hard to bear with equanimity the dominion of the Jew, especially in his ordinary character of the almojarife, or tax collector. As early as 1118, Alfonso VIII, in the fuero granted to Toledo, promised that no Jew or recent convert should be placed over the Christians. Alfonso X made the same concession in the fuero of Alicante in 1215, except that he reserved the office of almoharife, and in the partidas he endeavored to make the rule general. The same necessity made itself felt in regard to the function of the physician, for which, during the Dark Ages, the learning of Jew and Saracen rendered them almost exclusively fitted. Zecharias, the Jewish physician of Emperor Charles the Bald, was renowned, and tradition handed down his name as that of a skillful magician. Prince and prelate alike sought comfort in their curative ministrations, and, as the Church looked askance on the practice of medicine and surgery by ecclesiastics, unless it were through prayer and exorcism, they had the field almost to themselves. This had always been regarded with disfavor by the Church. As early as 706, the Council of Constantinople had ordered the faithful not to take medicine from a Jew, and this command had been incorporated in the canon law. Another rule, adopted from the Lateran Council of 1216, was that the first duty of a physician was to care for the soul of the patient rather than for the body, and to see that he was provided with a confessor, a duty which the infidel could scarce be expected to recognize. It was therefore easy to understand why the general abhorrence of the Church for Moor and Jew should be sharpened with particular acerbity in regard to their functions as physicians, why the Council of Valladolid should endeavor to alarm the people with the assertion that they utilized the position to slay the faithful, and the Council of Salamanca in 1335 should renew the sentence of excommunication on all who should employ them in sickness. Nominally the Church carried its point, and in the prescriptive laws of 1412 there was embodied a provision imposing a fine of 300 maravedis on any Moor or Jew who should visit a Christian in sickness or administer medicine to him. But the prohibition was impossible of enforcement. About 1462 the Franciscan Alonso de Espina bitterly complains that there is not a noble or a prelate but keeps a Jewish devil as a physician, although the zeal of the Jews in studying medicine is simply to obtain an opportunity of exercising their malignity upon Christians. For one whom they cure, they slay 50, and when they are gathered together they boast of as to which has caused the most deaths, for their law commands them to spoil and to slay the faithful. It was but a few years after this that Abitar Aben Caracas, chief physician of Juan II of Aragon, the father of Ferdinand, vindicated Jewish science by successfully relieving his royal patient of a double cataract and restoring his sight. On September 11th, 1469, pronouncing the aspect of the stars to be favorable, he operated on the right eye. The king, delighted with his recovered vision, ordered him to proceed with the left, but Abitar refused, alleging that the stars had become unfavorable, and it was not until October 12th that he consented to complete the cure. The friars themselves believed as little as royalty in the stories which they invented to frighten the people and create abhorrence of Jewish physicians. In spite of the fact that Ferdinand and Isabella, in the Ordenanzas of 1480, repeated the prohibition of their attending Christians, the Dominicans, in 1489, obtained from Innocent IV permission to employ them, notwithstanding all ecclesiastical censures, the reason alleged being that in Spain there were few others. The prescriptive spirit which dominated the councils of Zamora and Valladolid was not allowed to die out. That of Tarragona in 1329 expressed its horror at the friendly companionship with which Christians are in the habit of attending the marriages, funerals, and circumcisions of Jews and Moors, and even of entering into the bonds of compaternity with the parents, all of which it strictly forbade for the future. A few years later, in 1337, Arnaldo, Archbishop of Tarragona, addressed to Benedict XII a letter which is significant expression of all the objects and methods of the Church. In spite, he says, of the vow taken by Jaime I when about to reconquer Valencia, that he would not permit any Moors to remain there, the Christians, led by blind cupidity, allowed them to occupy the land, believing that thus they derived larger revenues, which is an error, as the abbot of Poblet has recently demonstrated by expelling the Mudejares from the possessions of the abbey. There are said to be 40 or 50,000 Moorish fighting men in Valencia, which is the source of the greatest danger, especially now, when the Emperor of Morocco is preparing to aid the King of Granada. Besides, many enormous crimes are committed by Christians in consequence of their damnable familiarity and intercourse with the Moors, who blaspheme the name of Christ and exalt that of Mahomet. I have heard," he pursues, "the late Bishop of Valencia declare in a public sermon that in that province the mosques are more numerous than the churches, and that half, or more than half, the people are ignorant of the Lord's Prayer, and speak only in Moorish. I therefore pray your clemency to provide an appropriate remedy, which would seem impossible unless the Moors are wholly expelled, and unless the King of Aragon lends his aid and favor. The nobles would be more readily brought to assent to this if they were allowed to seize and sell the persons and property of the Mudejares as public enemies and infidels, and the money thus obtained would be of no small service in defending the kingdom." The Christian prelate, not content with directly asking the Pope to adopt this inhuman proposition, sent a copy of his letter to Jean de Comminges, Cardinal of Porto, and begged him to urge the matter with Benedict; and in a second letter to the cardinal he explained that it would be necessary for the Pope to order the king to expel the Moors, that he would willingly obey as to the crown lands, but that a papal command was indispensable as to the lands of others. It was only, he added, the avarice of the Christians which kept the Moors there. We shall see how, 270 years later, an archbishop of Valencia aided in bringing about the final catastrophe by a still greater display of saintly zeal, backed by precisely the same arguments. This constant pressure on the part of their spiritual guides began to make an impression on the ruling classes, and repressive legislation becomes frequent in the Cortes. In those of Soria, in 1380, the obnoxious prayer against Christians was ordered to be removed from Jewish prayer books, and its recitation was forbidden under heavy penalties, while the rabbis were deprived of jurisdiction in criminal cases between their people. In those of Valladolid, in 1385, Christians were forbidden to live among Jews. Jews were prohibited to serve as tax collectors. Their judges were inhibited to act in civil cases between them and Christians, and numerous regulations were adopted to restrain their oppression of debtors. In 1387, at the Cortes of Briviesca, Juan I enacted that no Christian should keep in his house a Jew or Moor, except as a slave, nor converse with one beyond what the law allowed, under heavy penalty of 6,000 maravedis, and no Jew or Moor should keep Christians in his house under pain of confiscation of all property and corporal punishment at the king's pleasure. It seemed impossible to enforce these laws, and the Church intervened by assuming jurisdiction over the matter. In 1388 the Council of Valencia required the suspension of labor on Sundays and feast days, and it deplored the injury to the bodies and souls of the faithful and the scandals arising from the habitual intercourse between them and the infidels. The dwellings of the latter were ordered to be strictly separated from those of the former, where special quarters had not been assigned to them, and it was ordered to be done forthwith, and within 2 months no Christian should be found dwelling with them, nor they with the Christians. If they had trades to work at or merchandise to sell, they should come out during the day, or occupy booths or shops along the street, but at night they must return to the place where they kept their wives and children. This segregation of the Jews and Moors and their strict confinement to the Morlehias and Judeiras were a practical method of separating the races which was difficult of enforcement. The massacres of 1391 showed that there were such quarters generally in the larger cities, but residence therein seems not to have been obligatory, and Jews and Moors who desired it lived among the Christians. In the restrictive laws of 1412 the first place is given to this matter. Morlehias and Judeiras are ordered to be established everywhere, surrounded with a wall having only one gate. Any who shall not, in 8 days after notice, have settled therein forfeits all his property, and is liable to punishment at the king's pleasure, and severe penalties are provided for Christian women who enter them. An effort was made to enforce these regulations, but it seemed impossible to keep the races apart. In 1480, Ferdinand and Isabella state that the law had not been observed, and order its enforcement, allowing 2 years for the establishment of the ghettos, after which no Jew or Moor shall dwell outside of them under the established penalties, and no Christian woman be found within them. The time had passed for laws to be disregarded, and this was carried into effect with the customary vigor of the sovereigns. In Segovia, for instance, on October 29th, 1481, Rodrigo Alvarez Modano, commissioner for the purpose, summoned the representatives of the Jewish aljama, read to them the ordenanza, and designated to them the limits of their juderia. All Christian residents therein were warned to vacate within the period designated by the law. All Jews of the district were required to make their abode there within the same time, and all doors and windows of houses contiguous to the boundaries on either side, whether of Jews or Christians, were ordered to be walled up or rendered impassable. The segregation of the Jews was to be absolute. We shall see in the next chapter how successful were the efforts of the Church in arousing the greed and fanaticism of the people, and in repressing the kindly fellowship which had so long existed. From this the Jews were the earliest and greatest sufferers, and it is necessary here to say only that in the cruel laws which marked the commencement of the 15th century, both Moor and Jew were included in the restrictions designed to humiliate them to the utmost, to render their lives a burden, and to deprive them of the means of livelihood, and to diminish their usefulness to the state. These laws were too severe for strict and continuous enforcement, but they answered the purpose of inflicting an ineffaceable stigma upon their victims, and of keeping up a wholesome feeling of antagonism on the part of the population at large. This was directed principally against the Jews, who were the chief objects of clerical malignity, and it will be our business to examine how this was skilfully developed, until it became the proximate cause of the introduction of the Inquisition, and created for it, during its earliest and busiest years, almost the sole field of its activity. Meanwhile, it may be observed that, in the closing triumph over Granada, the capitulations accorded by Ferdinand and Isabella were even more liberal to Jews and Moors than those granted from the 11th to the 13th century by such monarchs as Alfonso VI, Ferdinand III, Alfonso X, and Jaime I. Unless they were deliberately designed as perfidious traps, they show how little real conscientious conviction lay behind the elaborately simulated fanaticism which destroyed the Jews and Mudejares. End of Book 1, Chapter 2, Part 4.
Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 1 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA, Book 1, Chapter 3, The Jews and the Conversos, Part 1. To appreciate properly the position of the Jews in Spain, it is requisite first to understand the light in which they were regarded elsewhere throughout Christendom during the medieval period. It has already been seen that the Church held the Jew to be a being deprived by the guilt of his ancestors of all natural rights save that of existence. The privileges accorded to the Jews and the social equality to which they were admitted under the Carlovingians provoked the severest animadversions of the churchmen. About 890, Stephen VI writes to the Archbishop of Narbonne that he has heard with mortal anxiety that these enemies of God are allowed to hold land, and that Christians dealt with these dogs and even rendered service to them. It is true that Alexander III maintained the ancient rule that they could repair their existing synagogues but not build new ones, and Clement III honored himself by one of the rare human utterances in their favor, prohibiting their forced conversion, their murder or wounding or spoliation, their deprivation of religious observances, the exaction of forced service unless such was customary, or the violation of their cemeteries in search of treasure. And, moreover, both of these decrees were embodied by Gregory IX in the canon law. Yet these prohibitions only point out to us the manner in which popular zeal applied the principles enunciated by the Church, and when the Council of Paris in 1212 forbade, under pain of excommunication, Christian midwives to attend a Jewess in labor, it shows that they were authoritatively regarded as less entitled than beasts to human sympathy. How popular hostility was aroused and strengthened is illustrated in a letter addressed in 1208 by Innocent III to the Count of Nevers. Although, he says, the Jews against whom the blood of Jesus Christ cries aloud are not to be slain, lest Christians should forget the divine law, yet are they to be scattered as wanderers over the earth, that their faces may be filled with ignominy, and they may seek the name of Jesus Christ. Blasphemers of the Christian name are not to be cherished by princes, in oppression of the servants of the Lord, but are rather to be repressed with servitude, of which they rendered themselves worthy when they laid sacrilegious hands on him who had come to give them true freedom, and they cried that his blood should be upon them and their children. Yet when prelates and priests intervene to crush their malice, they laugh at excommunication, and nobles are found who protect them. The Count of Nevers is said to be a defender of the Jews. If he does not dread the divine wrath, Innocent threatens to lay hands on him and punish his disobedience. The Cistercian Caesarius of Hesterbach, in his Dialogues for the Moral Instruction of his fellow monks, tells several stories which illustrate the utter contempt felt for the feelings and rights of Jews, and in one of them there is an allusion to the curious popular belief that Jews had a vile odor, which they lost in baptism, a belief prolonged, at least in Spain, until the 17th century was well advanced. Even so enlightened a prelate as Cardinal Pierre de Ailly, in 1416, reproves the sovereigns of Christendom for their liberality towards the Jews, which he can attribute only to the vile love of gain. If Jews are allowed to remain, it should be only as servants to Christians. General prohibitions of maltreatment availed little when prelate and priest were busy in inflaming popular aversion, and popes were found to threaten any prince hardy enough to interpose and protect the unfortunate race. Of course, under such impulsion there was scant ceremony in dealing with these outcasts in any way that religious ardor might suggest. When in 1009 the Saracens captured Jerusalem and destroyed the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the rage and indignation of Europe assumed so threatening a form that multitudes of Jews took refuge in baptism. When religious exaltation culminated in the Crusades, it seemed to those who assumed the cross a folly to redeem Palestine while leaving behind the impious race that had crucified the Lord, and everywhere in 1096 the assembling of Crusaders was the signal for Jewish massacre. It would be superfluous to recount in detail the dreary catalogue of wholesale slaughters which for centuries disgraced Europe, whenever fanaticism or the disappearance of a child gave rise to stories of the murder rite, or a blood-stained host suggested sacrilege committed on the sacrament, or some passing evil, such as an epidemic, aroused the populace to bloodshed and rapine. The medieval chronicles are full of such terrible scenes, in which cruelty and greed assumed the cloak of zeal to avenge God, and when, in rare instances, the authorities protected the defenseless, it was ascribed to unworthy motives, as in the case of Johann von Kraibach, Bishop of Speyer, who, in 1096, not only saved some Jews, but beheaded their assailants, and was accused of being heavily bribed. Nor did Frederick Barbarossa and Ludwig of Bavaria escape similar imputations. It was safer and more profitable to combine piety and plunder, as when, in April 1182, Philip Augustus ordered all Jews to leave France by St. John's Day, confiscating their landed property and allowing them to take their personal effects. His grandson, the saintly Louis, resorted without scruple to replenishing his treasury by ransoming the Jews, and the latter's grandson, Philippe le Bel, was still more unscrupulous in 1306, when, by a concerted movement, he seized all the Jews in his dominions, stripped them of property, and banished them under pain of death. In England, King John, in 1210, cast Jews into prison and tortured them for ransom, and his grandson, Edward I, followed the example of Philip Augustus so effectually that Jews were not allowed to return until the time of Cromwell. Spain remained so long isolated from the movements which agitated the rest of Christendom that the abhorrence for the Jew taught by the Church and reduced to practice in so many ways by the people was late in development. In the deluge of the Saracen conquest and in the fierce struggles of the early Reconquest, the antipathy so savagely expressed in the Gothic legislation seemed to pass away, possibly because there could have been but few Jews among the rude mountaineers of Galicia and Asturias. It is true that the Visigothic laws in the Romance version known as the Fuero Juzgo remained nominally in force. It is also true that a law was interpolated in the Fuero, which seems to indicate a sudden recrudescence of fanaticism after a long interval of comparative toleration. It provides that if a Jew loyally embraces the faith of Christ, he shall have license to trade in all things with Christians, but if he subsequently relapses into Judaism, his person and property are forfeit to the king. Jews persisting in their faith shall not consort with Christians, but may trade with each other and pay taxes to the king. Their houses and slaves and lands and orchards and vineyards, which they may have bought from Christians, even though the purchase be of old date, are declared confiscated to the king, who may bestow them on whom he pleases. If any Jew trades in violation of this law, he shall become a slave of the king, with all his property. Christians shall not trade with Jews. If a noble does so, he shall forfeit 3 pounds of gold to the king. On transactions of more than 2 pounds, the excess is forfeit to the king, together with 3 dobles. If the offender is a commoner, he shall receive 300 lashes. The date of this law is uncertain, but it presupposes a considerable anterior period of toleration, during which Jews had multiplied and had become possessed of landed wealth. To what extent it may have been enforced we have no means of knowing, but its observance must only have been temporary, for such glimpses as we get of the condition of the Jews up to the 14th century are wholly incompatible with the fierce proscription of the Gothic laws. As the Spanish kingdoms organized themselves, the Fuero Juzgo for the most part was superseded by a crowd of local fueros, cartas pueblas, and customs defining the franchises of each community, and we have seen in the preceding chapter how in these both Moor and Jew were recognized as sharing in the common rights of citizenship, and how fully the freedom of trade between all classes was permitted. In 1251 the Fuero Juzgo was formally abrogated in Aragon by Jaime I, who forbade it to be cited in the courts, a measure which infers that it had practically become obsolete. In Castile it lingered somewhat longer, and traces of its existence are to be found in some places until the end of the 13th century. These, however, are not to be construed as referring to the provisions respecting Jews, which had long been superseded. In fact, the the Jews formed too large and important a portion of the population to be treated without consideration. The sovereigns, involved permanently in struggles with the Saracen and with mutinous nobles, found it necessary to utilize all the resources at their command, whether in money, intelligence, or military service. In the first two of these the Jews stood preeminent, nor were they remiss in the latter. On the disastrous field of Zalaca in 1086, 40,000 Jews are said to have followed the banner of Alfonso VI, and the slaughter they endured proved their devotion, while at the defeat of Uclés in 1108 they composed nearly the whole left wing of the Castilian host. In 1285 we hear of Jews and Moors aiding the Aragonese in their assaults on the retreating forces of Philippe le Hardi. As regards money, the traffic and finance of Spain were largely in their hands, and they furnished, with the Moors, the readiest source from which to derive revenue. Every male who had married, or who had reached the age of 20, paid an annual poll tax of 3 gold maravedis. There were also a number of imposts peculiar to them, and in addition they shared with the rest of the population in the complicated and ruinous system of taxation, the ordinary and extraordinary servicios, the pedidas and the ayudas, the sacos and pastos and the alcabalas. Besides this, they assisted in supporting the municipalities or the lordships and prelacies under which they lived, with the tallas, the pastos, the 9th or 11th of merchandise, and the peajes and the barcajes, the pontazgos and the portazgos, or tolls of various kinds, which were heavier on them than on Christians, and moreover the Church received from them the customary tithes, oblations, and first fruits. The revenues of the Jewish aljamas, or communities, were always regarded as among the surest resources of the crown. The shrewd intelligence and practical ability of the Jews, moreover, rendered their services in public affairs almost indispensable. It was in vain that the Council of Rome in 1078 renewed the old prohibitions to confide to them functions which would place them in command over Christians, and equally in vain that, in 1081, Gregory VII addressed to Alfonso VI a vehement remonstrance on the subject, assuring him that to do so was to oppress the Church of God and exalt the synagogue of Satan, and that in seeking to please the enemies of Christ he was contemning Christ himself. In fact, the most glorious centuries of the Reconquest were those in which the Jews enjoyed the greatest power in the courts of kings, prelates, and nobles in Castile and Aragon. The treasuries of the kingdoms were virtually in their hands, and it was their skill in organizing the supplies that rendered practicable the enterprises of such monarchs as Alfonso VI and VII, Fernando III, and Jaime I. To treat them as the Goths had done, or as the Church prescribed, had become a manifest impossibility. Under such circumstances it was natural that their numbers should increase, until they formed a notable portion of the population. Of this an estimate can be made from a repartimiento, or assessment of taxes, in 1284, which shows that in Castile they paid a poll tax of 2,561,855 gold maravedis, which at 3 maravedis per head infers a total of 853,951 married or adult males. This large aggregate was thoroughly organized. Each aljama or community had its rabbis with a rab mayor at its head. Then each district comprising one or more Christian bishoprics was presided over by a rab mayor, and above all was the Gion or Nasi, the prince, whose duty it was to see that the laws of the race, both civil and religious, were observed in their purity. As we have already seen, all questions between themselves were settled before their own judges under their own code. and even when a Jew was prosecuted criminally by the king, he was punishable in accordance with his own law. So complete was the respect paid to this that their Sabbaths and other feasts were held inviolate. On these days they could not be summoned to court or be interfered with except by arrest for crime. Even polygamy was allowed to them. While their religion and laws were thus respected, they were required to respect Christianity. They were not allowed to read or keep books contrary to their own law or to the Christian law. Proselytism from Christianity was punishable by death and confiscation, and any insults offered to God, the Virgin, or the saints were visited with a fine of 10 maravedis, or 100 lashes. Yet, if we are to believe the indignant Lucas of Tuy, writing about 1230, these simple restraints were scarce enforced. The heretic Cathari of Leon, he tells us, were wont to circumcise themselves in order, under the guise of Jews, to propound heretical dogmas and dispute with Christians. What they dared not utter as heretics they could freely disseminate as Jews. The governors and judges of the cities listened approvingly to heresies put forth by Jews, who were their friends and familiars, and if anyone inflamed by pious zeal angered these Jews, he was treated as if he had touched the apple of the eye of the ruler. They also taught other Jews to blaspheme Christ, and thus the Catholic faith was perverted. This represents a laxity of toleration impossible in any other land at the period. Yet the Spanish Jews were not wholly shielded from inroads of foreign fanaticism. Before the crusading spirit had been organized for the conquest of the Holy Land, ardent knights sometimes came to wage war with the Spanish Saracens, and their religious fervor was aggrieved by the freedom enjoyed by the Jews. About 1068, bands of these strangers treated them as they had been wont to do at home, slaying and plundering them without mercy. The Church of Spain was as yet uncontaminated by race hatred, and the bishops interposed to save the victims. For this they were warmly praised by Alexander II, who denounced the Crusaders as acting either from foolish ignorance or blind cupidity. Those whom they would slay, he said, were perhaps predestined by God to salvation. He cited Gregory I to the same effect, and pointed out the difference between Jews and Saracens, the latter of whom make war on Christians and could justly be assailed. Had the chair of St. Peter always been so worthily filled, infinite misery might have been averted, and the history of Christendom been spared some of its most repulsive pages. When the crusading spirit extended to Spain, it sometimes aroused similar tendencies. In 1108, Archbishop Bernardo of Toledo took the cross, and religious exultation was ardent. The disastrous rout of Uclase came and was popularly ascribed to the Jews in the Castilian army, arousing indignation which manifested itself in a massacre at Toledo and the burning of synagogues. Alfonso VI vainly endeavored to detect and punish those responsible, and his death in 1109 was followed by similar outrages which remained unavenged. This was a sporadic outburst which soon exhausted itself. A severer trial came from abroad, when in 1210 the legate Arnaud of Narbonne led his crusading hosts to the assistance of Alfonso IX. Although their zeal for the faith was exhausted by the capture of Calatrava, and few of them remained to share in the crowning glories of Las Naves de Tolosa, their ardor was sufficient to prompt an onslaught on the unoffending Jews. The native nobles sought in vain to protect the victims, who were massacred without mercy, so that Abravanel declares this to have been one of the bloodiest persecutions that they had suffered, and that more Jews fled from Spain than Moses led out of Egypt. This had no permanent influence on the condition of the Spanish Hebrews. During the long reigns of San Fernando III and Alfonso X of Castile and Jaime I of Aragon, covering the greater part of the 13th century, the services which they rendered to the monarchs were repaid with increasing favor and protection. After Jaime had conquered Minorca, he took, in 1247, all Jews settling there under the royal safeguard, and threatened a fine of 1,000 gold pieces for wrong inflicted on any of them. And in 1250 he required that Jewish as well as Christian testimony be furnished in all actions, civil or criminal, brought by Christians against Jews. So when in 1306 Philippe le Bel expelled the Jews from France, and those of Majorca feared the same fate, Jaime II reassured them by pledging the royal faith that they should remain forever in the land, with full security for person and property, a pledge confirmed in 1311 by his son and successor Sancho. In Castile, when San Fernando conquered Seville in 1244, he gave to the Jews a large space in the city, and in defiance of the canons he allotted to them 4 Moorish mosques to be converted into synagogues, thus founding the Aljama of Seville, destined to a history so deplorable. Alfonso X during his whole reign patronized Jewish men of learning, whom he employed in translating works of value from Arabic and Hebrew. He built for them an observatory in Seville, where were made the records embodied in the Alphonsine tables. He permitted those of Toledo to erect the magnificent synagogue now known as Santa Maria la Blanca, and Jews fondly relate that the Hebrew school, which he transferred from Cordova to Toledo, numbered 12,000 students. He was prompt to maintain their privileges, and when the Jews of Burgos complained that in mixed suits the alcaldes would grant appeals to him when the Christian suitor was defeated, while refusing them to defeated Jews, he at once put an end to the discrimination, a decree which Sancho IV enforced with a penalty of 100 maravedis when in 1295 the complaint was repeated. Yet Alfonso, in his systematic code known as the Partidas, which was not confirmed by the Cortes until 1348, allowed himself to be influenced by the teachings of the Church and the maxims of the imperial jurisprudence. He accepted the doctrine of the canons that the Jew was merely suffered to live in captivity among Christians. He was forbidden to speak ill of the Christian faith, and any attempt at proselytism was punished with death and confiscation. The murder rite was alluded to as a rumor, but in case it was practiced it was a capital offense, and the culprits were to be tried before the king himself. Jews were ineligible to any office in which they could oppress Christians. They were forbidden to have Christian servants, and the purchase of a Christian slave involved the death punishment. They were not to associate with Christians in eating, drinking, and bathing, and the amour of a Jew with a Christian woman incurred death. While Jewish physicians might prescribe for Christian patients, the medicine must be compounded by a Christian, and the wearing of the hateful distinctive badge was ordered under penalty of 10 gold maravedis or of 10 lashes. At the same time Christians were strictly forbidden to commit any wrong on the person or property of Jews, or to interfere in any way with their religious observances, and no coercion was to be used to induce them to baptism, for Christ wishes only willing service. This was prophetic of evil days in the future, and the reign of Alfonso proved to be the culminating point of Jewish prosperity. The capital and commerce of the land were to a great extent in their hands. They managed its finances and collected its revenues. King, noble, and prelate entrusted their affairs to Jews, whose influence consequently was felt everywhere. To precipitate them from this position to the servitude prescribed by the canons required a prolonged struggle, and may be said to have taken its remote origin in an attempt at their conversion. In 1263 the Dominican Fray Pablo Cristia, a converted Jew, challenged the greatest rabbi of the day, Moshe ben Nachman, to a disputation, which was presided over by Jaime I in his Barcelona palace. Each champion, of course, boasted of victory. The king dismissed Nachmanides not only with honor, but with a handsome reward of 300 pieces of gold, but he ordered certain Jewish books to be burnt and blasphemous passages in the Talmud to be expunged. He further issued a decree ordering all his faithful Jews to assemble and listen reverently to Fray Pablo whenever he desired to dispute with them, to furnish him with what books he desired, and to defray his expenses, which they could deduct from their tribute. 2 years later, Fray Pablo challenged another prominent Hebrew, the Rabbi Ben Astric, chief of the synagogue of Gerona, who refused until he had the pledge of King Jaime and of the great Dominican Sant Ramon de Peñafort that he should not be held accountable for what he might utter in debate. But when, at the request of the Bishop of Gerona, Ben Astric wrote out his argument, the frailes Pablo and Ramon accused him of blasphemy, for it was manifestly impossible that a Jew could defend his strict monotheism and messianic belief without a course of reasoning that would appear blasphemous to susceptible theologians. The rabbi alleged the royal pledge. Jaime proposed that he should be banished for 2 years and his book be burnt, but this did not satisfy the Dominican frailes, and he dismissed the matter, forbidding the prosecution of the rabbi except before himself. Appeal seems to have been made to Clement IV, who addressed King Jaime in wrathful mood, blaming him for the favor shown to Jews and ordering him to deprive them of office and to depress and trample on them. Ben Astric especially, he said, should be made an example without, however, mutilating or slaying him. This explosion of papal indignation fell harmless, but the zeal of the Dominicans had been inflamed, and in laboring for the conversion of the Jews they not unnaturally aroused antagonism towards those who refused to abandon their faith. So long before as 1242, Jaime had issued an edict, confirmed by Innocent IV in 1245, empowering the mendicant friars to have free access to juderias and morerias, to assemble the inhabitants and compel them to listen to sermons intended for their conversion. The Dominicans now availed themselves of this with such vigor and excited such hostility to the Jews that Jaime was obliged to step forward for their protection. He assured the aljamas that they were not accountable for what was contained in their books, unless it was to the dishonor of Christ, the Virgin, and the saints, and all accusations must be submitted to him in person. Their freedom of trade was not to be curtailed. Meat slaughtered by them could be freely exposed for sale in the juderias, but not elsewhere. Dealing in skins was not to be interfered with. Their synagogues and cemeteries were to be subject to their exclusive control. Their right to receive interest on loans was not to be impaired, nor their power to collect debts. They were not to be compelled to listen to the friars outside of their juderias, because otherwise they were liable to insult and dishonor. Nor were the frailes, when preaching in the synagogues, to be accompanied by disorderly mobs, but at most by 10 discreet Christians. Finally, no novel limitations were to be imposed on them except by royal command after hearing them in opposition. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 2 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. by Henry Charles LEA, Book 1, Chapter 3, The Jews and the Conversos, Part 2. These provisions indicate the direction in which Dominican zeal was striving to curtail the privileges so long enjoyed by the Jews, and the royal intention to protect them against local legislation which had doubtless been attempted under this impulsion. They were not remiss in gratitude, for when, in 1274, Jaime attended the Council of Leon, they contributed 71,000 sueldos to enable him to appear with fitting magnificence. The royal protection was speedily needed, for the tide of persecuting zeal was rising among the clergy, and, shortly after his return from Leon, on a Good Friday, the ecclesiastics of Gerona rang the bells, summoned the populace, and attacked the Juderia, which was one of the largest and most flourishing in Catalonia. They would have succeeded in destroying it but for the interposition of Jaime, who chanced to be in the city and who defended the Jews with force of arms. After the death of Jaime in 1276, the ecclesiastics seem to have thought that they could safely obey the commands of Clement IV, especially as Nicholas IV, in 1278, instructed the Dominican general to depute pious brethren everywhere to convoke the Jews and labor for their conversion, with the significant addition that lists of those refusing baptism were to be made out and submitted to him, when he would determine what was to be done with them. How the frailes interpreted the papal utterances is indicated in a letter of Pedro III to Pedro, Bishop of Gerona, in April of this same year, 1278, reciting that he had already appealed repeatedly to him to put an end to the assaults of the clergy on the Jews, and now he learns that they have again attacked the Juderia, stoning it from the tower of the cathedral and from their own houses, and then assaulting it, laying waste the gardens and vineyards of the Jews, and even destroying their graves. And when the royal herald stood up to forbid the work, drowning his voice with yells and derisions. Pedro accuses the bishop of stimulating the clergy to these outrages, and orders him to put a stop to it and punish the offenders. He was still more energetic when the French crusade under Philippe le Hardi was advancing to the siege of Gerona in 1285, and his Moorish soldiers in the garrison undertook to sack the Call Judich or Juderia, when he threw himself among them, mace in hand, struck down a number, and finished by hanging several of them. He offered no impediment, however, to the conversion of the Jews, for in 1279 he ordered his officials to compel them to listen to the Franciscans, who, in obedience to the commands of the Pope, might wish to preach to them in their synagogues. These intrusions of frailes into the Juderias inevitably led to trouble, for there is significance in a letter of Jaime II, April 4th, 1305, to his representative in Palma, alluding to recent scandals, for the future prevention of which he orders that no priest shall enter the Juderia to administer the sacraments without being accompanied by a secular official. This precaution was unavailing, for it doubtless was a continuance of such provocation that led to a disturbance about 1315, affording to King Jaime an excuse for confiscating the whole property of the aljama of Palma and then commuting the penalty to a fine of 95,000 libras. The source of these troubles is suggested by a royal order of 1327 to the governor of Majorca, forbidding the baptism of Jewish children under 7 years of age, or the forcible baptism of Jews of any age. During all this period there had been an Inquisition in Aragon, which of course could not interfere with Jews as such, for they were beyond its jurisdiction, but which stood ready to punish any more or less veritable efforts at propagandism or offences of fautorship. The crown had no objection to using it as a means of extortion, while preventing it from exterminating or crippling subjects so useful. A diploma of Jaime II, October 14, 1311, recites that the inquisitor, Fray Juan Latker, had learned that the aljamas of Barcelona, Tarragona, Montblanc, and Villafranca had harbored and fed certain Jewish converts who had relapsed to Judaism, as well as others who had come from foreign parts. He had given Fray Juan the necessary support, enabling him to verify the accusations on the spot, and had received his report to that effect. Now, therefore, he issues a free and full pardon to the offending aljamas, with assurance that they shall not be prosecuted either civilly or criminally, for which grace on October 10th they had paid him 10,000 sueldos. In this case there seems to have been no regular trial by the Inquisition, the king having superseded it by his action. In another more serious case he intervened after trial and sentenced to commute the punishment. In 1326 the aljama of Calatayud subjected itself to the Inquisition by not only receiving back a woman who had been baptized, but by circumcising 2 Christians. Tried by the inquisitor and the Bishop of Tarazona, it had been found guilty, and it had been sentenced to a fine of 20,000 sueldos and its members to confiscation. But King Jaime, by a cedula of February 6, 1326, released them from the confiscation and all other penalties on payment of the fine. Although Castile was slower than Aragon to receive impulses from abroad, in the early 14th century we begin to find traces of a similar movement of the Church against the Jews. In 1307 the aljama of Toledo complained to Fernando IV that the dean and chapter had obtained from Clement V bulls conferring on them jurisdiction over Jews, in virtue of which they were enforcing the canons against usury and stripping the Jewish community of its property. At this time there was no question in Spain, such as we shall see debated hereafter, of the royal prerogative to control obnoxious papal letters, and Fernando at once ordered the chapter to surrender the bulls. All action under them was pronounced void, and restitution in double was threatened for all damage inflicted. The Jews, he said, were his Jews. They were not to be incapacitated from paying their taxes, and the Pope had no power to infringe on the rights of the crown. He instructed Ferran Núñez de Pantoja to compel obedience, and after some offenders had been arrested, the frightened canons surrendered the bulls and abandoned their promising speculation. But the affair left behind it enmities which displayed themselves deplorably afterwards. In spite of the royal favor and protection, the legislation of the period commences to manifest a tendency to limit the privileges of the Jews, showing that popular sentiment was gradually turning against them. As early as 1286, Sancho IV agreed to deprive them of their special judges, and though the law was not generally enforced, it indicates the spirit that called for it and procured its repetition in the Cortes of Valladolid in 1307. Complaints were loud and numerous of the Jewish tax-gatherers, and the young Fernando IV was obliged repeatedly to promise that the revenues should not be farmed out, nor their collection be entrusted to caballeros, ecclesiastics, or Jews. The turbulence which attended his minority and short reign, and the minority of his son Alfonso XI, afforded a favorable opportunity for the manifestation of hostility, and the royal power was too weak to prevent the curtailment in various directions of the Jewish privileges. We have seen in the preceding chapter the temper in which the Spanish prelates returned from the Council of Vienne in 1312, and the proscriptive legislation enacted by them in the Council of Zamora in 1313 and its successors. Everything favored the development of this spirit of intolerance, and at the Cortes of Burgos in 1315 the regents of the young Alfonso XI conceded that the Clementine canon, abrogating all laws that permitted usury, should be enforced, that all mixed actions, civil and criminal, should be tried by the royal judges, that the evidence of a Jew should not be received against a Christian, while that of a Christian was good against a Jew, that Jews were not to assume Christian names, Christian nurses were not to suckle Jews, and sumptuary laws were directed against the luxury of Jewish vestments. This may be said to mark the commencement of the long struggle which, in spite of their wonderful powers of resistance, was to end in the destruction of the Spanish Jews. Throughout the varying phases of the conflict, the Church, in its efforts to arouse popular hatred, was powerfully aided by the odium which the Jews themselves excited through their ostentation, their usury, and their functions as public officials. A strong race is not apt to be an amiable one. The Jews were proud of their ancient lineage and the purity of their descent from the kings and heroes of the Old Testament. A man who could trace his ancestry to David would look with infinite scorn on the hidalgos who boasted of the blood of Lain Calvo, and, if the favor of the monarch rendered safe the expression of his feelings, his haughtiness was not apt to win friends among those who repaid his contempt with interest. The Oriental fondness for display was a grievous offense among the people. The wealth of the kingdom was, to a great extent, in Jewish hands, affording ample opportunity of contrast between their magnificence and the poverty of the Christian multitude, and the lavish extravagance with which they adorned themselves, their women, and their retainers, was well fitted to excite envy more potent for evil, because more widespread, than enmity arising from individual wrongs. Shortly before the catastrophe, at the close of the 15th century, Afonso V of Portugal, who was well affected towards them, asked the chief rabbi, Joseph ben Yahya, why he did not prevent his people from a display provocative of the assertion that their wealth was derived from robbery of the Christians, adding that he required no answer, for nothing save spoliation and massacre would cure them of it. A more practical and far-reaching cause of enmity was the usury, through which a great portion of their wealth was acquired. The money-lender has everywhere been an unpopular character, and in the Middle Ages he was especially so. When the Church pronounced any interest or any advantage, direct or indirect, derived from loans to be a sin for which the sinner could not be admitted to penance without making restitution, when the justification of taking interest was regarded as a heresy to be punished as such by the Inquisition, a stigma was placed on the moneylender, his gains were rendered hazardous, and his calling became one which an honorable Christian could not follow. Mercantile Italy early outgrew these dogmas, which retarded so greatly all material development, and it managed to reconcile, per fas et nefas, the canons with the practical necessities of business. But elsewhere throughout Europe, wherever Jews were allowed to exist, the lending of money or goods on interest inevitably fell, for the most part, into their hands, for they were governed by their own moral code and were not subject to the Church. It exhausted all devices to coerce them through their rulers, but the object aimed at was too incompatible with the necessities of advancing civilization to have any influence save the indefinite postponement of relief to the borrower. The unsavoriness of the calling, its risks, and the scarcity of coin during the Middle Ages conspired to render the current rates of interest exorbitantly oppressive. In Aragon the Jews were allowed to charge 20% per annum, in Castile 33%, and the constant repetition of these limitations and the provisions against all manner of ingenious devices by fictitious sales and other frauds to obtain an illegal increase show how little the laws were respected in the grasping avarice with which the Jews speculated on the necessities of their customers. In 1326 the aljama of Cuenca, considering the legal rate of 33% too low, refused absolutely to lend either money or wheat for the sowing. This caused great distress, and the town council entered into negotiations, resulting in an agreement by which the Jews were authorized to charge 40%. In 1385 the Cortes of Valladolid describe one cause of the necessity of submitting to whatever exactions the Jews saw fit to impose, when it says that the new lords, to whom Henry of Trastamara had granted towns and villages, were accustomed to imprison their vassals and starve and torture them to force payment of what they had not got, obliging them to get money from Jews, to whom they gave whatever bonds were demanded. Monarchs as well as peasants were subject to these impositions. In Navarre a law of Felipe III in 1330 limited the rate of interest to 20%, and we find this paid by his grandson Carlos III in 1399 for a loan of 1,000 florins, but in 1401 he paid at the rate of 35% for a loan of 2,000 florins, and in 1402 his queen, Dona Leonor, borrowed 70 florins from her Jewish physician Abraham at 4 florins a month, giving him silver plate as security. Finding at the end of 21 months that the interest amounted to 84 florins, she begged a reduction, and he contented himself with 30 florins. When money could be procured in no other way, when the burgher had to raise it to pay his taxes or the extortions of his lord, and the husbandman had to procure seed corn or starve, it is easy to see how all had to submit to the exactions of the moneylender; how, in spite of occasional plunder and scaling of debts, the Jews absorbed the floating capital of the community, and how recklessly they aided the frailes in concentrating popular detestation on themselves. It was in vain that the Ordenamiento de Alcalá in 1348 prohibited usury to Moors and Jews as well as to Christians. It was an inevitable necessity, and it continued to flourish. Equally effective in arousing antipathy were the functions of the Jews as holders of office, and especially as almojarifes and recabdores, farmers of the revenues and collectors of taxes, which brought them into the closest and most exasperating relations with the people. In that age of impoverished treasuries and rude financial expedients, the customary mode of raising funds was by farming out the revenues to the highest bidder of specific sums. As the profit of the speculation depended on the amount to be wrung from the people, the subordinate collectors would be merciless in exaction and indefatigable in tracing out delinquents, exciting odium which extended to all the race. It was in vain that the Church repeatedly prohibited the employment of Jews in public office. Their ability and skill rendered them indispensable to monarchs, nobles, and prelates, and the complaints which rose against them on all sides were useless. Thus, in the quarrel between the chapter of Toledo and the great Archbishop Rodrigo, in which the former appealed to Gregory IX in 1236, one of the grievances alleged is that he appointed Jews to be provosts of the common table of the chapter, thus enabling them to defraud the canons. They even passed through the church and often entered the chapter house itself, to the great scandal of all Christians. They collected the tithes and thirds and governed the vassals and possessions of the church, greatly enriching themselves by plundering the patrimony of the crucified. Wherefore the Pope was earnestly prayed to expel the Jews from these offices and compel them to make restitution. When prelates such as Archbishop Rodrigo paid so little heed to the commands of the Church, it is not to be supposed that monarchs were more obedient, or were more disposed to forego the advantages derivable from the services of these accomplished financiers. How these men assisted their masters while enriching themselves is exemplified by Don Sa de la Maleja, almoharife mayor to Alfonso X. When the king in 1257 was raising an army to subdue Aben Nothfot, king of Niebla, Don Sa undertook to defray all the expenses of the campaign in consideration of the assignment to him of certain taxes, some of which he was still enjoying in 1272. It was useless for the people who groaned under the exactions of these efficient officials to protest against their employment and to extort from the monarch's repeated promises no longer to employ them. The promises were never kept, and until the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella this source of irritation continued. There was, it is true, one exception, the result of which was not conducive to a continuance of the experiment. In 1385 the Cortes of Valladolid obtained from Juan I a decree prohibiting the employment of Jews as tax collectors, not only by the king but also by prelates and nobles, in consequence of which ecclesiastics obtained the collection of the royal revenues, but when they were called upon to settle they excommunicated the alcaldes who sought to compel payment, leading to great confusion and bitterer complaints than ever. When the Jews thus gave grounds so ample for popular dislike, it says much for the kindly feeling between the races that the efforts of the Church to excite a spirit of intolerance made progress so slow. These took form as a comprehensive and systematic movement at the Council of Zamora in 1313 and its successors described in the preceding chapter. But in spite of them, Alfonso XI continued to protect his Jewish subjects, and the labors of the good fathers awoke no particular response. In Aragon, a canon of the Council of Lerida in 1325, forbidding Christians to be present at Jewish weddings and circumcisions, shows how fruitless as yet had been the effort to produce mutual alienation. Navarre had the earliest foretaste of the wrath to come. It was then under its French princes, and when Charles LEA died, February 1, 1328, a zealous Franciscan, Fray Pedro Oligoyen, apparently taking advantage of the interregnum, stirred with his eloquent preaching the people to rise against the Jews, and led them to pillage and slaughter. The storm burst on the aljama of Estella, March 1st, and rapidly spread throughout the kingdom. Neither age nor sex was spared, and the number of victims is variously estimated at from 6,000 to 10,000. Queen Jeanne and her husband Philippe l'Evreux, who succeeded to the throne, caused Oligoyen to be prosecuted, but the result is not known. They further speculated on the terrible massacre by imposing heavy fines on Estella and Viana and by seizing the property of the dead and fugitive Jews, and they also levied on the ruined aljamas the sum of 15,000 livres to defray their coronation expenses. Thus fatally weakened, the Jews of Navarre were unable to endure the misfortunes of the long and disastrous reign of Charles le Mauvais, 1350–1387. A general emigration resulted, to arrest which Charles prohibited the purchase of landed property from Jews without special royal license. A list of taxables in 1366 shows only 453 Jewish families and 150 Moorish, not including Pampeluna, where both races are taxable by the bishop. Although Charles and his son Charles the Noble, 1387–1425, had Jews for almoharifes, it was in vain that they endeavored to allure the fugitives back by privileges and exemptions. The aljamas continued to dwindle until the revenue from them was inconsiderable. In Castile and Aragon, the Black Death caused massacres of Jews, as elsewhere throughout Europe, though not so widespread and terrible. In Catalonia, the troubles commenced at Barcelona and spread to other places, in spite of the efforts of Pedro IV, both in prevention and punishment. They had little special religious significance, but were rather the result of the relaxation of social order in the fearful disorganization accompanying the pestilence, and after it had passed, the survivors. Christians, Jews, and Mudejares were for a moment knit more closely together in the bonds of a common humanity. It is to the credit of Clement VI that he did what he could to arrest the fanaticism which, especially in Germany, offered to the Jews the alternative of death or baptism. Following, as he said, in the footsteps of Calixtus II, Eugenius III, Alexander III, Clement III, Coelestin III, Innocent III, Gregory IX, Nicholas III, Honorius IV, and Nicholas IV, he pointed out the absurdity of attributing the plague to the Jews. They had offered to submit to judicial examination and sentence, besides which the pestilence raged in lands where there were no Jews. He therefore ordered all prelates to proclaim to the people assembled for worship that Jews were not to be beaten, wounded, or slain, and that those who so treated them were subjected to the anathema of the Holy See. It was a timely warning, and worthy of one who spoke in the name of Christ, but it availed little to overcome the influence of the assiduous teaching of intolerance through so many centuries. When Pedro the Cruel ascended to the throne of Castile in 1350, the Jews might reasonably look forward to a prosperous future, but his reign in reality proved the turning point in their fortunes. He surrounded himself with Jews and confided to them the protection of his person, while the rebellious faction, headed by Henry of Trastamara, his illegitimate brother, declared themselves the enemies of the race, and used Pedro's favor for them as a political weapon. He was asserted to be a Jew, substituted for a girl born of Queen Maria, whose husband Alfonso XI was said to have sworn that he would kill her if she did not give him a boy. It was also reported that he was no Christian but an adherent of the law of Moses, and that the government of Castile was wholly in the hands of Jews. It was not difficult, therefore, to arouse clerical hostility, as manifested by Urban V, who denounced him as a rebel to the Church, a fautor of Jews and Moors, a propagator of infidelity, and a slayer of Christians. Of this the insurgents took full advantage, and demonstrated their piety in the most energetic manner. When, in 1355, Henry of Trastamara and his brother, the Master of Santiago, entered Toledo to liberate Queen Blanche, who was confined in the Alcazar, they sacked the smaller Juderia and slew its 1,200 inmates without sparing sex or age. They also besieged the principal Juderia, which was walled around, and, defended by Pedro's followers until his arrival with reinforcements, drove off the assailants. 5 years later, when, in 1360, Henry of Trastamara invaded Castile with the aid of Pedro IV of Aragon, on reaching Najara he ordered a massacre of the Jews, and as Ayala states that this was done to win popularity, it may be assumed that free license for pillage was granted. Apparently stimulated by this example, the people of Miranda del Ebro, led by Pero Martinez, son of the precentor, and by Pero Sanchez de Banuelas, fell upon Jews in their town, but King Pedro hastened thither, and as a deterrent example boiled one leader and roasted the other. When at length, in 1366, Henry led into Spain Bertrand de Guesclin and his hordes of free companions, the slaughter of the Jews was terrible. Multitudes fled, and the French chronicler deplores the number that sought refuge in Paris and preyed upon the people with their usuries. The aljama of Toledo purchased exemption with 1,000,000 of maravedis, raised in 10 days, to pay off the mercenaries, but as the whole land lay for a time at the mercy of the reckless bands, slaughter and pillage were general. Finally, the fratricide at Montiel in 1369 deprived the Jews of their protector, and left Henry undisputed master of Castile. What they had to expect from him was indicated by his levying, June 6, 1369, within 3 months of his brother's murder, 20,000 dobles on the Juderia of Toledo, and authorizing the sale at auction not only of the property of the inmates but of their persons into slavery, or their imprisonment in chains with starvation or torture until the amount should be raised. It was doubtless to earn popularity that about the same time he released all Christians and Moors from obligation to pay debts due to Jews, though he was subsequently persuaded to rescind this decree, which would have destroyed the ability of the Jews to pay their imposts. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 2. Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 3 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 1, Chapter 3, The Jews and the Conversos, Part 3. Yet the Jews were indispensable in the conduct of affairs, and Henry was obliged to employ them like his predecessors. His contador mayor was Yusef Pichon, a Jew of the highest consideration, who incurred the enmity of some of the leaders of his people. They accused him to the king, who demanded of him 40,000 dobles, which sum he paid within 20 days. With rancor unsatisfied when Henry died in 1379, and his son Juan I came to Burgos to be crowned, they obtained from him an order to his alguacil to put to death a mischief-making Jew whom they would designate. Armed with this, they then took the alguacil to Pichon's house in the early morning, called him on some pretext from his bed, and pointed him out as the designated person to the alguacil, who killed him on the spot. Juan was greatly angered. The alguacil was punished with the loss of a hand. The judge of the Juderia of Burgos was put to death, and the Jews of Castile were deprived of jurisdiction over the lives of their fellows. We have already seen how the legislation of this period was rapidly taking a direction unfavorable to the Jews. The accession of the house of Trastamara had distinctly injured their position. The Church had freer scope to excite popular prejudice, while their retention as tax collectors and their usurious practices afforded ample material for the stimulation of popular vindictiveness. The condition existed for a catastrophe, and the man to precipitate it was not lacking. Ferran Martinez, Archdeacon of Ecija and official or judicial representative of the Archbishop of Seville, Pedro Barroso, was a man of indomitable firmness, and, though without much learning, was highly esteemed for his unusual devoutness, his solid virtue, and his eminent charity, which latter quality he evinced in founding and supporting the hospital of Santa Maria in Seville. Unfortunately, he was a fanatic, and the Jews were the object of his remorseless zeal, which his high official position gave him ample opportunity of gratifying. In his sermons he denounced them savagely, and excited popular passion against them, keeping them in constant apprehension of an outbreak, while, as ecclesiastical judge, he extended his jurisdiction illegally over them, to their frequent damage. In conjunction with other episcopal officials, he issued letters to the magistrates of the towns ordering them to expel the Jews, letters which he sought to enforce by personal visitations. The Aljama of Seville, the largest and richest in Castile, appealed to the king, and, little as Henry of Trastamara loved the Jews, the threatened loss to his finances led him, in August 1378, to formally command Martinez to desist from his incendiary course. Nor was this the first warning, as is shown by allusions to previous letters of the same import. To this Martinez paid no obedience, and the aljama had recourse to Rome, where it procured bulls for its protection, which Martinez disregarded as contemptuously as he had the royal mandate. Complaint was again made to the throne, and Juan I, in 1382, repeated his father's commands to no effect, for another royal letter of 1383 accuses Martinez of saying in his sermons that he knew the king would regard as a service any assault or slaying of the Jews, and that impunity might be relied upon. For this he was threatened with punishment that would make an example of him, but it did not silence him, and in 1388 the frightened aljama summoned him before the alcaldes and had the 3 royal letters read, summoning him to obey them. He replied with insults, and a week later put in a formal answer to which he said that he was but obeying Christ and the laws, and that if he were to execute the laws he would tear down the 23 synagogues in Seville, as they had all been illegally erected. The dean and chapter became alarmed and appealed to the king, but Juan, in place of enforcing his neglected commands, replied that he would look into the matter. The zeal of the archdeacon was holy, but it must not be allowed to breed disturbance, for although the Jews were wicked, they were under the royal protection. This vacillation encouraged Martinez, who labored still more strenuously to inflame the people, newly prejudiced against the Jews by the murder of Yusef Pichon, who had been greatly beloved by all Seville. No one dared to interfere in their defence, but Martinez furnished an opportunity of silencing him by calling in question in his sermons the powers of the Pope in certain matters. He was summoned before an assembly of theologians and doctors when he was as defiant of the episcopal authority as of the royal, rendering himself contumacious and suspect of heresy, wherefore on August 2nd, 1389, Archbishop Barroso suspended him both as to jurisdiction and preaching until his trial should be concluded. This gave the Jews a breathing space, but Barroso died July 7, 1390, followed October 9 by Juan I. The chapter must have secretly sympathized with Martinez, for it elected him one of the provisors of the diocese sede vacante, thus clothing him with increased power, and we hear nothing more of the trial for heresy. Juan had left as his successor Henry III, known as El Doliente, or the Invalid, a child of 11, and quarrels threatening civil war at once arose over the question of the regency. Martinez now had nothing to fear, and he lost no time in sending, December 8th, to the clergy of the towns in the diocese, commands under pain of excommunication to tear down within 3 hours the synagogues of the enemies of God calling themselves Jews. The building materials were to be used for the repair of the churches. If resistance was offered, it was to be suppressed by force, and an interdict to be laid on the town until the good work was accomplished. These orders were not universally obeyed, but enough ruin was wrought to lead the frightened aljama of Seville to appeal to the regency, threatening to leave the land if they could not be protected from Martinez. The answer to this was prompt and decided. On December 22nd a missive was addressed to the dean and chapter and was officially read to them, January 10, 1391. It held them responsible for his acts, as they had elected him provisor and had not checked him. He must be at once removed from office, be forced to abstain from preaching and to rebuild the ruined synagogues, in default of which they must make good all damages and incur a fine of 1,000 gold dobles each, with other arbitrary punishments. Letters of similar import were addressed at the same time to Martinez himself. On January 15th the chapter again assembled and presented its official reply, which deprived Martinez of the provisorship, forbade him to preach against the Jews, and required him within a year to rebuild all synagogues destroyed by his orders. Then Martinez arose and protested that neither king nor chapter had jurisdiction over him, and their sentences were null and void. The synagogues had been destroyed by order of Archbishop Barroso, 2 of them in his lifetime, and they had been built illegally without license. His defiant answer concluded with a declaration that he repented of nothing that he had done. The result justified the dauntless reliance of Martinez on the popular passion which he had been stimulating for so many years. What answer the Regency made to this denial of its jurisdiction the documents fail to inform us, but no effective steps were taken to restrain him. His preaching continued as violent as ever, and the Seville mob grew more and more restless in the prospect of gratifying at once its zeal for the faith and its thirst for pillage. In March the aspect of affairs was more alarming than ever. The rabble were feeling their way with outrages and insults, and the Juderia was in hourly danger of being sacked. Juan Alonso Guzman, Count of Niebla, the most powerful noble of Andalusia, was adelantado of the province and alcalde mayor of Seville, and his kinsman Alvar Perez de Guzman was alguacil mayor. On March 15th they seized some of the most turbulent of the crowd and proceeded to scourge 2 of them, but in place of awing the populace this led to open sedition. The Guzmans were glad to escape with their lives, and popular fury was directed against the Jews, resulting in considerable bloodshed and plunder. But at length the authorities, aided by the nobles, prevailed, and order was apparently restored. By this time the agitation was spreading to Córdoba, Toledo, Burgos, and other places. Everywhere fanaticism and greed were aroused, and the Council of Regency vainly sent pressing commands to all the large cities in the hope of averting the catastrophe. Martinez continued his inflammatory harangues, and sought to turn to the advantage of religion the storm which he had aroused, by procuring a general, forcible conversion of the Jews. The excitement increased, and on June 9th the tempest broke in a general rising of the populace against the Juderia. Few of its inhabitants escaped. The number of slain was estimated at 4,000, and those of the survivors who did not succeed in flying only saved their lives by accepting baptism. Of the 3 synagogues, 2 were converted into churches for the Christians who settled in the Jewish quarter, and the 3rd sufficed for the miserable remnant of Israel, which slowly gathered together after the storm had passed. From Seville the flame spread throughout the kingdoms of Castile, from shore to shore. In the paralysis of public authority, during the summer and early autumn of 1391, one city after another followed the example. The Juderias were sacked, the Jews who would not submit to baptism were slain, and fanaticism and cupidity held their orgies unchecked. The Moors escaped, for though many wished to include them in the slaughter, they were restrained by a wholesome fear of reprisals on the Christian captives in Granada and Africa. The total number of victims was estimated at 50,000, but this is probably an exaggeration. For this wholesale butchery and its accompanying rapine there was complete immunity. In Castile there was no attempt made to punish the guilty. It is true that when Henry attained his majority in 1395 and came to Seville, he caused Martinez to be arrested, but the penalty inflicted must have been trivial, for we are told that it did not affect the high estimation in which he was held, and on his death in 1404 he bequeathed valuable possessions to the hospital of Santa Maria. The misfortunes of the aljama of Seville were rendered complete when, in January 1396, Henry bestowed on 2 of his favorites all the houses and lands of the Jews there, and in May he followed this by forbidding that any of those concerned in the murder and pillage should be harassed with punishment or fines. In Aragon there was a king more ready to meet the crisis, and the warning given at Seville was not neglected. Popular excitement was manifesting itself by assaults, robberies, and murders in many places. In the city of Valencia, which had a large Jewish population, the authorities exerted themselves to repress these excesses, and King Juan I ordered gallows to be erected in the streets, while a guard made nightly rounds along the walls of the Juderia. These precautions and the presence of the Infante Martin, who was recruiting for an expedition to Sicily, postponed the explosion, but it came at last. On Sunday, July 9th, 1391, a crowd of boys with crosses made of cane and a banner marched to one of the gates of the Juderia, crying death or baptism for the Jews. By the time the gate was closed a portion of the boys were inside, and those excluded shouted that the Jews were killing their comrades. Hard by there was a recruiting station with its group of idle vagabonds, who rushed to the Juderia, and the report spread through the city that the Jews were slaying Christians. The magistrates and the Infante hastened to the gate, but the frightened Jews kept it closed, and thus they were excluded, while the mob effected entrance from adjoining houses and by the old rampart below the bridge. The Juderia was sacked, and several hundred Jews were slain before the tumult could be suppressed. Demonstrations were also made on the Moreria, but troops were brought up and the mob was driven back. Some 70 or 80 arrests were made, and the next day a searching investigation as to the vast amount of plunder led to the recovery of much of it. This added to the agitation, which went on increasing. With August 4th came the feast of St. Dominic, when the Dominicans were everywhere conspicuous and active. The next day, as though in concert, the tempest burst in Toledo and Barcelona, in the former city with fearful massacre and conflagration. In the latter, despite the warning at Valencia, the authorities were unprepared when the mob arose and rushed into the call or Jewry, slaying without mercy. A general demand for baptism went up, and when the civic forces arrived the slaughter was stopped, but the plunder continued. Some of the pillagers were arrested, and among them a few Castilians who as safe victims were condemned to death the next day. Under pretext that this was unjust, the mob broke into the jail and liberated the prisoners. Then the cry arose to finish with the Jews, who had taken refuge in the Castillo Nuevo, which was subjected to a regular siege. Ringing the bells brought in crowds of peasants eager for disorder and spoil. The Bailia was attacked and the registers of crown property destroyed in the hope of evading taxes. On August 8th the Castillo Nuevo was entered, and all Jews who would not accept baptism were put to the sword. The castle was sacked, and the peasants departed laden with booty. The Juderia of Barcelona must have been small, for the number of slain was estimated at only 300. At Palma, the capital of Majorca, some 300 Jews were put to death, and the rest escaped only by submitting to baptism. The riots continued for some time and spread to attacks on the public buildings, until the gentlemen of the city armed themselves and, after a stubborn conflict, suppressed the disturbance. The chief aljamas of the kingdom were the appanage of the queen consort, and Queen Violante made good her losses by levying on the island a fine of 150,000 gold florins. The gentlemen of Palma remonstrated at the hardship of being punished after putting down the rioters. She reduced the fine to 120,000, swearing by the life of her unborn child that she would have justice. The fine was paid, and soon afterwards she gave birth to a stillborn infant. Thus, in one place after another, Gerona, Lerida, Saragossa, the subterranean flame burst forth, fed by the infernal passions of fanaticism, greed, and hatred. It seems incredible that, with the royal power resolved to protect its unhappy subjects, these outrages should have continued throughout the summer into autumn, for when the local authorities were determined to suppress these uprisings, as at Murviedo and Castellon de la Plana, they were able to do so. If Juan I was unable to prevent the massacres, he at least was determined not to let them pass unpunished. Many executions followed, and some commutations for money payments were granted. The aljama of Barcelona had been a source of much profit to the crown, and he strove to re-establish it in new quarters, offering various privileges and exemptions to attract newcomers. It was crushed, however, beyond resuscitation, but few of its members had escaped by hiding. Nearly all had been slain or baptized, and, great as were the franchises offered, the memory of the catastrophe seems to have outweighed them. In 1395 the new synagogue was converted into a church or monastery of Trinitarian monks, and the wealthy aljama of Barcelona, with its memories of so many centuries, ceased to exist. About the year 1400 the city obtained a privilege which prohibited the formation of a Juderia or the residence of a Jew within its limits. Antipathy to Judaism, as we shall see, was rapidly increasing, and when, in 1425, Alfonso VI confirmed this privilege, he decreed that all Jews then in the city should depart within 60 days under penalty of scourging, and thereafter a stay of 15 days was the utmost limit allowed for temporary residence. If I have dwelt in what may seem disproportionate length on this guerra sacra contra los Judeos, as Villanueva terms these massacres, it is because they form a turning point in Spanish history. In the relations between the races of the peninsula the old order of things was closed, and the new order, which was to prove so benumbing to material and intellectual development, was about to open. The immediate results were not long in becoming apparent. Not only was the prosperity of Castile and Aragon diminished by the shock to the commerce and industry so largely in Jewish hands, but the revenues of the crown, the churches, and the nobles, based upon the taxation of the Jews, suffered enormously. Pious foundations were ruined, and bishops had to appeal to the king for assistance to maintain the services of their cathedrals. Of the Jews who had escaped, the major portion had only done so by submitting to baptism, and these were no longer subject to the capitation tax and special imposts, which had furnished the surest part of the income of cities, prelates, nobles, and sovereigns. Still the converted Jews with their energy and intelligence remained unfettered and unhampered in the pursuit of wealth and advancement, which was to benefit the community as well as themselves. It was reserved for further progress in the path now entered to deprive Spain of the services of her most industrious children. The most deplorable result of the massacres was that they rendered inevitable this further progress in the same direction. The Church had at last succeeded in opening the long-desired chasm between the races. It had looked on in silence while the Archdeacon of Écija was bringing about the catastrophe, and pope and prelate uttered no word to stay the long tragedy of murder and spoliation, which they regarded as an act of God to bring the stubborn Hebrew into the fold of Christ. Henceforth the old friendliness between Jew and Christian was, for the most part, a thing of the past. Fanaticism and intolerance were fairly aroused, to grow stronger with each generation as fresh wrongs and oppression widened the abyss between believer and unbeliever, and as new preachers of discord arose to teach the masses that the kindness to the Jew was sin against God. Thus gradually the Spanish character changed until it was prepared to accept the Inquisition, which by a necessary reaction stimulated the development of bigotry until Spain became what we shall see it in the 16th and 17th centuries. That the Archdeacon of Écija was in reality the remote founder of the Inquisition will become evident when we consider the fortunes of the new class created by the massacres of 1391, that of the converted Jews, known as New Christians, Marranos, or Conversos. Conversion, as we have seen, was always favored by the laws, and the convert was received with a heartiness of social equality which shows that, as yet, there was no antagonism of race, but only of religion. The Jew who became a Christian was eligible to any position in church or state, or to any matrimonial alliance for which his abilities or character fitted him. But conversions had hitherto been too rare, and the converts for the most part too humble, for them to play any distinctive part in the social organization. While the massacres doubtless were largely owing to the attractions of disorder and pillage, the religious element in them was indicated by the fact that everywhere the Jews were offered the alternative of baptism, and that, where willingness was shown to embrace Christianity, slaughter was at once suspended. The pressure was so fierce and overwhelming that whole communities were baptized, as we have seen at Barcelona and Palma. At Valencia, an official report made on July 14th, 5 days after the massacre, states that all the Jews, except a few who were in hiding, had already been baptized. They came forward demanding baptism in such droves that, in all the churches, the holy chrism was exhausted, and the priests knew not where to get more, but each morning the crismera would be found miraculously filled, so that the supply held out. Nor was this by any means the only sign that the whole terrible affair was the mysterious work of Providence to effect so holy an end. The chiefs of the synagogues were included among the converts, and we can believe the statement, current at the time, that in Valencia alone the conversions amounted to 11,000. Moreover, it was not only in the scenes of massacre that this good work went on. So startling and relentless was the slaughter that panic destroyed the unyielding fortitude so often manifested by the Jews under trial. In many places they did not wait for a rising of the Christians, but at the first menace, or even in mere anticipation of danger, they came eagerly forward and clamored to be admitted into the church. In Aragon the total number of conversions was reckoned at 100,000, and in Castile as certainly not less, and this is probably no great exaggeration. Neophytes such as these could scarce be expected to prove steadfast in their new faith. In this tempest of proselytism the central figure was San Vicente Ferrer, to the fervor of whose preaching posterity attributed the popular excitement leading to the massacres. This doubtless does him an injustice, but the fact that he was on hand in Valencia on the fatal 9th of July may perhaps be an indication that the affair was prearranged. His eloquence was unrivaled. Immense crowds assembled to drink in his words. No matter what was the native language of the listener, we are told that his Catalan was intelligible to Moor, Greek, German, Frenchman, Italian, and Hungarian, while the virtue which flowed from him on these occasions healed the infirm and repeatedly restored the dead to life. Such was the man who, during the prolonged massacres, and subsequently while the terror which they excited continued to dominate the unfortunate race, traversed Spain from end to end with restless and indefatigable zeal, preaching, baptizing, and numbering his converts by the thousand. On a single day in Toledo he is said to have converted no less than 4,000. It is to be hoped that, in some cases at least, he may have restrained the murderous mob, if only by hiding its victims in the baptismal font. The Jews slowly recovered themselves from the terrible shock. They emerged from their concealment and endeavored, with characteristic dauntless energy, to rebuild their shattered fortunes. Now, however, with diminished numbers and exhausted wealth, they had to face new enemies. Not only was Christian fanaticism inflamed and growing even stronger, but the wholesale baptisms had created the new class of conversos, who were thenceforth to become the deadliest opponents of their former brethren. Many chiefs of the synagogue, learned rabbis and leaders of their people, had cowered before the storm and had embraced Christianity. Whether their conversion was sincere or not, they had broken with the past, and, with the keen intelligence of their race, they could see that a new career was open to them in which energy and capacity could gratify ambition unfettered by the limitations surrounding them in Judaism. That they should hate, with an exceeding hatred, those who had proved true to the faith amid tribulation was inevitable. The renegade is apt to be bitterer against those whom he has abandoned than is the opponent by birthright, and in such a case as this, consciousness of the contempt felt by the steadfast children of Israel for the weaklings and worldlings who had apostatized from the faith of their fathers gave a keener edge to enmity. From early times the hardest blows endured by Judaism had always been dealt by its apostate children, whose training had taught them the weakest points to assail, and whose necessity of self-justification led them to attack these mercilessly. In 1085 Rabbi Samuel of Morocco came from Fez and was baptized at Toledo, when he wrote a tract to justify himself, which had great currency throughout the Middle Ages. Rabbi Moses, one of the most learned Jews of his time, who was converted in 1106, wrote a dissertation to prove that the Jews had abandoned the laws of Moses while the Christians were fulfilling them. It was Nicholas de Rupella, a converted Jew, who started the long crusade against the Talmud by pointing out in 1236 to Gregory IX the blasphemies which it contained against the Savior. We have seen the troubles excited in Aragon by the disputatious converso Fray Pablo Cristia, and he was followed by another Dominican convert, Ramon Martin, in his celebrated Pugio Fidei. In this work, which remained an authority for centuries, he piled up endless quotations from Jewish writers to prove that the race was properly reduced to servitude, and he stimulated the bitterness of hatred by arguing that Jews esteemed it meritorious to slay and cheat and despoil Christians. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 3. Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 4 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA, Book 1, Chapter 3, The Jews and the Conversos, Part 4. The most prominent among the new conversos was Salimo Ha Levi, a rabbi who had been the most intrepid defender of the faith and rights of his race. On the eve of the massacres, which perhaps he foresaw and influenced by an opportune vision of the Virgin in 1390, he professed conversion, taking the name of Pablo de Santa Maria, and was followed by his 2 brothers and 5 sons, founding a family of commanding influence. After a course in the University of Paris he entered the Church, rising to the see of Cartagena and then to that of Burgos, which he transmitted to his son Alfonso. At the Cortes of Toledo in 1406 he so impressed Henry III that he was appointed tutor and governor of the Infante Juan II, mayor of Castile, and a member of the royal council. When in the course of the same year the king died, he named Pablo among those who were to have the conduct and education of Juan during his minority. When the regent, Fernando of Antequera, left Castile to assume the crown of Aragon, he appointed Pablo to replace him, and the Pope honored him with the position of legate a latere. In 1432, in his 81st year, he wrote his Scrutinium Scriptuarum against his former co-religionists. It is more moderate than is customary in these controversial writings, and seems to have been composed rather as a justification of his own course. Another prominent converso was the Rabbi Yehoshua a Lorchi, who took the name of Jeronimo de Santa Fe, and founded a family almost as powerful as the Santa Marias. He too showed his zeal in the book named Hebreo Mastix, in which he exaggerated the errors of the Jews in the manner best adapted to excite the execration of Christians. Another leading converso family was that of the Caballerias, of which 8 brothers were baptized, and one of them, Bonafos, who called himself Miser Pedro de la Caballeria, wrote in 1464 the Celo de Cristo contra los Judíos, in which he treated them with customary obloquy as the synagogue of Satan, and argues that the hope of Christianity lies in their ruin. In thus stimulating the spirit of persecuting fanaticism, we shall see how these men sowed the wind and reaped the whirlwind. Meanwhile, the position of the Jews grew constantly more deplorable. Decimated and impoverished, they were met by a steadily increasing temper of hatred and oppression. The massacres of 1391 had been followed by a constant stream of emigration to Granada and Portugal, which threatened to complete the depopulation of the Aljamas, and, with the view of arresting this, Henry III, in 1395, promised them the royal protection for the future. The worth of that promise was seen in 1406, when in Cordova the remnant of the Juderia was again assailed by the mob, hundreds of Jews were slain, and their houses were sacked and burnt. It is true that the king ordered the magistrates to punish the guilty, and expressed his displeasure by a fine of 24,000 dobles on the city, but he had the year before, in the Cortes of 1405, assented to a series of laws depriving the Jews at once of property and of defense, by declaring void all bonds of Christians held by them, reducing to 1/2 all debts due them, and requiring a Christian witness and a debtor's acknowledgment for the other half, annulling their privileges in the trial of mixed cases, and requiring the hateful red circle to be worn except in travelling, when it could be laid aside in view of the murders which it invited. This was cruel enough, yet it was but a foretaste of what was in store. In 1410, when the Queen Regent Dona Catalina was in Segovia, there was revealed a sacrilegious attempt by some Jews to maltreat a consecrated host. The story was that the sacristan of San Fagun had pledged it as security for a loan, the street in which the bargain was made acquiring in consequence the name of Calle de Mal Consejo. The Jews cast it repeatedly into a boiling cauldron, when it persistently arose and remained suspended in the air, a miracle which so impressed some of them that they were converted and carried the form to the Dominican convent and related the facts. The wafer was piously administered in communion to a child who died in 3 days. Dona Catalina instituted a vigorous investigation, which implicated Don Mayer, one of the most prominent Jews in the kingdom, whose services as physician had prolonged the life of the late king. He was subjected to torture sufficient to elicit not only his participation in the sacrilege, but also that he had poisoned his royal master. The convicts were drawn through the streets and quartered, as were also some others who in revenge had attempted to poison Juan de Tordesillas, the bishop of Segovia. The Jewish synagogue was converted into the church of Corpus Christi, and an annual procession still commemorates the event. San Vicente Ferrer turned it to good account, for we are told that in 1411 he almost destroyed the remnants of Judaism in the bishopric. The affair made an immense impression, especially, it would seem, on San Vicente, convincing him of the advisability of forcing the Jews into the bosom of the Church by reducing them to despair. At Ayllon, in 1411, he represented to the regents the necessity of further repressive legislation, and his eloquence was convincing. The Ordenamiento de Dona Catalina, promulgated in 1412 and drawn up by Pablo de Santa Maria as Chancellor of Castile, was the result. By this rigorous measure Jews and Moors, under savage and ruinous penalties, were not only required to wear the distinguishing badges, but to dress in coarse stuffs and not to shave or to cut the hair round. They could not change their abodes, and any nobleman or gentleman receiving them on his lands was heavily fined and obliged to return them whence they came, while expatriation was forbidden under pain of slavery. Not only were the higher employments of farming the revenues, tax collecting, and practicing as physicians and surgeons forbidden, but any position in the households of the great and numerous trades, such as those of apothecaries, grocers, farriers, blacksmiths, peddlers, carpenters, tailors, barbers, and butchers. They could not carry arms or hire Christians to work in their houses or on their lands. That they should be forbidden to eat, drink, or bathe with Christians, or be with them in feasts and weddings, or serve as godparents, was a matter of course under the canon law, but now even private conversation between the races was prohibited. Nor could they sell provisions to Christians, or keep a shop or ordinary for them. It is perhaps significant that nothing was said about usury. Money lending was almost the only occupation remaining open, while the events of the last 20 years had left little capital wherewith to carry it on, and the laws of 1405 had destroyed all sense of security in making loans. They were moreover deprived of the guarantees so long enjoyed, and were subjected to the exclusive jurisdiction, civil and criminal, of the Christians. They were thus debarred from the use of their skill and experience in the higher pursuits, professional and industrial, and were condemned to the lowest and rudest forms of labor. In fine, a wall was built around them from which their only escape was through the baptismal font. Fernando of Antequera carried the law in all its essentials to Aragon, and King Duarte adopted it in Portugal, so that it ruled the whole peninsula except the little kingdom of Navarre, where Judaism was already almost extinct. It is significant that Fernando, in promulgating it in Majorca, alleged in justification the complaints of the inquisitors as to the social intercourse between Jews and Christians. While San Vicente and Pablo de Santa Maria were thus engaged in reducing to despair the Jews of Castile, the other great converso, Jerónimo de Santa Fe, was laboring in a more legitimate way for their conversion in Aragon. He had been appointed physician to the Avignonese Pope Benedict XIII, who had been obliged to cross the Pyrenees, and who, on November 25, 1412, summoned the aljamas of Aragon to send, in the following January, their most learned rabbis to San Mateo, near Tortosa, for a disputation with Jerónimo on the proposition that the Messiah had come. 14 rabbis selected from the synagogues of all Spain, with Vidal ben Veniste at their head, accepted the challenge. The debate opened February 7th, 1414, under the presidency of Benedict himself, who warned them that the truth of Christianity was not to be discussed, but only 16 propositions put forward by Jerónimo, thus placing them wholly on the defensive. Despite this disadvantage they held their ground tenaciously during 79 sessions, prolonged through a term of 21 months. Jerónimo covered himself with glory by his unrivalled dialectical subtlety and exhaustless stores of learning, and his triumph was shown by his producing a division between his opponents. During this colloquy, in the summer of 1413, some 200 Jews of the synagogues of Saragossa, Calatayud, and Alcañiz professed conversion. In 1414 there was a still more abundant harvest. 120 families of Catalayud, Daroca, Fraga, and Barbastro presented themselves for baptism, and these were followed by the whole aljamas of Alcañiz, Caspe, Maella, Lerida, Tamarit, and Alcolea, amounting to about 3,500 souls. The repressive legislation was accomplishing its object, and hopes were entertained that, with the aid of the inspired teaching of San Vicente, Judaism would become extinct throughout Spain. To stimulate the movement by an increase of severity towards the recalcitrant, Benedict issued his constitution Etsi Doctoribus Gentium, in which he virtually embodied the ordenamiento de Dona Catalina, thus giving to its system of terrible repression the sanction of church as well as of state. He further forbade the possession of the Talmud or of any books contrary to the Christian faith, ordering the bishops and inquisitors to make semi-annual inquests of the aljamas and to proceed against all found in possession of such books. No Jew should even bind a book in which the name of Christ or the Virgin appeared. Princes were exhorted to grant them no favors or privileges, and the faithful at large were commanded not to rent or sell houses to them, or to hold companionship or conversation with them. Moreover, they were prohibited to exercise usury, and thrice a year they were to be preached to and warned to abandon their errors. The bishops in general were ordered to see to the strict enforcement of all these provisions, and the execution of the bull was specially confided to Gonzalo, Bishop of Sigüenza, son of the great Converso Pablo de Santa Maria. As the utterance of the anti-pope Benedict, this searching and cruel legislation, designed to reduce the Jews to the lowest depths of poverty and despair, was current only in the lands of his obedience. But when his triumphant rival, Martin V, confirmed the charge confided to the Bishop of Sigüenza, he accepted and ratified the act of Benedict. Nay, more, in 1434, Alfonso de Santa Maria, Bishop of Burgos, another son of the Converso Pablo, when a delegate to the Council of Basle, procured the passage of a decree in the same sense. The quarrel of the council with the papacy, it is true, deprived its utterance of ecumenic authority, but this deficiency was supplied when, in 1442, Eugenius IV issued a bull which was virtually a repetition of the law of Dona Catalina and of the constitution of Benedict XIII, while this was followed in 1447 by an even more rigorous one of Nicholas V. Thus all factions of the Church, however much they might wrangle on other points, cheerfully united in rendering the life of the Jew as miserable as possible, and in forbidding princes to show him favor. This was symbolized when, in 1418, the legate of Martin V was solemnly received in Gerona, and the populace, with inerring instinct, celebrated the closing of the great schism and the reunion of the Church by playfully sacking the Juderia, though the royal officials, blind to the piety of the demonstration, severely punished the perpetrators. The immediate effect of this policy corresponded to the intentions of its authors, though its ultimate results can scarce have been foreseen. The Jews were humiliated and impoverished. Despite their losses by massacre and conversion, they still formed an important portion of the population, with training and aptitudes to render service to the state. But, debarred from the pursuits for which they had been fitted, they were crippled both for their own recuperation and for the benefit of the public. The economic effect was intensified by the inclusion of the mudejares in the repressive legislation. Commerce and manufactures decayed, and many products which Spain had hitherto exported she was now obliged to import at advanced prices. On the other hand, the Conversos saw open to them a career fitted to stimulate and satisfy ambition. Confident in their powers, with intellectual training superior to that of the Christians, they aspired to the highest places in the courts, in the universities, in the church, and in the state. Wealth and power rendered them eligible suitors, and they entered into matrimonial alliances with the noblest houses in the land, many of which had been impoverished by the shrinkage of the revenues derived from their Jewish subjects. Alfonso de Santa Maria, in procuring the decree of Basle, was careful to insert in it a recommendation of marriage between converts and Christians as the surest means of preserving the purity of the faith, and the advice was extensively followed. Thus the time soon came when there were few of the ancient nobility of Spain who were not connected closely or remotely with the Jew. We hear of marriages with Lunas, Mendozas, Villahermosas, and others of the proudest houses. As early as 1449 a petition to Lope de Barrientos, Bishop of Cuenca, by the Conversos of Toledo, enumerates all the noblest families of Spain as being of Jewish blood, and among them the Enriques, from whom the future Ferdinand the Catholic descended through his mother Juana Enriquez. It was the same in the Church, where we have seen the rank attained by the Santa Marias. Juan de Torquemada, Cardinal of San Sisto, was of Jewish descent, and so of course was his nephew, the first Inquisitor-General, as was likewise Diego Deza, the second Inquisitor-General, as well as Hernando de Talavera, Archbishop of Granada. It would be easy to multiply examples, for in every career the vigor and keenness of the Jews made them conspicuous, and in embracing Christianity they seemed to be opening a new avenue for the development of the race in which it would become dominant over the old Christians. In fact, an Italian nearly contemporary describes them as virtually ruling Spain, while secretly perverting the faith by their covert adherence to Judaism. This triumph, however, was short-lived. Their success showed that thus far there had been no antagonism of race, but only of religion. This speedily changed. The hatred and contempt which as apostates they lavished on the faithful sons of Israel reacted on themselves. It was impossible to stimulate popular abhorrence of the Jew without at the same time stimulating the envy and jealousy excited by the ostentation and arrogance of the new Christians. What was the use of humiliating and exterminating the Jew if these upstarts were not only to take his place in grinding the people as tax-gatherers, but were to bear rule in court and camp and church? Meanwhile the remnant of the Jews were slowly but indomitably recovering their position. It was much easier to enact the ordenamiento de Doña Catalina than to enforce it, and, like much previous legislation, it was growing obsolete in many respects. In the early days of Juan II, Abraham Benaviste was virtually finance minister, and when the Infante Henry of Aragon seized the king at Tordesillas and carried him off, he justified the act by saying that it was because the government was in the hands of Abraham. In fact, there are indications of a reaction in which the Jews were used as a counterpoise to the menacing growth of Converso influence. When in 1442 the cruel bull of Eugenius IV was received, although it scarce contained more than the laws of 1412, and the bull of Benedict XIII, Alvaro de Luna, the all-powerful favorite, not only refused to obey it, but proceeded to give legal sanction to the neglect into which those statutes had fallen. He induced his master to issue the Pragmatico of Arévalo, April 6, 1443, condemning the refusal of many persons to buy or sell with Jews and Moors, or to labor for them in the fields, under color of a bull of Eugenius IV, published at Toledo during his absence. Punishment is threatened for those audacities, for the bull and the laws provide that Jews and Moors and Christians shall dwell together in harmony, and no one is to injure or slay them. It was not intended to prevent Jews and Moors and Christians from dealing together, nor that the former should not follow industries base and servile, such as all manner of mechanical trades, and Christians can serve them for proper wages and guard their flocks and labor for them in the fields, and they can prescribe for Christians if the medicines are compounded by Christians. Thus a revulsion had taken place in favor of the proscribed race, which threatened to undo the work of Vicente Ferrer and the Conversos. It was in vain that in 1451 Nicholas V issued another bull repeating and confirming that of Eugenius IV. It received no attention, and under the protection of Alvaro de Luna the Jews made good use of the breathing space to reconstruct their shattered industries and to demonstrate their utility to the state. The conspiracy which sent Alvaro to the block in 1453 was a severe blow, but on the accession of Henry IV in 1454 they secured the goodwill of his favorites and even procured the restoration of some old privileges, the most important of which was the permission to have their own judges. One element in this was the influence enjoyed by the royal physician Jacob Aben Nunez, on whom was conferred the office of Rabb Mayor. In the virtual anarchy of the period, however, when every noble was a law unto himself, it is impossible to say how far royal decrees were effective or to postulate any general conditions. In 1458 the Constable Velasco orders his vassals of the town of Haro to observe the law forbidding Christians to labor for Jews and Moors, but he makes the wise exception that they may do so when they can find no other work wherewith to support themselves. Even under these conditions the superior energy of the non-Christian races was rapidly acquiring for them the most productive lands, if we may trust a decree of the town of Haro in 1453, forbidding Christians to sell their estates to Moors and Jews, for if this were not stopped the Christians would have no ground to cultivate, as the Moors already held all the best of the irrigated lands. The nobles had seen the disadvantage of the sternly oppressive laws, and disregarded them to their own great benefit, thus raising the envy of the districts obliged to observe them, for the Cortes of 1462 petitioned Henry to restore liberty of trade between Christian and Jew, alleging the inconvenience caused by the restriction, and the depopulation of the crown lands, for, as trade was permitted in the lands of the nobles, the Jews were concentrating there. When, further, the Cortes asked that Jews should be permitted to return with their property and trades to the cities in the royal domains from which they had been expelled, it indicates that popular aversion was becoming directed to the Conversos rather than to the Jews. It may be questioned whether it was to preserve the advantage here indicated, or to gain popular favor, that the revolted nobles, in 1460, demanded of Henry that he should banish from his kingdoms all Moors and Jews who contaminated religion and corrupted morals, and that, when they deposed him in 1465 at Avila and elevated to the throne the child Alfonso, the Concordia Compromissoria which they dictated annulled the Pragmatica of Arevalo and restored to vigor the laws of 1412 and the bull of Benedict XIII. This frightened the Jews, who offered to Henry an immense sum for Gibraltar, where they proposed to establish a city of refuge, but he refused. The fright was superfluous, for in the turbulence of the time the repressive legislation was speedily becoming obsolete. When the reforming Council of Aranda in 1473 made but a single reference to Jews and Moors, and this was merely to forbid them to pursue their industries publicly on Sundays and feast days, with a threat against the judges who through bribery permitted this desecration. It is fair to conclude that the law of 1412, if observed at all, was enforced only in scattered localities. That the restrictions on commercial activity were obsolete is manifest from a complaint in 1475 to the sovereigns from the Jews of Medina del Pomar, setting forth that they had been accustomed to purchase in Bilbao from foreign traders cloths and other merchandise which they carried through the kingdom for sale, until recently the Porte had restricted all dealings with foreigners to the resident Jews, whereupon Ferdinand and Isabella ordered these regulations rescinded unless the authorities could show good reasons within 15 days. With the settlement of affairs under Ferdinand and Isabella, the position of the Jews grew distinctly worse. Although Don Abraham Sr., one of Isabella's most trusted counselors, was a Jew, her piety led her to revive and carry out the repressive policy of San Vicente Ferrer, and in codifying the royal edicts in the Ordenanzas Reales, confirmed by the Cortes of Toledo in 1480, all the savage legislation of 1412 was reenacted, except that relating to mechanical trades, and the vigor of the government gave assurance that the laws would be enforced, as we have seen in the matter of the separation of the Juderias. Ferdinand's assent to this shows that he adopted the policy and, in his own dominions, by an edict of March 6, 1482, he withdrew all licenses to Jews to lay aside the dangerous badge while travelling, and he further prohibited the issuing of such licenses under penalty of 1,000 florins. Another edict of December 15, 1484, recites that at Celia, a village near Teruel, some Jews had recently taken temporary residence. As there is no Juderia, in order to avoid danger to souls, he orders them driven out, and that none be allowed to remain more than 24 hours, under pain of 100 florins and 100 lashes. This recrudescence of oppression probably had an influence on the people, for there came a revulsion of feeling adverse to the proscribed race, inflamed by the ceaseless labors of the frailes whose denunciatory eloquence knew no cessation. Under these circumstances the Jews and Moors seem to have had recourse to the Roman Curia, always ready to speculate by selling privileges, whether it had power to grant them or not, and then to withdraw them for a consideration. We shall have ample occasion to see hereafter prolonged transactions of the kind arising from the operation of the Inquisition. Those with the Jews at this time seem to have been closed by a motu proprio of May 31, 1484, doubtless procured from Sixtus IV by pressure from the sovereigns, in which the Pope expresses his displeasure at learning that in Spain, especially in Andalusia, Christians, Moors, and Jews dwell together, that there is no distinction of vestments, that the Christians act as servants and nurses, the Moors and Jews as physicians, apothecaries, farmers of ecclesiastical revenues, etc., pretending that they hold papal privileges to that effect. Any such privileges he withdraws, and he orders all officials, secular and ecclesiastical, to enforce strictly the canonical decrees respecting the proscribed races. Under these impulses the municipalities, which in 1462 had petitioned to have the proscriptive laws repealed, now enforced them with renewed vigor and even exceeded them, as at Balmaceda, where the Jews were ordered to depart. They appealed to the throne, representing that they lived in daily fear for life and property, and begged the royal protection, which was duly granted. Subjected to these perpetual and harassing vicissitudes, the Jews had greatly declined both in numbers and wealth. An assessment of the poll tax, made in 1474, shows that in the dominions of Castile there were only about 12,000 families left, or from 50 to 60,000 souls, although there were still 216 separate aljamas. Their weakness and poverty are indicated by the fact that such communities as those of Seville, Toledo, Cordova, Burgos, etc., paid much less than inconspicuous places prior to 1391. The aljama of Ciudad Real, which had paid in 1290 a tax of 26,486 maravedis, had disappeared. The only one left in La Mancha was Almagro, assessed at 800 maravedis. The work of Martinez and San Vicente Ferrer was accomplishing itself. Popular abhorrence had grown, while the importance of the Jews as a source of public revenue had fatally diminished. The end was evidently approaching, but a consideration of its horrors must be postponed while we glance at the condition of the renegades who had sought shelter from the storm by adopting the faith of the oppressor. The conversos, in steadily increasing numbers, had successfully worked out their destiny, accumulating honors, wealth, and popular hatred. In both Castile and Aragon they filled lucrative and influential positions in the public service, and their preponderance in church and state was constantly becoming more marked. In Catalonia, however, they were regarded with contempt, and though the boast that Catalan blood was never polluted by intermixture is exaggerated, it is not wholly without foundation. The same is true of Valencia, where intermarriage only occurred among the rural population. Throughout Spain, moreover, the farming of all the more important sources of revenue passed into their hands, and thus they inherited the odium as well as the profits of the Jews. The beginning of the end was seen at Toledo, where, in 1449, Alvaro de Luna made a demand on the city for 1,000,000 maravedis for the defense of the frontier, and it was refused. He ordered the tax gatherers to collect it. They were conversos, and when they made the attempt the citizens arose and sacked and burnt not only their houses but those of the conversos in general. The latter organized in self-defense and endeavored to suppress the disturbance, but were defeated, when those who were wealthy were tortured and immense booty was obtained. In vain Juan II sought to punish the city. The triumphant citizens, with the magistrates at their head, organized a court in which the question was argued whether the conversos could hold any public office. In spite of the evident illegality of this and of active opposition led by the famous Lope de Barrientos, Bishop of Cuenca, it was decided against the conversos in a quasi-judicial sentence known as the Sentencia Estatuto, which in the bitterness of its language reveals the extreme tension existing between the old and new Christians. The conversos were stigmatized as more than suspect in the faith, and as in reality Jews. They were declared incapable of holding office and of bearing witness against old Christians, and those who held positions were ejected. The disturbances spread to Ciudad Real, where the principal offices were held by conversos. The order of Calatrava, which had long endeavored to get possession of the city, espoused the side of the old Christians. There was considerable fighting in the streets, and for 5 days the quarter occupied by the conversos was exposed to pillage. Thus the hatred which of old had been merely a matter of religion had become a matter of race. The one could be conjured away by baptism, the other was indelible, and the change was of the most serious import, exercising for centuries its sinister influence on the fate of the peninsula. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 4. Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 5 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 1, Chapter 3, The Jews and the Conversos, Part 5. The Sentencia Estatuto threatened to introduce a new principle into public and canon law, both of which had always upheld the brotherhood of Christians and had encouraged conversions by prescribing the utmost favor for converts. Nicholas V was appealed to and responded, September 24, 1449, with a bull declaring that all the faithful are one, that the laws of Alfonso X and his successors, admitting converts to all the privileges of Christians, were to be enforced, and he commissioned the archbishops of Toledo and Seville, the bishops of Valencia, Avila, and Cordova, and the abbot of San Fagun to excommunicate all who sought to invalidate them. More than this seems to have been needed. and in 1450 he formally excommunicated Pedro Sarmiento and his accomplices as the authors of the Sentencia Estatuto, and again in 1451 he repeated his bull of 1449. Finally, in the same year the synods of Vitoria and Alcalá condemned it, and Alfonso de Montalvo, the foremost jurist of the time, pronounced it to be illegal. It never, in fact, was of binding force, but the effort made to set it aside shows how dangerous a menace it was and how it expressed a widespread public opinion. It was the first fitful gust of the tornado. Toledo remained the hotbed of disturbance. In 1461 the martial archbishop Alonso Carrillo commissioned the learned Alonso de Oropesa, general of the Geronimites, to investigate the cause of dissension. He did so and reported that there were faults on both sides, and at the request of the archbishop he proceeded to write his Lumen ad Revelationem Gentium to prove the unity of the faithful. But while he was engaged in this pious labor the inextinguishable feud broke out afresh. Any chance disturbance might bring this about, and the opportunity was furnished in 1467 when the canons, who enjoyed a revenue based on the bread of the town of Maqueda, farmed it out to a Jew. Alvaro Gomez, an alcalde mayor, was lord of Maqueda. His alcalde beat the Jew and seized the bread for the use of the castle. The canons promptly imprisoned the alcalde and summoned Gomez to answer. When he came the quarrel grew bitterer. The Count of Cifuentes, leader of one of the factions of the city and protector of the Conversos, espoused the cause of Gomez, while Fernando de la Torre, a leader of the Conversos, hoping to revenge the defeat of 1449, boasted that he had at command 4,000 well-armed fighting men, being 6 times more than the Old Christians could muster. Matters were ripe for an explosion, and on July 21st, at a conference held in the cathedral, the followers of the two parties taunted each other beyond endurance. Swords were drawn and blood polluted the sanctuary, though only one man was slain. The canons proceeded to fortify and garrison the cathedral, which was attacked the next day. The clergy, galled by the fire of the assailants, to create a diversion started a conflagration in the Calle de la Chapineria, which spread until 8 streets were destroyed, the richest in Toledo, crowded with shops full of costly merchandise. The device was successful. The Conversos were disheartened and lost ground, till on the 29th Cifuentes and Gomez fled, while Fernando de la Torre and his brother Alvaro were captured and hanged. The triumphant faction removed from office all their opponents and revived with additional rigor the Sentencia Estatuto. Toledo at the time belonged to the party of the pretender Alfonso XII, but when the citizens sent to him to confirm what they had done, he refused, and the city soon afterwards transferred its allegiance to Henry IV. It is quite probable that, in reward for this, he confirmed the Sentencia Estatuto, for when, about the same time, Ciudad Real revolted from Alfonso and adhered to Henry, he granted, July 14, 1468, to that city that henceforth no Converso should hold municipal office. In the all-pervading lawlessness, such disturbances as those of Toledo met with neither repression nor punishment. In 1470 Valladolid saw a similar tumult, in which the Old Christians and Conversos flew to arms and struggled for mastery. The former sent for Ferdinand and Isabella, who came, but the majority of the citizens preferred Henry IV, and the royal pair were glad to escape. Everywhere the hatred between the Old Christians and the New was manifesting itself in this deplorable fashion. In Cordova we are told that the Conversos were very rich, and had bought not only the offices but the protection of Alonso de Aguilar, whose power and high reputation commanded universal respect, while the Old Christians ranged themselves under the Counts of Cabra and the Bishop Pedro de Cordova y Solier. Only a spark was needed to produce an explosion, and an accident during a procession, March 14, 1473, furnished the occasion. With shouts of "Viva la fe de Dios!" the mob arose, and pillage, murder, and fire were let loose upon the city. Alonso and his brother Gonsalvo, the future great captain, quelled the riot at the cost of no little bloodshed, but it burst forth again a few days later, and after a combat lasting 48 hours the Aguilars were forced to take refuge in the Alcázar, carrying with them such Conversos and Jews as they could. Then followed a general sack in which every kind of outrage and cruelty was perpetrated, until the fury of the mob was exhausted by the lack of victims. Finally Alonso came to terms with the city authorities, who banished the Conversos for ever, and such poor wretches as had escaped torch and dagger were thrust forth to be robbed and murdered with impunity on the highways. Laborers from the country, who chanced to be in Cordova, carried the welcome news to neighboring places, and the flame passed swiftly through Andalusia from town to town. Baena was kept quiet by the Count of Cabra, Palma by Luis Portocarrero, Écija by Fadrique Manrique, and Seville and Jerez by Juan de Guzman and Rodrigo Ponce de Leon. But elsewhere the havoc was terrible. At Jaén, the Constable of Castile, Miguel Luis de Iranzo, was treacherously murdered while kneeling before the altar. His wife, Teresa de Torres, was barely able to escape with her children to the Alcázar, and the Conversos were plundered and dispatched. Only at Almodovar del Campo do we hear of any justice executed on the assassins, for there Rodrigo Giron, master of Calatrava, hanged some of the most culpable. The king, we are told, when the news was brought to him, grieved much but inflicted no punishment. On the accession of Ferdinand and Isabella in 1474, a Converso of Cordova, Anton de Montoro, addressed to them a poem in which he gives a terrible picture of the murders committed with impunity on his brethren, whose purity of faith he asserts. Fire and sword had just ravished the Aljama of Carmona, and fresh disasters were threatening at Seville and Cordova. Dominicans and Franciscans were thundering from the pulpits and were calling on the faithful to purify the land from the pollution of Judaism, secret and open. It was commonly asserted and believed that the Christianity of the Conversos was fictitious, and fanaticism joined with envy and greed in stimulating the massacres that had become so frequent. The means adopted to win over the Jewish converts had not been so gentle as to encourage confidence in the sincerity of their professions, and, rightly or wrongly, they were almost universally suspected. The energy with which the new sovereigns enforced respect for the laws speedily put an end to the hideous excesses of the mob, for we hear of no further massacres, but the abhorrence entertained for the successful renegades, whose wealth and power were regarded as obtained by false profession of belief in Christ, was still widespread, though its more violent manifestations were restrained. Wise forbearance combined with vigorous maintenance of order would in time have brought about reconciliation, to the infinite benefit of Spain, but at a time when heresy was regarded as the greatest of crimes and unity of faith as the supreme object of statesmanship, wise forbearance and toleration were impossible. After suppressing turbulence, the sovereigns therefore felt that there was still a duty before them to vindicate the faith. Thus, after long hesitation, their policy with regard to the Conversos was embodied in the Inquisition introduced towards the end of 1480. The Jewish question required different treatment, and it was solved once for all in a most decisive fashion. The Inquisition had no jurisdiction over the Jew, unless he rendered himself amenable to it by some offense against the faith. He was not baptized, he was not a member of the Church, and therefore was incapable of heresy, which was the object of inquisitorial functions. He might, however, render himself subject to it by proselytism, by seducing Christians to embrace his errors, and this was constantly alleged against Jews, although their history shows that, unlike the other great religions, Judaism has ever been a national faith with no desire to spread beyond the boundaries of the race. As the chosen people, Israel has never sought to share its God with the Gentiles. There was more foundation, probably, in the accusation that the secret perversity of the conversos was encouraged by those who had remained steadfast in the faith, that circumcisions were secretly performed, and that contributions to the synagogues were welcomed. While the object of the Inquisition was to secure the unity of faith, its founding destroyed the hope that ultimately the Jews would be all gathered into the fold of Christ. This had been the justification of the inhuman laws designed to render existence outside of the Church so intolerable that baptism would be sought as a relief from endless injustice. But the awful spectacle of the autos de fe and the miseries attendant on wholesale confiscations led the Jew to cherish more resolutely than ever the ancestral faith which served him as shield from the terrors of the Holy Office and the dreadful fate ever impending over the conversos. His conversion could no longer be hoped for, and so long as he remained in Spain, the faithful would be scandalized by his presence, and the converts would be exposed to the contamination of his society. The only alternative was his removal. Isabella tried a partial experiment of this kind in 1480, apparently to supplement the Inquisition, founded about the same time. Andalusia was the province where the Jews were most numerous, and she commenced by ordering the expulsion from there of all who would not accept Christianity, and threatening with death any new settlers. We have no details as to this measure, and only know that it was several times postponed, and that it was apparently abandoned. A bull of Sixtus IV in 1484 shows us that Jews were still dwelling there undisturbed, and when the final expulsion took place in 1492, Bernaldez informs us that from Andalusia 8,000 households embarked at Cadiz, besides many at Cartagena and the ports of Aragon. That there was vacillation is highly probable, for policy and fanaticism were irreconcilable. The war with Granada was calling for large expenditures to which the Jews were most useful contributors, and the finances were in the hands of two leading Jews, Abraham Senior and Isaac Abravanel, to whose skillful management its ultimate success was largely due. It may be that the threatened expulsion was rather a financial than a religious measure, adopted with a view of selling suspensions and exemptions, and this may also perhaps explain a similar course adopted by Ferdinand when, in May 1486, he ordered the Inquisitors of Aragon to banish all Jews of Saragossa from the Archbishopric of Saragossa and the Bishopric of Albarracin, in the same way as they had been banished from the sees of Seville, Cordova and Jaen. The sovereigns knew when to be tolerant and when to give full rein to fanaticism, as was evinced in their treatment of renegades and conversos at the capture of Malaga, as contrasted with the liberal terms offered in the capitulations of Almeria and Granada. They were prepared to listen to the counsel of those who opposed all interference with the Jewish population, in whose favor there were powerful influences at work. Isabella apparently hesitated long between statesmanship and her conceptions of duty, while Torquemada never ceased to urge upon her the service to be rendered to Christ by clearing her dominions of the descendants of his crucifiers. There was no lack of effort to inflame public opinion and to excite still further the hostilities so long and so carefully cultivated. A story had wide circulation that Maestre Ribas Altas, the royal physician, wore a golden ball attached to a cord around his neck, that Prince Juan, only son of the sovereigns, begged it of him and managed to open it when he found inside a parchment on which was painted a crucifix with the physician in an indecent attitude, that he was so affected that he fell sick, and after much persuasion revealed the cause, adding that he would not recover until the Jew was burnt, which was accordingly done, and Ferdinand consented to the expulsion of the accursed sect. Then we are told that on Good Friday, 1488, some Jews, to avenge an insult, stoned a rude cross which stood on the hill of Gano, near Casal de Palomero. They were observed and denounced when the Duke of Alba burnt the rabbi and several of the culprits. The cross was repaired and carried in solemn procession to the parish church, where it still remains an object of popular veneration. It is to this period also that we may presumably refer the fabrication of a correspondence discovered 50 years later among the archives of Toledo by Archbishop Siliseo, between Chamorro, Prince of the Jews of Spain, and Ulif, Prince of those of Constantinople, in which the latter, replying to a request for counsel, tells the former, "As the king takes your property, make your sons apothecaries that they may take Christian lives. As he destroys your synagogues, make your sons ecclesiastics that they may destroy the churches. As he vexes you in other ways, make your sons officials that they may reduce the Christians to subjection and take revenge." The most effective device, however, was a cruel one, carried out by Torquemada unshrinkingly to the end. In June, 1490, a converso named Benito Garcia, on his return from a pilgrimage to Compostela, was arrested at Astorga on the charge of having a consecrated wafer in his knapsack. The episcopal vicar, Dr. Pedro de Villada, tortured him repeatedly till he obtained a confession implicating 5 other conversos and 6 Jews in a plot to effect a conjuration with a human heart and a consecrated host, whereby to cause the madness and death of all Christians, the destruction of Christianity, and the triumph of Judaism. 3 of the implicated Jews were dead, but the rest of those named were promptly arrested, and the trial was carried on by the Inquisition. After another year spent in torturing the accused, there emerged the story of the crucifixion at La Guardia of a Christian child whose heart was cut out for the purpose of the conjuration. The whole tissue was so evidently the creation of the torture chamber that it was impossible to reconcile the discrepancies in the confessions of the accused, although the very unusual recourse of confronting them was tried several times. No child had anywhere been missed, and no remains were found on the spot where it was said to have been buried. The inquisitors finally abandoned the attempt to frame a consistent narrative, and on November 16, 1491, the accused were executed at Avila. The 3 deceased Jews were burned in effigy, the 2 living ones were torn with red-hot pincers, and the conversos were "reconciled" and strangled before burning. The underlying purpose was revealed in the sentence read at the auto de fe, which was framed so as to bring into especial prominence the proselytizing efforts of the Jews and the Judaizing propensities of the conversos, and no effort was spared to produce the widest impression on the people. We happen to know that the sentence was sent to La Guardia to be read from the pulpit, and that it was translated into Catalan and similarly published in Barcelona, showing that it was thus brought before the whole population, a thing without parallel in the history of the Inquisition. The cult of the Saint Child of La Guardia, El Santo Niño de la Guardia, was promptly started with miracles and has been kept up to the present day, although the sanctity of the supposed martyr has never been confirmed by the Holy See. Torquemada's object was gained, for, though it would be too much to say that this alone won Ferdinand's consent to the expulsion, it undoubtedly contributed largely to that result. The edict of expulsion, it is true, makes no direct reference to the case, but in its labored efforts to magnify the dangers of Jewish proselytism, it reflects distinctly the admissions extorted from the accused by the Inquisition. With the surrender of Granada in January 1492, the work of the Reconquest was accomplished. The Jews had zealously contributed to it and had done their work too well. With the accession of a rich territory and an industrious Moorish population, and the cessation of the drain of the war, even Ferdinand might persuade himself that the Jews were no longer financially indispensable. The popular fanaticism required constant repression to keep the peace. The operations of the Inquisition destroyed the hope that gradual conversion would bring about the desired unity of faith, and the only alternative was the removal of those who could not, without a miraculous change of heart, be expected to encounter the terrible risks attendant upon baptism. It is easy thus to understand the motives leading to the measure without attributing it, as has been done, to greed for the victim's wealth, for though, as we shall see, there are abundant evidences of a desire to profit by it, as a whole it was palpably undesirable financially. Thus the expulsion of the Jews from all the Spanish dominions came to be resolved upon. When this was bruited about the court, Abraham Senior and Abravanel offered a large sum from the aljamas to avert the blow. Ferdinand was inclined to accept it, but Isabella was firm. The story is current that, when the offer was under consideration, Torquemada forced his way into the royal presence and, holding aloft a crucifix, boldly addressed the sovereigns: "Behold the crucified whom the wicked Judas sold for 30 pieces of silver. If you approve that deed, sell him for a greater sum. I resign my power. Nothing shall be imputed to me, but you will answer to God." Whether this be true or not, the offer was rejected, and on March 30th the edict of expulsion was signed, though apparently there was delay in its promulgation, for it was not published in Barcelona until May 1st. It gave the entire Jewish population of Spain until July 31st in which to change their religion or to leave the country, under penalty of death, which was likewise threatened for any attempt to return. During the interval they were taken under the royal protection. They were permitted to sell their effects and carry the proceeds with them, except that, under a general law, the export of gold and silver was prohibited. A supplementary edict of May 14th granted permission to sell lands, leaving but little time in which to effect such transactions, and this was still more fatally limited in Aragon, where Ferdinand sequestered all Jewish property in order to afford claimants and creditors the opportunity to prove their rights, the courts being ordered to decide all such cases promptly. Still less excusable was his detaining from all sales an amount equal to all the charges and taxes which the Jews would have paid him, thus realizing a full year's revenue from the trifling sums obtained through forced sales by the unhappy exiles. In Castile the inextricable confusion arising from the extensive commercial transactions of the Jews led to the issue, May 30th, of a decree addressed to all the officials of the land, ordering all interested parties to be summoned to appear within 20 days to prove their claims, which the courts must settle by the middle of July. All debts falling due prior to the date of departure were to be promptly paid. If due to Christians by Jews who had not personal effects sufficient to satisfy them, the creditors were to take land at an appraised valuation, or be paid out of other debts paid by Jews. For debts falling due subsequently, if due by Jews, the debtors had to pay at once or furnish adequate security. If due by Christians or Moors, the creditors were either to leave powers to collect at maturity, or to sell the claims to such purchasers as they could find. These regulations afford us a glimpse into the complexities arising from the convulsion thus suddenly precipitated, and as the Jews were almost universally creditors, we can readily imagine how great were their losses and how many Christian debtors must have escaped payment. The sovereigns also shared in the spoils. When the exiles reached the seaports to embark, they found that an export duty of 2 ducats per head had been levied upon them, which they were obliged to pay out of their impoverished store. Moreover, the threat of confiscation for those who overstayed the time was rigorously enforced, and in some cases at least the property thus seized was granted to nobles to compensate their losses by the banishment of their Jews. All effects left behind also were seized. in many cases the dangers of the journey, the prohibition to carry coin, and the difficulty of procuring bills of exchange led the exiles to make deposits with trustworthy friends to be remitted to them in their new homes, all of which was seized by the crown. The amount of this was sufficient to require a regular organization of officials deputed to hunt up these deposits and other fragments of property that could be escheated, and we find correspondence on the subject as late as 1498. Efforts were even also made to follow exiles and secure their property on the plea that they had taken with them prohibited articles, and Henry VII of England and Ferdinand of Naples were appealed to for assistance in cases of this description. The terror and distress of the exodus, we are told, were greatly increased by an edict issued by Torquemada as Inquisitor-General in April, forbidding any Christian after August the 9th from holding any communication with Jews, or giving them food or shelter, or aiding them in any way. Such addition to their woes was scarce necessary, for it would be difficult to exaggerate the misery inflicted on a population thus suddenly uprooted from a land in which their race was older than that of their oppressors. Stunned at first by the blow, as soon as they rallied from the shock, they commenced preparations for departure. An aged rabbi, Isaac Aboab, with 30 prominent colleagues, was commissioned to treat with João II of Portugal for refuge in his dominions. He drove a hard bargain, demanding a cruzado a head for permission to enter and reside for 6 months. For those who were near the coasts, arrangements were made for transport by sea, mostly from Cadiz and Barcelona on the south and Laredo on the north. To the northeast Navarre afforded an asylum by order of Jean Albret and his wife Leonora, although the cities were somewhat recalcitrant. As the term approached, 2 days' grace were allowed, bringing it to August 2nd, the 9th of Av, a day memorable in Jewish annals for its repeated misfortunes. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 5. Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 6 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Anderson. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA, Book 1, Chapter 3, The Jews and the Conversos, Part 6. The sacrifices entailed on the exiles were enormous. To realize in so limited a time, on every species of property not portable, with means of transportation so imperfect, was almost impossible, and in a forced sale of such magnitude the purchasers had a vast advantage, of which they fully availed themselves. An eyewitness tells us that the Christians bought their property for a trifle. They went around and found few buyers, so that they were compelled to give a house for an ass and a vineyard for a little cloth or linen. In some places the miserable wretches, unable to get any price, burnt their homes, and the aljamas bestowed the communal property on the cities. Their synagogues they were not allowed to sell, the Christians taking them and converting them into churches wherein to worship a God of justice and love. The cemeteries, for which they felt peculiar solicitude, were in many places made over to the cities, on condition of preservation from desecration and use only for pasturage. Where this was not done they were confiscated, and Torquemada obtained a fragment of the spoil by securing, March 23, 1494, from Ferdinand and Isabella, the grant of that of Avila for his convent of Santo Tomas. The resolute constancy displayed in this extremity was admirable. There were comparatively few renegades, and if Abraham Senior was one of them, it is urged in extenuation that Isabella, who was loath to lose his services, threatened, if he persisted in his faith, to adopt still sharper measures against his people, and he, knowing her capacity in this direction, submitted to baptism. He and his family had for godparents the sovereigns and Cardinal Gonzalez de Mendoza. They assumed the name of Coronel, which long remained distinguished. The frailes exerted themselves everywhere in preaching, but the converts were few and only of the lowest class. The Inquisition had changed the situation, and San Vicente Ferrer himself would have found missionary work unfruitful, for the dread of exile was less than that of the Holy Office and the quemadero. There was boundless mutual helpfulness. The rich aided the poor, and they made ready as best they could to face the perils of the unknown future. Before starting, all the boys and girls over 12 were married. Early in July the exodus commenced, and no better idea of this pilgrimage of grief can be conveyed than by the simple narrative of the good cura of Palacios. Disregarding, he says, the wealth they left behind, and confiding in the blind hope that God would lead them to the promised land, they left their homes, great and small, old and young, on foot, on horseback, on asses or other beasts, or in wagons, some falling, others rising, some dying, others being born, others falling sick. There was no Christian who did not pity them. Everywhere they were invited to conversion, and some were baptized, but very few, for the rabbis encouraged them and made the women and children play on the timbrel. Those who went to Cadiz hoped that God would open a path for them across the sea, but they stayed there many days, suffering much, and many wished that they had never been born. From Aragon and Catalonia they put to sea for Italy or the Moorish lands, or whithersoever fortune might drive them. Most of them had evil fate, robbery and murder by sea and in the lands of their refuge. This is shown by the fate of those who sailed from Cadiz. They had to embark in 25 ships, of which the captain was Pero Cabron. They sailed for Oran, where they found the corsair Fragoso and his fleet. They promised him 10,000 ducats not to molest them, to which he agreed, but night came on and they sailed for Arcilla, a Spanish settlement in Morocco, where a tempest scattered them. 16 ships put into Cartagena, where 150 souls landed and asked for baptism. Then the fleet went to Malaga, where 400 more did the same. The rest reached Arcilla and went to Fez. Multitudes also sailed from Gibraltar to Arcilla, whence they set out for Fez, under guard of Moors hired for the purpose, but they were robbed on the journey and their wives and daughters were violated. Many returned to Arcilla, where the new arrivals, on hearing of this, remained, forming a large camp. Then they divided into 2 parties, one persisting in going to Fez, the other preferring baptism at Arcilla, where the commandant, the Count of Boron, treated them kindly, and the priests baptized them in squads with sprinklers. The Count sent them back to Spain, and up to 1496 they were returning for baptism. In Palacios, Bernaldez baptized as many as 100, some of them being rabbis. Those who reached Fez were naked and starving and lousy. The king, seeing them a burden, permitted them to return, and they straggled back to Arcilla, robbed and murdered on the road, the women violated, and the men often cut open in search of gold thought to be concealed in their stomachs. Those who remained in Fez built a great Jewry for themselves, of houses of straw. One night it took fire, burning all their property and 50 or 100 souls, after which came a pestilence, carrying off more than 4,000. Ferdinand and Isabella, seeing that all who could get back returned for baptism, set guards to keep them out unless they had money to support themselves. The whole world was pitiless to these wretched outcasts, against whom every man's hand was raised. Those who sought Portugal utilized the 6 months allotted to them by sending a party to Fez to arrange for transit there. Many went and formed part of the luckless band whose misfortunes we have seen. Others remained, the richer paying the king 100 cruzados per household, the poorer 8 cruzados a head, while 1,000 who could pay nothing were enslaved. These King Manuel emancipated on his accession in 1495, but in 1497 he enforced conversion on all. Then, in Lisbon at Easter 1506, a new Christian in a Dominican church chanced to express a doubt as to a miraculous crucifix, when he was dragged out by the hair and slain. The Dominicans harangued the mob, parading the streets with the crucifix and exciting popular passion till a massacre ensued, in which the most revolting cruelties were perpetrated. It raged for 3 days, and ended only when no more victims could be found, the number of slain being estimated at several thousand. The further fate of these refugees we shall have occasion to trace hereafter. In Navarre, where the exiles had been kindly received, the era of toleration was brief. In 1498 an edict, based on that of Ferdinand and Isabella, gave them the alternative of baptism or expulsion, and at the same time such difficulties were thrown in the way of exile that they mostly submitted to baptism and remained a discredited class, subjected to numerous disabilities. Naples, whither numbers flocked, afforded an inhospitable refuge. In August 1492 9 caravels arrived there, loaded with Jews and infected with pestilence, which they communicated to the city, whence it spread through the kingdom and raged for a year, causing a mortality of 20,000. Then, in the confusion following the invasion of Charles LEA in 1495, the people rose against them. Many abandoned their religion to escape slaughter or slavery. Many were carried off to distant lands and sold as slaves. This tribulation lasted for 3 years, during which those who were steadfast in the faith were imprisoned or burnt or exposed to the caprices of the mob. Turkey, on the whole, proved the most satisfactory refuge, where Bajazet found them such profitable subjects that he ridiculed the wisdom popularly ascribed to the Spanish sovereigns who could commit so great an act of folly. Though exposed to occasional persecution, they continued to flourish. Most of the existing Jews of Turkey in Europe and a large portion of those of Turkey in Asia are descendants of the exiles. They absorbed the older communities, and their language is still the Spanish of the 16th century. When the fate of the exiles was for the most part so unendurable, it was natural that many should seek to return to their native land, and, as we have seen from Bernaldez, large numbers did so. At first this was tacitly permitted, on condition of conversion, provided they brought money with them. But the sovereigns finally grew fearful that the purity of the faith would be impaired, and in 1499 an explanatory edict was issued, decreeing death and confiscation for any Jew entering Spain, whether a foreigner or returning exile, even if he asked for baptism, unless beforehand he sent word that he wished to come for that purpose, when he was to be baptized at the port of entry, and a notarial act was to be taken. That this savage edict was pitilessly enforced is manifested by several cases in 1500 and 1501. Moreover, all masters of Jewish slaves were ordered to send them out of the country within 2 months, unless they would submit to baptism. Spain was too holy a land to be polluted with the presence of a Jew even in captivity. In the absence of trustworthy statistics, all estimates of the number of victims must be more or less a matter of guesswork, and consequently they vary with the impressions or imagination of the annalist. Bernaldez informs us that Rabbi Meir wrote to Abraham Sr. that the sovereigns had banished 35,000 vassals, that is, 35,000 Jewish households, and he adds that of the 10 or 12 rabbis whom he baptized on their return, a very intelligent one named Zentoyo of Vitoria told him that there were in Castile more than 30,000 married Jews and 6,000 in the kingdoms of Aragon, making 160,000 souls when the edict was issued, which is probably as nearly correct an estimate as we can find. With time the figures grew. Albertino, Inquisitor of Valencia in 1534, quotes Reuchlin as computing the number of exiles at 420,000. The cautious Zurita quotes Bernaldez and adds that others put the total at 400,000, while Mariana tells us that most authors assert the number of households to have been 170,000, and some put the total at 800,000 souls. Paramo quotes the figures of 124,000 households, or over 600,000 souls. Isidore Loeb, after an exhaustive review of all authorities, Jewish and Christian, reaches the estimate: emigrants 165,000, baptized 50,000, died 20,000, total 235,000. And this, in view of the diminished number of Jews, as shown by the Repartimiento of 1474, is probably too large an estimate. Whatever may have been the number, the sum of human misery was incomputable. Rabbi Joseph, whose father was one of the exiles, eloquently describes the sufferings of his race. Quote, "For some of them the Turks killed to take out the gold which they had swallowed to hide it. Some of them hunger and the plague consumed, and some of them were cast naked by the captains on the isles of the sea, and some of them were sold for men servants and maid servants in Genoa and its villages, and some of them were cast into the sea, for there were among those who were cast into the isles of the sea upon Provence a Jew and his old father fainting from hunger, begging bread, for there was no one to break unto them in a strange country. And the man went and sold his son for bread to restore the soul of the old man. And it came to pass, when he returned to his old father, that he found him fallen down dead, and he rent his clothes. And he returned unto the baker to take his son, and the baker would not give him back, and he cried out with a loud and bitter cry for his son, and there was none to deliver." End quote. Penniless, friendless, and despised, they were cast forth into a world which had been taught that to oppress them was a service to the Redeemer. Yet such were the convictions of the period in the 15th century, after Christ had died for man, that this crime against humanity met with nothing but applause among contemporaries. Men might admit that it was unwise from the point of view of statesmanship, and damaging to the prosperity of the land, but this only enhanced the credit due to the sovereigns whose piety was equal to the sacrifice. When, in 1495, Alexander VI granted to them the proud title of Catholic kings, the expulsion of the Jews was enumerated among the services to the faith entitling them to this distinction. Even so liberal and cultured a thinker as Gian Pico della Mirandola praises them for it, while he admits that even Christians were moved to pity by the calamities of the sufferers, nearly all of whom were consumed by shipwreck, pestilence, and hunger, rendering the destruction equal to that inflicted by Titus and Hadrian. It is true that Machiavelli, faithful to his general principles, seeks to find in Ferdinand's participation a political rather than a religious motive, but even he characterizes the act as a pietosa crudeltà. So far indeed was it from being a cruelty in the eyes of the theologians of the period, that Ferdinand was held to have exercised his power mercifully, for Arnaldo Albertino proved by the canon law that he would have been fully justified in putting them all to the sword and seizing their property. The edict of expulsion proclaimed to the world the policy which, in its continuous development, did so much for the abasement of Spain. At the same time it closed the career of avowed Jews in the Spanish dominions. Henceforth we shall meet with them as apostate Christians, the occasion and the victims of the Inquisition. End of Book 1, Chapter 3, Part 6.
Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 1 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claude Banta. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Charles LEA, Book 1, Chapter 4, Establishment of the Inquisition, Part 1. Much as the Conversos had gained, from a worldly point of view, by their change of religion, their position, in one respect, as we have seen, was seriously deteriorated. As Jews, they might be despoiled and humiliated, confined in narrow Jewries, and restricted as to their careers and means of livelihood. But withal, they enjoyed complete freedom of faith, in which they were subjected only to their own rabbis. They were outside of the Church, and the Church claimed no jurisdiction over them in matters of religion, so long as they did not openly blaspheme Christianity or seek to make proselytes. As soon, however, as the convert was baptized, he became a member of the Church, and for any aberration from orthodoxy he was amenable to its laws. As the Inquisition had never existed in Castile, and was inactive in Aragon, while the bishops who held ordinary jurisdiction over heresy and apostasy were too turbulent and worldly to waste thought on the exercise of their authority in such matters, the Conversos seem never to have recognized the possibility of being held to account for any secret learning to the faith which they had ostensibly abandoned. The circumstances under which the mass of conversions was effected, threats of massacre or the wearing pressure of inhuman laws, were not such as to justify confidence in the sincerity of the neophytes. Nor, when baptism was administered indiscriminately to multitudes, was there a possibility of detailed instruction in the complicated theology of their new faith. Rabbinical Judaism, moreover, so entwines itself with every detail of the believer's daily life, and attaches so much importance to the observances which it enjoins, that it was impossible for whole communities thus suddenly Christianized to abandon their rites and usages, which, through so many generations, had become a part of existence itself. Earnest converts might have brought up their children as Christians, and the grandchildren might have outgrown the old customs, but the Conversos could not be earnest converts, and the sacred traditions handed down by father to son from the days of the Sanhedrin were too precious to be set aside. The Anuism, as they were known to their Hebrew brethren, thus were unwilling Christians, practicing what Jewish rites they dared, and it was held to be the duty of all Jews to bring them back to the true faith. As soon, therefore, as the Church had gained her new recruits, she began to regard them with a pardonable degree of suspicion, although she seems to have made no effort to instruct them in her new doctrines, after hurriedly baptizing them by the thousand. In 1429, the Council of Tortosa indignantly denounced the unspeakable cruelty of the Conversos, who, with damnable negligence, permit their children to remain in servitude of the devil by omitting to have them baptized. To remedy this, the ordinaries were ordered, by the free use of ecclesiastical censures, and by calling in, if necessary, the secular arm, to cause all such children to be baptized within 8 days after birth, and all temporal lords were commanded to lend their aid in this pious work. The outlook certainly was not promising that the coming generation should be free from the inveterate Jewish errors. How little concealment indeed was thought necessary by the Conversos, so long as they exhibited a nominal adherence to Catholicism, is plainly shown by the testimony in the early trials before the Inquisition, where servants and neighbors give ample evidence as to Jewish observances openly followed. Still more conclusive is a case occurring in 1456 in Roussillon, which, although at the time held in pawn by France, was subject to the Inquisition of Aragon. certain conversos not only persisted in Jewish practices, such as eating meat in Lent, but forced their Christian servants to do likewise, and when the inquisitor, Fray Mateo de Repica, with the aid of the Bishop of Elna, sought to reduce them to conformity, they defiantly published a defamatory libel upon him, and, with the assistance of certain laymen, afflicted him with injuries and expenses. It was not without cause that when Bishop Alfonso de Santa Maria procured the decree of 1434 from the Council of Basle, he included a clause branding as heretics all conversos who adhered to Jewish superstitions, directing bishops and inquisitors to inquire strictly after them and to punish them condignly, and pronouncing liable to the penalties of fautorship all who support them in those practices. The decree, of course, proved a dead letter, but none the less was it the foreshadowing of the Inquisition. When Nicholas V in 1449 issued his bull in favor of the conversos, he followed the example of the Council of Basle in accepting those who secretly continued to practice Jewish rites. In the methods commonly employed to procure conversions, the result was inevitable and incurable. What rendered this especially serious was the success of the conversos in obtaining high office in the Church and State. Important sees were occupied by bishops of Jewish blood. The chapters, the monastic orders, and the curacies were full of them. They were prominent in the royal council, and everywhere enjoyed positions of influence. The most powerful among them, the Santa Marias, the Davilas, and their following, had turned against the royal favorite, Alvaro de Luna, and with the discontented nobles were plotting his ruin, when he seems to have conceived the idea that if he could introduce the Inquisition in Castile, he might find in it a weapon wherewith to subdue them. At least this is the only explanation of an application made to Nicholas V in 1451 by Juan II for a delegation of papal inquisitorial power for the chastisement of Judaizing Christians. The popes had too long vainly desired to introduce the Inquisition in Castile for Nicholas to neglect this opportunity. He promptly commissioned the Bishop of Osma, his vicar general, and the Scholasticus of Salamanca as inquisitors, either by themselves or through such delegates as they might appoint, to investigate and punish without appeal all such offenders, to deprive them of ecclesiastical dignities and benefices and of temporal possessions, to pronounce them incapable of holding such positions in future, to imprison and degrade them, and, if the offense required, to abandon them to the secular arm for burning. Full power was granted to perform any acts necessary or opportune to the discharge of these duties, and, if resistance were offered, to invoke the aid of the secular powers. All this was within the regular routine of the inquisitorial office, but there was one clause which showed that the object of the measure was the destruction of de Luna's enemies, the converso bishops, for the commission empowered the appointees to proceed even against bishops, a faculty never before granted to inquisitors, and subsequently, as we shall see, withheld when the new Inquisition was organized. All this was the formal establishment of the Inquisition on Castilian soil, and if circumstances had permitted its development, it would not have been left for Isabella to introduce the institution. The Inquisition, however, rested on the secular power for its efficiency. In Spain especially, there was little respect for the naked papal authority, while that of Juan II was too much enfeebled to enable him to establish so serious an innovation. The New Christians recognized that their safety depended on de Luna's downfall. The conspiracy against him won over the nerveless Juan II, and in 1453 he was hurriedly condemned and executed. Naturally, the bull remained inoperative, and some 10 years later Alonso de Espina freely complains, "Some are heretics and Christian perverts, others are Jews, others Saracens, others devils. There is no one to investigate the errors of the heretics. The ravening wolves, O Lord, have entered thy flock, for the shepherds are few. Many are hirelings, and as hirelings they care only for the shearings, and not for feeding thy sheep." To Fray Alfonso de Espina may be ascribed a large share in hastening the development of organized persecution in Spain by inflaming the race hatred of recent origin, which already needed no stimulation. He was a man of the highest reputation for learning and sanctity, and when, early in his career, he was discouraged by the slender result of his preaching, a miracle revealed to him the favor of heaven, and induced him to persevere. In 1453 we find him administrating to Alvaro de Luna the last consolations of religion at his hurried execution, and he became the confessor of Henry IV. In 1454, when a child was robbed and murdered at Valladolid, and the body was scratched up by dogs, the Jews were of course suspected, and confession was obtained by torture. Alonso happened to be there, and aroused much public excitement by his sermons on the subject, in which he asserted that the Jews had ripped out the child's heart and burnt it, and by mingling the ashes with wine had made an unholy sacrament. But unfortunately, as he tells us, bribery of the judges and of King Henry enabled the offenders to escape. The next year, 1455, as provincial of the Observantine Franciscans, he was engaged in an unsuccessful attempt to drive the conventuals out of Segovia, or to obtain a separate convent for the Observantines. Thenceforth he seems to have contracted his energies on the endeavor to bring about the forced conversion of the Jews, and to introduce the Inquisition as a corrective of the apostasy of the conversos. He is usually considered to have himself belonged to the class of conversos who entertained an inextinguishable hatred for their former brethren, but there is no evidence of this, and the probabilities are altogether against it. His Forticalium Fidei is a deplorable exhibition of the fanatic passions which finally dominated Spain. He rakes together, from the chronicles of all Europe, the stories of Jews slaying Christian children in their unholy rites, of their poisoning wells and fountains, of their starting conflagrations, and of all the other horrors by which a healthy detestation of the unfortunate race was created and stimulated. The Jewish law, he tells us, commands them to slay Christians, and to despoil them whenever practicable, and they obey it with a quenchless hatred and insatiable thirst for revenge. Thrice a day, in their prayers, they repeat, "Let there be no hope for Meshudanim, conversos. May all heretics and all who speak against Israel be speedily cut off. May the kingdom of the proud be broken and destroyed, and may all of our enemies be crushed and humbled speedily in our days." But the evil now wrought by Jews is trifling to that which they will work at the coming of Antichrist, for they will be his supporters. Alexander the Great shut them up in the mountains of the Caspian, adjoining the realms of the great Khan, of the monarch Cathay. There, between the castles of Gog and Magog, confined by an enchanted wall, they have multiplied until now they are numerous enough to fill 24 kingdoms. When Antichrist comes, they will break loose and rally around him, as likewise will all the Jews of the diaspora, for they will regard him as their promised Messiah, and will worship him as their God, and with their united aid he will overrun the earth. With such eventualities in prospect, it is no wonder that Fray Alonso could convince himself, in opposition to the canon law, that the forced conversion of the Jews was lawful and expedient, as well as the baptism of their children without their consent. When such was the temper in which a man of distinguished learning and intelligence discussed the relations between Jews and Christians, we can imagine the character of the sermons in which, from numerous pulpits, the passions of the people were inflamed against their neighbors. If open Judaism was abhorrent, still worse was the insidious heresy of the conversos who pretended to be Christians, and who more or less openly continued to practice Jewish rites, and perverted the faithful in their influence and example. These abounded on every hand, and there was scarce an effort made to repress or punish them. The law, from the earliest times, provided the death penalty for their offense, but there was none found to enforce it. Fray Alonso dolefully asserts that they succeeded in their presence in so blinding princes and prelates that they were never punished, and that when one person accused them, 3 would come forward in their favor. He relates an instance of such an attempt in 1458 at Formensta, where a barber named Fernando Sanchez publicly maintained monotheism. Fortunately, Bishop Pedro of Palencia had zeal enough to prosecute him. When his offense was proved, and under fear of the death penalty, he recanted. But when he was condemned to imprisonment for life, for so much sympathy was excited by the unaccustomed severity that, in accordance with numerous petitions, the sentence was commuted to 10 years' exile. In 1459, at Segovia, a number of conversos were by an accident discovered in the synagogue praying at the Feast of Tabernacles, but nothing seems to have been done with them. At Medina del Campo, in the same year, Fray Alonso was informed that there were more than 100 who denied the truth of the New Testament, but he could do nothing save preach against them, and subsequently he learned that in one house there were more than 30 men at that very time laid up in consequence of undergoing circumcision. It is no wonder that he earnestly advocated the introduction of the Inquisition as the only cure for this scandalous condition of affairs, that he argued in its favor with warmest zeal and answered all objections in a manner which showed that he was familiar with its workings from a careful study of the Clementines and of Aymeric's Directorium. The good cura de los Palacios is equally emphatic in his testimony as to the prevalence of Judaism among the conversos. For the most part, he says, they continued to be Jews, or rather they were neither Christians nor Jews, but heretics, and this heresy increased and flourished through the riches and pride of many wise and learned men, bishops and canons and friars and abbots and financial agents and secretaries of the king and of the magnates. At the commencement of the reign of Ferdinand and Isabella, this heresy grew so powerful that the clerks were on the point of preaching the law of Moses. These heretics avoided baptizing their children, and, when they could not prevent it, they washed off the baptism on returning from the church. They ate meat on fast days and unleavened bread at Passover, which they observed as well as the Sabbaths. They had Jews who secretly preached in their houses, and rabbis who slaughtered meat and birds for them. They performed all the Jewish ceremonies in secret, as well as they could not and avoided, as far as possible, receiving the sacrament. They never confessed. Truly, a confessor, after hearing one of them, cut off a corner of his garment, saying, "Since you have never sinned, I want a piece of your clothes as a relic to cure the sick." Many of them attained to great wealth, for they had no conscience in usury, saying that they were spoiling the Egyptians. They assumed airs of superiority, asserting that there was no better race on earth, nor wiser nor shrewder, nor more honorable through their descent from the tribes of Israel. In fact, when we consider the popular detestation of the conversos, and the invitation to attack afforded by their Judaizing tendencies, the postponement in establishing the Inquisition is attributable to the all-pervading lawlessness of the period and the absence of a strong central power. The people gratified their hatred by an occasional massacre, with its accompanying pillage, but among the various factions of the distracted state no one was strong enough to attempt a systematic movement provoking the bitterest opposition of a powerful class whose members occupied confidential positions in the court, not alone of the king, but of every noble and prelate. Earnest and untiring as was Fray Alonso's zeal, it therefore was fruitless. In August 1461 he induced the heads of the Observantine Franciscans to address the chapter of the Geronimites, urging a union of both bodies in the effort to obtain the introduction of the Inquisition. The suggestion was favorably received, but the answer was delayed, and the impatient Fray Alonso, with Fray Ferdinando de la Plaza and other Observantines, appealed directly to King Henry, representing the prevalence of the Judaizing heresy throughout the land and the habitual circumcision of the children of conversos. The zeal of Fray Fernando outran his discretion, and in his sermons he declared that he possessed the foreskins of children thus treated. King Henry sent for him, and said that this practice was a gross insult to the Church, which it was his duty to punish, ordering him to produce the objects and reveal the names of the culprits. The fraile could not only reply that he had heard it from persons of repute and authority, but on being commanded to state their names refused to do so, thus tacitly acknowledging that he had no proof. The Conversos were not slow in taking advantage of his blunder, and, to crown the defeat of the Observantines, the Geronimites changed their views. Their general, Fray Alonso de Oropesa, who himself had Jewish blood in his veins, was a man deservedly esteemed. Under his impulsion they mounted the pulpit in defence of the Conversos, and the Observantines for the time were silenced. While the labors of the fiery Fray Alonso were unquestionably successful in intensifying the bitterness of race hatred, their only direct result was seen in the Concordia of Medina del Campo between Henry IV and his revolted nobles in 1464-5. In this, an elaborate clause deplored the spread of the Judaizing heresy. It ordered the bishops to establish a searching inquisition throughout all the lands and lordships, regardless of franchises and privileges, for the detection and punishment of the heretics. It pledged the king to support the measure in every way, and to employ the confiscations in the war with the Moors, and it pointed out that the enforcement of this plan would put an end to the tumults and massacres directed against the suspects. Under this impulsion, some desultory persecution occurred. In the trial of Beatriz Núñez by the Inquisition of Toledo in 1485, witnesses allude to her husband Fernando González, who, some 20 years before, had been convicted and reconciled. More detailed is a case occurring at Lerna in 1467, where, on September 17th, two Conversos, Garci Fernández Valenci and Pedro Franco de Villarreal, were discovered in the act of performing Jewish ceremonies. The alcalde mayor, Alvaro de Cespedes, at once seized them and carried them before the episcopal vicar, Joan Milan. They confessed their Judaism, and the vicar at once sentenced them to be burnt alive, which was executed the same day. Two women compromised in the matter were condemned to other penalties, and the house in which the heresy had been perpetrated was torn down. In such cases, the bishops were merely exercising their imprescriptible jurisdiction over heresy, but the prelacy of Castile was too much occupied with worldly affairs to devote any general or sustained energy to the suppression of Judaizers, and the land was too anarchical for the royal power to exert any influence in carrying the Concordia into effect. The deposition of Avila, which followed in the next year, plunged everything again into confusion, and the only real importance of the attempt lies in its significance of what was impending when peace and a strong government should render such a measure feasible. Yet it is a noteworthy fact that in all the long series of the Cortes of Castile, from the earliest times, the proceedings of which have been published in full, there was no petition for anything approaching an inquisition. In the 14th century there were many complaints about the Jews and petitions for restrictive laws, but these diminish in the 15th century, and the later Cortes, from 1450 on, are almost free from them. The fearful disorders of the land give the procurators or deputies enough to complain about, and they seem to have had no time to waste on problematical dangers to religion. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 2 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claude Banta. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA, Book 1, Chapter 4, Establishment of the Inquisition, Part 2. This was the situation at the accession of Ferdinand and Isabella in 1474. Some years were necessary to settle the question of the succession, disputed by the unfortunate Beltraneja, and to quell the unruly nobles. During this period, Sixtus VI renewed the attempt to introduce the papal inquisition, for in sending Niccolo Franco to Castile as legate, he commissioned him with full inquisitorial faculties to prosecute and punish the false Christians, who after baptism persisted in the observance of Jewish rites. The effort, however, was fruitless, and is interesting chiefly from the evidence which it gives of the desire of Sixtus to give to Castile the blessing of the Inquisition. Ferdinand and Isabella, as we have seen, were habitually jealous of papal encroachments, and were anxious to limit rather than to extend the legatine functions. They did not respond to the papal zeal for the purity of the faith, and even when quiet was to a great extent restored, they took no initiative with regard to a matter which had seemed to Fray Alonso de Espina so immeasurably important. In his capacity of agitator he had been succeeded by Fray Alonso de Ojeda, prior of the Dominican house of San Pablo of Seville, who devoted himself to the destruction of Judaism, both open as professed by the Jews, and concealed as attributed to the Conversos. The Battle of Toro, March 1, 1476, virtually broke up the party of the Beltraneja, of which the leaders made their peace as best they could, and the sovereigns could at last undertake the task of pacifying the land. At the end of July, 1477, Isabella, after capturing the castle of Trujillo, came, as we have seen, to Seville, where she remained until October 1478. The presence of the court, with Conversos filling many of its most important posts, excited Fray Alonso to greater ardor than ever. It was in vain, however, that he called the Queen's attention to the danger threatening the faith and the state from the multitude of pretended Christians in high places. She was receiving faithful service from members of the class accused, and she probably was too much occupied with the business in hand to undertake a task that could be postponed. It is said that her confessor, Torquemada, at an earlier period, had induced her to take a vow that when she should reach the throne she would devote her life to the extirpation of heresy and the supremacy of the Catholic faith, but this may safely be dismissed as a legend of later date. Be this as it may, all that was done at the moment was that Pero Gonzalez de Mendoza, then Archbishop of Seville, held a synod in which was promulgated a catechism setting forth the belief and duties of the Christians, which was published in the churches and hung up for public information in every parish, while the priests were exhorted to increased vigilance and the frailes to fresh zeal in making converts. The adoption of such a device betrays the previous neglect of all instruction of the Marranos in the new religion imposed on them. The court left Seville, and Ojeda's opportunity seemed to have passed away. Whatever alacrity the priests may have shown in obeying their archbishop, nothing was accomplished, nor was the increased zeal of the frailes rewarded with success. There is a story accredited by all the historians of the Inquisition that Ojeda chanced to hear of a meeting of Jews and Conversos on the night of Good Friday, March 28, 1478, to celebrate their impious rites, and that he hastened with the evidence to Cordova and laid it before the sovereigns, resulting in the punishment of the culprits and turning the scale in favor of introducing the Inquisition. But there is no contemporary evidence of its truth, and the dates are irreconcilable, nor was such an incentive necessary. The insincerity of the conversion of a large portion of the Marranos was incontestable. According to the principles universally accepted at the period, it was the duty of the sovereigns to reduce them to conformity. With the pacification of the land the time had come to attempt this resolutely and comprehensively, and the only question was as to the method. It was inevitable that there should have been a prolonged struggle in the court before the drastic remedy of the Inquisition was adopted. The efforts of its advocates were directed, not against the despised and friendless Jews, but against the powerful Conversos, embracing many of the most trusted counselors of the sovereigns and men high in station in the Church, who could not but recognize the danger impending on all who tracked their descent from Israel. There seems at first to have been a kind of compromise adopted, under which Pedro Fernandez de Solis, Bishop of Cadiz, who was provisor of Seville, with the Assistente Diego de Merlo, Fray Alonso de Ojeda, and some other frailes, were commissioned to take charge of the matter, with power to inflict punishment. This resulted in a report by the commissioners to the sovereigns that a great portion of the citizens of Seville were infected with heresy, that it involved men in high station and power, and that it spread throughout not only Andalusia but Castile, so that it was incurable save by the organization of the Inquisition. The Archbishop Mendoza, doubtless disgusted with the failure of his methods of instruction, joined in these representations, and they had a powerful supporter in Fray Thomas de Torquemada, prior of the Dominican convent of Santa Cruz in Segovia, who, as confessor of the sovereigns, had much influence over them, and who had long been urging the vigorous chastisement of heresy. At last the victory was won. Ferdinand and Isabella resolved to introduce the Inquisition in the Castilian kingdoms, and their ambassadors to the Holy See, the Bishop of Osma and his brother Diego de Santillan, were ordered to procure the necessary bull from Sixtus IV. This must have been shrouded in profound secrecy, for in July 1478, while negotiations must have been on foot in Rome, Ferdinand and Isabella convoked a national synod at Seville, which sat until August 1st. In the proposition laid by the sovereigns before this body, there is no hint that such a measure was desired or proposed, and in the deliberations of the assembled prelates, there is no indication that the Church thought any action against the Conversos necessary. Even as late as 1480, after the procurement of the bull and before its enforcement, the Cortes of Toledo presented to the sovereigns a detailed memorial embodying all the measures of reform desired by the people. In this the separation of Christians from Jews and Moors is asked for, but there is no request for the prosecution of apostate Conversos. Evidently there was no knowledge of, and no popular demand for, the impending Inquisition. Sixtus can have been nothing loath to accomplish the introduction of the Inquisition in Castile, which his predecessors had so frequently and so vainly attempted, and which he had essayed to do a few years previous by granting the necessary faculties to his legate. If the request of the Castilian sovereigns, therefore, was not immediately granted, it cannot have been from humanitarian motives, as alleged by some modern apologists, but because Ferdinand and Isabella desired, not the ordinary papal inquisition, but one which should be under the royal control, and should pour into the royal treasury the resultant confiscations. Hitherto the appointment of inquisitors had always been made by the provincials of the Dominican or Franciscan orders, according as the territory belonged to one or the other, with occasional interference on the part of the Holy See, from which the commission emanated. It was a delegation of the supreme papal authority, and had always been held completely independent of the secular power, but Ferdinand and Isabella were too jealous of papal interference in the internal affairs of their kingdoms to permit this, and it is an evidence of the extreme desire of Sixtus to extend the Inquisition over Castile that he consented to make so important a concession. There also was doubtless discussion over the confiscations which the wealth of the Conversos promised to render large. This was a matter in which there was no universally recognized practice. In France they endured to the temporal seigneur. In Italy the custom varied at different times and in various states, but the papacy assumed control it, and in the 14th century it claimed the whole, to be divided equally between the Inquisition and the papal camera. The matter was evidently one to be determined by negotiation, and in this too the sovereigns had their way, for the confiscations were tacitly abandoned to them. Nothing was said as to defraying the expenses of the institution, but this was inferred by the absorption of the confiscations. If it was to be dependent on the crown must provide for it, and we shall see hereafter the various devices by which a portion of the burden was subsequently thrown upon the Church. The bull, as finally issued, bears date November 1, 1478, and is a very simple affair, which, on its face, bears no signs of its momentous influence in molding the destinies of the Spanish peninsula. After reciting the existence in Spain of false Christians and the request of Ferdinand and Isabella that the Pope should provide a remedy, it authorizes them to appoint 3 bishops or other suitable men, priests either irregular or secular, over 40 years of age, masters or bachelors in theology, or doctors or licentiates of canon law, and to remove and replace them at pleasure. These are to have the jurisdiction and faculties of bishops and inquisitors over heretics, their fautors and receivers. Subsequently, Sixtus pronounced the bull to have been drawn inconsiderably, and not in accordance with the received practice and the decrees of his predecessors, which doubtless referred to the power of appointment and removal lodged in the crown, and also to the omission of the request of episcopal concurrence in rendering judgment. The creation of inquisitors was in itself an invasion of episcopal jurisdiction, which, from the earliest history of the institution, had been the source of frequent trouble, and where, as in Spain, many bishops were of Jewish blood and therefore under suspicion, the question was more intricate than elsewhere. With respect to this, moreover, it is observable that the bull did not confer, like that of Nicholas V in 1451, jurisdiction over bishops in any special derogation of the decree of Boniface VIII, requiring them, when suspected of heresy, to be tried by the Pope. Both of these questions, as we shall see, subsequently gave rise to considerable discussion. So far the anti-Semitic party had triumphed, but Isabella's hesitation to exercise the powers thus obtained shows that the conversos in her court did not abandon the struggle, and that for nearly 2 years they succeeded in keeping the balance even. It is possible also that Ferdinand was not inclined to a severity of which he could not forecast the economical disadvantages, for as late as January 1482 a letter from him to the inquisitors of his kingdom of Valencia manifests a marked preference for the use of mild and merciful methods. Whatever may have been the influence at work, it was not until September 17, 1480, that the momentous step was taken which was to exercise so sinister an influence on the destinies of Spain. On that day commissioners were issued to 2 Dominicans, Miguel de Murillo, Master of Theology, and Juan de San Martin, Bachelor of Theology and Friar of San Pablo in Seville, who were emphatically told that any dereliction of duty would entail their removal, with forfeiture of all their temporalities and denationalization in the kingdom, thus impressing on them their subordination to the crown. Still there were delays. October 9th a royal order commanded all officials to give them free transportation and provisions on their way to Seville, where, as in the most infected spot, operations were to commence. When they reached the city they waited on the chapter and presented their credentials. The municipal council met them at the chapter house door and escorted them to the city hall, where a formal reception took place and a solemn procession was organized for the following Sunday. They were thus fairly installed, but apparently they still found difficulties thrown in their way, for on December 27th it was deemed necessary to issue a royal cedula to the officials ordering them to render aid to the inquisitors. They had not waited for this to organize their tribunal, with Dr. Juan Ruiz de Medina as assessor, and Juan Lopez del Barco, a chaplain of the Queen, as promotor fiscal, or prosecuting officer. To these were added, May 13, 1481, Diego de Merlo, assistente or corregidor of Seville, and the licitiante Ferran Yanez de Lobon as receivers of confiscations, an indispensable office in view of the profits of persecution. All soon found plenty of work. The conversos of Seville had not been unmindful of the coming tempest. Many of them had fled to the lands of the neighboring nobles in the expectation that feudal jurisdiction would protect them, even against a spiritual court such as that of the Inquisition. To prevent this change of domicile, a royal decree ordered that no one should leave any place where inquisitors were holding their tribunal, but in the general terror this arbitrary command received scant obedience. A more efficient step was a proclamation addressed on January 2, 1481, to the Marquis of Cadiz and other nobles by the frailes Miguel and Juan. This proved that no error had been made in the selection of those who were to lay the foundations of the Inquisition, and that a new era had opened for Spain. The 2 simple friars spoke with an assured audacity to grandees who had been wont to treat with their sovereign on almost equal terms, an audacity which must have appeared incredible to those to whom it was addressed, but to which Spain in time became accustomed from the Holy Office. The great Rodrigo Ponce de Leon and all other nobles were commanded to search their territories, to seize all strangers and newcomers, and to deliver them within 15 days at the prison of the Inquisition, to sequestrate their property and confide it, properly inventoried, to trustworthy persons who should account for it to the king or to the inquisitors. In vigorous language they were told that any failure in obeying these orders would bring upon them excommunication, removable only by the inquisitors on their superiors, with forfeiture of rank and possessions and the release of their vassals from allegiance and from all payments due, a release which the inquisitors assumed to grant in advance, adding that they would prosecute them as fautors, receivers, and defenders of heretics. This portentous utterance was effective. the number of prisons was speedily so great that the convent of San Pablo, which the inquisitors at first occupied, became insufficient, and they obtained permission to establish themselves in the great fortress of Triana, the stronghold of Seville, of which the immense size and the gloomy dungeons rendered it appropriate for the work in hand. There were other conversos, however, who imagined that resistance was preferable to flight. Diego de Suzan, one of the leading citizens of Seville, whose wealth was estimated at 10 millions of maravedis, assembled some of his prominent brethren of Seville, Utrera, and Carmona to deliberate as to their action. The meeting was held in the church of San Salvador and comprised ecclesiastics of high rank, magistrates, and officials belonging to the threatened class. Civic tumults had been so customary a resource when any object was to be gained that Suzan naturally suggested in a fiery speech that they should recruit faithful men, collect a store of arms, and that the first arrest by the inquisitors should be the signal of a rising in which the inquisitors should be slain, and thus an emphatic warning be given to deter others from renewing the attempt. In spite of some faint-heartedness manifested by one or two of those present, the plan was adopted, and steps were taken to carry it out. When Pedro Fernandez Venedera, mayordomo of the cathedral, one of the conspirators, was arrested, weapons to arm 100 men were found in his house, showing how active the preparations on foot. The plot would doubtless have been executed, and have led to a massacre, such as we have so often seen in the Spanish cities, but for a daughter of Diego Suzan, whose loveliness had won for her the name of the Formosa Fembra. She was involved with an intrigue with a Christian caballero, to whom she revealed the secret, and it was speedily conveyed to the inquisitors. Nothing could better have suited their purpose. If there had been any feeling of opposition to them on the part of the authorities, it disappeared, and the most important members of the Converso community were in their power. Diego de Merlo, the assistente of Seville, arrested at the bidding of the inquisitors the richest and most honorable Conversos, magistrates and dignitaries who were confined in San Pablo and thence transferred to the castle of Triana. The trials were prompt, and at the rendering of sentence a consulta de fe or assembly of experts was convoked, consisting of lawyers and the provisor of the bisphoric, thus recognizing the necessity of concurrent action on the part of the episcopal jurisdiction. What justified the sentence of burning it would be difficult to say. It was not obstinate heresy, for one at least of the victims is stated to have died as a good Christian. It could not have been the plot, for this, in so far as it was an ecclesiastical offense, was merely impeding the Inquisition, and even the assassins of St. Peter Martyr, when they professed repentance, were admitted to penance. It was a new departure, in disregard of all the canons, and it gave warning that the new Inquisition of Spain was not to follow in the footsteps of the old, but was to mark out for itself a yet bloodier and more terrible career. Justice was prompt, and the first auto de fe was celebrated February 6, 1481, when 6 men and women were burnt, and the sermon was preached by Fray Alonso de Hojeda, who now saw the efforts of so many years crowned with success. He might well say nunc dimittis, for though a second auto followed in a few days, his eyes were not to rejoice at the holy spectacle, for the pestilence, which was to carry off 15,000 of the people of Seville, was now commencing, and he was one of the earliest victims. In the second auto there were only 3 burnings: Diego de Suzan, Manuel Solis, and Bartolome Torrebala, 3 of the wealthiest and most important citizens of Seville. As though to show that the work thus begun was to be an enduring one, a quemadero, brasero, or burning place was constructed in the Campo de Tablada, so massively that its foundations can still be traced. On 4 pillars at the corners were erected statues of the prophets in plaster of Paris, apparently to indicate that although technically the burning was the work of secular justice, it was performed at the command of religion. Further arrests and burnings promptly followed, the wealth and prominence of the victims proving that here was a tribunal which was no respecter of persons, and that money or favor could avail nothing against its rigid fanaticism. The flight of the terror-stricken conversos was stimulated afresh, but the Inquisition was not thus to be balked of its prey. Flight was forbidden, and guards were placed at the gates, where so many were arrested that no place of confinement sufficiently capacious for them could be found. Yet notwithstanding this, great numbers escaped to the lands of the nobles, to Portugal, and to the Moors. The plague now began to rage with violence. God and man seemed to be uniting for the destruction of the unhappy Conversos, and they petitioned Diego de Merlo to allow them to save their lives by leaving the pest-ridden city. Their request was humanely granted to those who could procure passes, on condition that they should leave their property behind and only take with them what was necessary for immediate use. Under these regulations multitudes departed, more than 8,000 finding refuge at Mairena, Marchena, and Palacios. The Marquis of Cadiz, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, and other nobles received them hospitably, but many kept on to Portugal or to the Moors, and some, we are told, even found refuge in Rome. The inquisitors themselves were obliged to abandon the city, but their zeal allowed them no respite. They removed their tribunal to Aracena, where they found ample work to do, burning there 23 men and women, besides the corpses and bones of numerous deceased heretics exhumed for the purpose. When the pestilence diminished, they returned to Seville and resumed their work there with unrelaxing ardor. According to a contemporary, by the 4th of November they had burnt 298 persons and had condemned 79 to perpetual prison. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 2.
Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 3 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Henry Charles LEA. Book 1, Chapter 4, Establishment of the Inquisition, Part 3. As novices, it would seem that the zeal of the inquisitors had plunged them into the business of arresting and trying suspects without resorting to the preliminary device which had been found useful in the earliest operations of the Holy Office, the term of grace. This was a period, longer or shorter according to the discretion of the inquisitors, during which those who felt themselves guilty could come forward and confess, when they would be reconciled to the Church and subjected to penance, pecuniary and otherwise, severe enough but preferable to the stake. One of the conditions was that of stating all that they knew of other heretics and apostates, which proved an exceedingly fruitful source of information, as, under the general terror, there was little hesitation in denouncing not only friends and acquaintances, but the nearest and dearest kindred, parents and children and brothers and sisters. No better means of detecting the hidden ramifications of Judaism could be devised, and, towards the middle of the year 1481, the inquisitors adopted it. The mercy thus promised was scanty, as we shall see hereafter when we come to consider the subject, but it brought in vast numbers, and autos de fe were organized in which they were paraded as penitents, no less than 1,500 being exhibited in one of these solemnities. It can readily be conceived how soon the inquisitors were in possession of information inculpating Conversos in every corner of the land. It was freely asserted that they were all in reality Jews who were waiting for God to lead them out of the worse than Egyptian bondage in which they were held by the Christians. Thus was demonstrated not only the necessity of the Inquisition, but of its extension throughout Spain. The evil was so great, and its immediate repression too important, for the work to be entrusted to the two friars laboring so zealously in Seville. Permission had been obtained only for the appointment of 3, and application was made to Sixtus IV for additional powers. On this occasion he did not as before allow the commissions to be granted in the name of the sovereigns, but issued them direct to those nominated to him by them, whereby the inquisitors held their faculties immediately from the Holy See. Thus, by a brief of February 11, 1482, he commissioned 7, Pedro Ocaño, Pedro Martinez de Barrio, Alfonso de San Cebriano, Rodrigo Segarra, Tomas de Torquemada, and Bernardo Santamaria, all Dominicans. Still more were required, of whose appointments we have no definite knowledge, to man the tribunals which were speedily formed at Ciudad Real, Cordova, Jaen, and possibly at Segovia. The one at Ciudad Real was intended for the great archiepiscopal province of Toledo, to which city it was transferred in 1485. The reason why it was first established at the former place may perhaps be that the warlike Archbishop Alonso Carullo, whether through zeal for the faith or in order to assert his episcopal jurisdiction over heresy and prevent the intrusion of the papal inquisitors, had appointed before his death, July 1, 1482, a certain Dr. Tomas as inquisitor in Toledo. To what extent the latter performed his functions we have no means of knowing, the only trace of his activity being the production and incorporation, in the records of subsequent trials by the Inquisition of Ciudad Real, of evidence taken by him. Be this as it may, the Inquisition of Ciudad Real was not organized until the latter half of 1483. It commenced by issuing an Edict of Grace for 30 days, at the expiration of which it extended the time for another 30 days. Meanwhile it was busily employed, throughout October and November, in making a general inquest and taking testimony from all who would come forward to give evidence. In the resultant trials, the names of some of the witnesses appear with suspicious frequency, and the nature of their reckless general assertions, without personal knowledge, shows how flimsy was much of the evidence on which prosecutions were based. That the inquest was thorough, and that every one who knew anything damaging to a converso was brought up to state it, may be assumed from the trial of Sancho de Ciudad, in which the evidence of no less than 34 witnesses was recorded, some of them testifying to incidents happening 20 years previous. Much of this moreover indicates the careless security in which the conversos had lived, and allowed their Jewish practices to be known to Christian servants and acquaintances with whom they were in constant intercourse. The first public manifestation of results seems to have been an auto de fe held November 16th in the church of San Pedro, for the reconciliation of penitents who had come forward during the term of grace. Soon after this the trials of those implicated commenced, and were prosecuted with such vigor that, on February 6, 1484, an auto de fe was held in which 4 persons were burnt, followed on the 23rd and 24th of the same month by an imposing solemnity involving the concremation of 30 living men and women and the bones and effigies of 40 who were dead or fugitives. In its 2 years of existence the Tribunal of Ciudad Real burnt 52 obstinate heretics, condemned 220 fugitives, and reconciled 183 penitents. In 1485 the Tribunal of Ciudad Real was transferred to the city of Toledo, where the conversos were very numerous and wealthy. They organized a plot to raise a tumult and dispatch the inquisitors during the procession of Corpus Christi, June 2nd, but, as in the case of Seville, it was betrayed and 6 of the conspirators were hanged, after which we hear of no further trouble there. Those who were first arrested confessed that the design extended to seizing the city gates and cathedral tower and holding the place against the sovereigns. The inquisitor, Pedro Diaz, had preached the first sermon on May 24th, and, after the defeat of the conspiracy, the tribunal entered vigorously on its functions. The customary term of grace of 40 days was proclaimed, and after some delay we are told that many applied for reconciliation rather through fear of concremation than through good will. After the expiration of the 40 days, letters of excommunication were published against all cognizant of heresy who should not denounce it within 60 days, a term subsequently extended by 30 more. Another very effectual expedient was adopted by summoning the Jewish rabbis and requiring them, under penalty of life and property, to place a major excommunication on their synagogues and not remove it until all the members should have revealed everything within their knowledge respecting Judaizing Christians. This was only perfecting a device that had already been employed elsewhere. In 1484, by a cedula of December 10th, Ferdinand had ordered the magistrates of all the principal towns in Aragon to compel, by all methods recognized in law, the rabbis and sacristans of the synagogues and such other Jews as might be named, to tell the truth as to all that might be asked of them, and in Seville we are told that a prominent Jew, Judah ibn Verga, expatriated himself to avoid compliance with a similar demand. The quality of the evidence obtained by such means may be estimated from the fact that when, in the assembly of Valladolid in 1488, Ferdinand and Isabella investigated the affairs of the Inquisition, it was found that many Jews testified falsely against Conversos in order to encompass their ruin, for which some of those against which this was proved were lapidated in Toledo. Whether true or false, the Toledan Inquisition reaped by these methods a plentiful harvest of important revelations. It is easy, in fact, to imagine the terror pervading the Converso community and the eagerness with which the unfortunates would come forward to denounce themselves and their kindred and friends, especially when, after the expiration of the 90 days, arrests began and quickly followed each other. The penitents were allowed to accumulate, and at the first auto de fe, held February 12, 1486, only those of 7 parishes, San Vicente, San Nicolas, San Juan de la Leche, Santa Yusta, San Miguel, San Yuste and San Lorenzo, were summoned to appear. These amounted to 750 of both sexes, comprising many of the principal citizens and persons of quality. The ceremony was painful and humiliating. Bareheaded and barefooted, except that, in consideration of the intense cold, they were allowed to wear soles, carrying unlighted candles and surrounded by a howling mob which had gathered from all the country around, they were marched in procession through the city to the cathedral, at the portal of which stood 2 priests, who marked them on the forehead as they entered with the sign of the cross, saying, "Receive the sign of the cross which you have denied and lost." When inside, they were called one by one before the inquisitors, while a statement of their misdeeds was read. They were fined in 1/5 of all their property for the war with the Moors. They were subjected to lifelong incapacity to hold office, or to pursue honorable avocations, or to wear other than the coarsest vestments unadorned, under pain of burning for relapse, and they were required to march in procession on 6 Fridays, bareheaded and barefooted, disciplining themselves with hempen cords. The loving Mother Church could not welcome back to her bosom her erring children without a sharp and wholesome warning, nor did she relax her vigilance, for this perilous process of confession and reconciliation was so devised as to furnish many subsequent victims to the stake, as we shall see hereafter. The second auto was held on April 2, 1486, where 900 penitents appeared from the parishes of San Roman, San Salvador, San Cristoval, San Soil, Sant Andres and San Pedro. The third auto, on June 11th, consisted of some 750 from Santa Olaya, San Tomas, San Martin and Sant Antolin. The city being thus disposed of, the various archidiaconates of the district were taken in order. That of Toledo furnished 900 penitents on December 10th, when we are told that they suffered greatly from the cold. On January 15, 1487, there were about 700 from the archidiaconate of Alcaraz, and on March 10th from those of Talavera, Madrid and Guadalajara about 1200, some of whom were condemned in addition to wear the San Benito for life. While the more or less voluntary penitents were thus treated, there were numerous autos de fe celebrated of a more serious character, in which there were a good many burnings, including not a few frailes and ecclesiastical dignitaries, as well as cases of fugitives and of the dead, who were burned in effigy and their estates confiscated. In 1485 a temporary tribunal was set up at Guadalupe, where Ferdinand and Isabella appointed as inquisitor, under what papal authority does not appear, Fray Nuno de Arevalo, prior of the Hieronymite convent there. Apparently to guide his inexperience, Dr. Francisco de la Fuente was transferred from Ciudad Real, and, with another colleague, the licentiate Pedro Sanchez de la Calancha, they purified the place of heresy with so much vigor that, within a year, they held in the cemetery before the doors of the monastery 7 autos de fe, in which were burnt a heretic monk, 52 Judaizers, 48 dead bodies, and 25 effigies of fugitives; while 16 were condemned to perpetual imprisonment, and innumerable others were sent to the galleys or penanced with the sanbenito for life. These energetic proceedings do not appear to have made good Christians of those who were spared, for, July 13, 1500, Inquisitor-General Deza ordered all the Conversos of Guadalupe to leave the district and not to return. The same year, 1485, saw a tribunal assigned to Valladolid, but it must have met with effective resistance, for in September, 1488, Ferdinand and Isabella were obliged to visit the city in order to get it into working condition. It forthwith commenced operations by arresting some prominent citizens, and on June 19, 1489, the first auto de fe was held in which 18 persons were burnt alive and the bones of 4 dead heretics. Still, the existence of this tribunal would seem to have long remained uncertain, for, as late as December 24, 1498, we find Isabella writing to a new appointee that she and the Inquisitor-General have agreed that the Inquisition must be placed there, and ordering him to prepare to undertake it, and then on January 22, 1501, telling Inquisitor-General Deza that she approves of its lodgment in the house of Diego de la Baeza, where it is to remain for the present. She adds that she and Ferdinand have written to the Count of Cabra to see that for the future the inquisitors are well treated. Permanent tribunals were also established in Llerena and Murcia, of the early records of all of which we know little. In 1490 a temporary one was organized in Avila by Torquemada, apparently for the purpose of trying those accused of the murder of the Santo Niño de la Guardia. It continued active until 1500, and during these 10 years there were hung in the church the insignias and mañetas of 75 victims burnt alive, of 26 dead, and of 1 fugitive, besides the sanbenitos of 71 reconciled penitents. The various provinces of Castile thus became provided with the machinery requisite for the extermination of heresy, and at an early period in its development it was seen that, for the enormous work before it, some more compact and centralized organization was desirable than had hitherto been devised. The Inquisition which had been so effective in the 13th and 14th centuries was scattered over Europe. Its judges were appointed by the Dominican or Franciscan provincials, using a course of procedure and obeying instructions which emanated from the Holy See. The papacy was the only link between them. The individual inquisitors were to a great extent independent. They were not subjected to visitation or inspection, and it was, if not impossible, a matter of difficulty to call them to account for the manner in which they might discharge their functions. Such was not the conception of Ferdinand and Isabella, who intended the Spanish Inquisition to be a national institution, strongly organized, and owing obedience to the crown much more than to the Holy See. The measures which they adopted with this object were conceived with their customary sagacity, and were carried out with their usual vigor and success. At this period they were earnestly engaged in reorganizing the institutions of Castile, centralizing the administration, and reducing to order the chaos resulting from the virtual anarchy of the preceding reigns. In effecting this they apportioned, in 1480, with the consent of the Cortes of Toledo, the affairs of government among 4 royal councils, that of administration and justice, known as the Consejo Real de Castilla, that of finance, or Consejo de Hacienda, the Consejo de Estado, and the Consejo de Aragon, to which was added a special one for the Hermandades. These met daily in the palace for the dispatch of business, and their effect in making the royal power felt in every corner of the land and in giving vigor and unity to the management of the state soon proved the practical value of the device. The Inquisition was fast looming up as an affair of state of the first importance, while yet it could scarce be regarded as falling within the scope of either of the 4 councils. The sovereigns were too jealous of papal interference to allow it to drift aimlessly, subject to directions from Rome, and their uniform policy required that it should be kept as much as possible under the royal superintendence. That a fifth council should be created for the purpose was a natural expedient, for which the assent of Sixtus IV was readily obtained, when it was organized in 1483 under the name of Consejo de la Suprema y General Inquisición, a title conveniently abbreviated to La Suprema, with jurisdiction over all matters connected with the faith. To secure due subordination and discipline over the whole body, it was requisite that the president of this council should have full control of appointment and dismissal of the individual inquisitors, who, as exercising power delegated directly from the pope, might otherwise regard with contempt the authority of one who was also merely a delegate. It thus became necessary to create a new office, unknown to the older Inquisition, an Inquisitor-General, who should preside over the deliberations of the council. The office evidently was one which would be of immense weight, and the future of the institution depended greatly on the character of its first chief. By the advice of the Cardinal Archbishop of Toledo, Pero Gonzalez de Mendoza, the royal choice fell on Tomas de Torquemada, the confessor of the sovereigns, who was one of the 7 inquisitors commissioned by the papal letter of February 11, 1482. The other members of the council were Alonso Carrillo, Bishop of Masara, Sicily, and 2 doctors of laws, Sancho Velasco de Cuellar and Ponce de Valencia. The exact date of Torquemada's appointment is not known, as the papal brief conferring it has not been found, but, as Sixtus created him Inquisitor of Aragon, Catalonia and Valencia by letters of October 17, 1483, his commission as Inquisitor-General of Castile was somewhat antecedent. The selection of Torquemada justified the wisdom of the sovereigns. Full of pitiless zeal, he developed the nascent institution with unwearied assiduity. Rigid and unbending, he would listen to no compromise of what he deemed to be his duty, and in his sphere he personified the union of the spiritual and temporal swords which was the ideal of all true churchmen. Under his guidance, the Inquisition rapidly took shape and extended its organization throughout Spain, and was untiring and remorseless in the pursuit and punishment of the apostates. His labors won him ample praise from successive popes. Already, in 1484, Sixtus IV wrote to him that Cardinal Borgia had warmly eulogized him for his success in prosecuting the good work throughout Castile and Leon, adding, "We have heard this with the greatest pleasure, and rejoice exceedingly that you, who are furnished with both doctrine and authority, have directed your zeal to these matters which contribute to the praise of God and the utility of the orthodox faith. We commend you in the Lord, and exhort you, cherished son, to persevere with tireless zeal in aiding and promoting the cause of the faith, by doing which, as we are assured you will win our special favor." 12 years later, Cardinal Borgia, then pope under the name of Alexander VI, assures him in 1496 that he cherishes him in the very bowels of affection for his immense labors in the exaltation of the faith. If we cannot wholly attribute to him the spirit of ruthless fanaticism which animated the Inquisition, he at least deserves the credit of stimulating and rendering it efficient in its work by organizing it and by directing it with dauntless courage against the suspect, however high placed, until the shadow of the Holy Office covered the land and no one was so hardy as not to tremble at its name. The temper in which he discharged his duties and the absolute and irresponsible control which he exercised over the subordinate tribunals can be fitly estimated from a single instance. There was a fully organized Inquisition at Medina, with 3 inquisitors, an assessor, a fiscal and other officials, assisted by the abbot of Medina as ordinary. They reconciled some culprits and burnt others, apparently without referring the cases to him, but when they found reason to acquit some prisoners, they deemed it best to transport the papers to him for confirmation. He demurred at this mercy, and told the tribunal to try the accused again when the licentiate Villalpando should be there as a visitador. Some months after Villalpando came there, the cases were reviewed, the prisoners were tortured, 2 of them were reconciled and the rest acquitted, the sentences being duly published as final. Torquemada, on learning this, was incensed and declared that he would burn them all. He had them arrested again and sent to Valladolid, to be tried outside of their district, where his threat was doubtless carried into effect. When such was the spirit infused in the organization at the beginning, we need not wonder that verdicts of acquittal were infrequent in the records of its development. Yet withal, Torquemada's zeal could not wholly extinguish worldliness. We are told, indeed, that he refused the archbishopric of Seville, that he wore the humble Dominican habit, that he never tasted flesh, nor wore linen in his garments, nor used it on his bed, and that he refused to give a marriage portion to his indigent sister, whom he would only assist to enter the order of Beatas of St. Dominic. Still, his asceticism did not prevent him from living in palaces surrounded by a princely retinue of 250 armed familiars and 50 horsemen. Nor was his persecuting career purely disinterested. Though the rule of his Dominican order forbade individual ownership of property, and, through his position as supreme judge, should have dictated the utmost reserve in regard to the financial results of persecution, he had no hesitation in accumulating large sums from the pecuniary penances inflicted by his subordinates on the heretics who spontaneously returned to the faith. It is true that the standards of the age were so low that he made no secret of this, and it is also true that he lavished them on the splendid monastery of St. Thomas Aquinas which he built at Avila, on enlarging that of Santa Cruz at Segovia, of which he was prior, and on various structures in his native town of Torquemada. Yet amid the ostentation of his expenditure he lived in perpetual fear, and at his table he always used the horn of a unicorn, which was a sovereign preservative against poison. As delegated powers were held to expire with the death of the grantor, unless otherwise expressly defined, Torquemada's commission required renewal on the decease of Sixtus IV. Ferdinand and Isabella asked that the new one should not be limited to the life of the pope, but that the power should continue, not only during Torquemada's life, but until the appointment of his successor. The request was not granted, and, when Innocent VIII, by a brief of February 3, 1485, recommissioned Torquemada, it was in the ordinary form. This apparently was not satisfactory, but the pope was not willing thus to lose all control of the Spanish Inquisition, and a compromise seems to have been reached, for when, February 6, 1486, Torquemada was appointed Inquisitor-General of Barcelona and his commission for Spain was renewed on March 24th of the same year, it was drawn to continue at the good pleasure of the pope and of the Holy See, which, without abnegating papal control, rendered renewals unnecessary. This formula was abandoned in the commissions of Torquemada's immediate successors, but was subsequently resumed and continued to be employed through the following centuries. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 3.
Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 4 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ben Wilford. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Charles LEA. Book 1, Chapter 4, Establishment of the Inquisition, Part 4. Torquemada's commission of 1485 contained the important power of appointing and dismissing inquisitors, but the confirmation of 1486 bore the significant exception that all those appointed by the pope were exempted from removal by him, indicating that in the interval he had attempted to exercise the power, and that the resistance to it had enlisted papal support. In fact, at the Conference of Seville, held in 1484 by Torquemada, there were present the 2 inquisitors of each of 4 existing tribunals. From Seville we find Juan de San Martin, one of the original appointees of 1479, but his colleague, Miguel de Murillo, has disappeared and is replaced by Juan Ruiz de Media, who had been merely assessor, while but a single one, Pero Martinez de Barrio, of the seven commissioned by Sixtus IV in 1482, appears as representing the other tribunals. The rest are all new men, doubtless appointees of Torquemada. There was evidently a bitter quarrel on foot between Torquemada and the original papal nominees, who held that their powers, delegated directly from the Pope, rendered them independent of him, and, as usual, the Holy See inclined to one side or to the other in the most exasperating manner as the opposing interests brought influence to bear. Complaints against Torquemada were sufficiently numerous and serious to oblige him thrice to send Fray Alonso Valaja to the papal court to justify him. He seems to have removed Miguel de Murillo, who vindicated himself in Rome, for a brief of Innocent VIII, February 23, 1487, appoints him Inquisitor of Seville, in complete disregard of the faculties granted to Torquemada. Then a motu proprio of November 26, 1487, suspends both him and Juan de San Martin and commissions Torquemada to appoint their successors. Again, a brief of January 7, 1488, appoints Juan Inquisitor of Seville, while subsequent briefs of the same year are addressed to him concerning the business of his office as though he were discharging its duties independently of Torquemada, but his death in 1489 removed him from the scene. The quarrel evidently continued, and at one time Fray Miguel enjoyed a momentary triumph, for a papal letter of September 26, 1491, commissions him as Inquisitor-General of Castile and Aragon, thus placing him on an equality with Torquemada himself. It would be impossible now to determine what part the sovereigns may have had in these changes, and to what extent the popes disregarded the authority conferred on them of appointment and removal. There was a constant struggle on the one hand to render the Spanish Holy Office national and independent, and on the other to keep it subject to papal control. Finally, the opposition to Torquemada became so strong that Alexander VI, in 1494, kindly alleging his great age and infirmities, commissioned Martin Ponce de Leon, Archbishop of Messina, but resident in Spain, Inigo Manrique, Bishop of Cordova, Francisco Sanchez de la Fuentes, Bishop of Avila, Alonso Suarez de Fuentealsas, Bishop of Montenegro, and successively of Lugo and Jaén, as Inquisitor-General, with the same powers as Torquemada. Each was independent and could act by himself, and could even terminate cases commenced by another. It is quite probable that, to spare his feelings, he was allowed to name his colleagues as delegates of his powers, for in some instructions issued in 1494 by Martin of Messina and Francisco of Avila, they described themselves as Inquisitors-General in all the Spanish realms subdelegated by the Inquisitor-General Torquemada. He evidently still retained his preeminence and was active to the last, for we have letters from Ferdinand to him in the first half of 1498 concerning the current affairs of the Inquisition, in which the Bishop of Lugo declined to interfere with him. The instructions of Avila in 1498 were issued in his name as Inquisitor-General, and the assertion that he resigned 2 years before his death, September 16, 1498, is evidently incorrect. In some respects, however, the Bishop of Avila had special functions which distinguished him from his colleagues, for he was appointed by Alexander VI, November 4, 1494, judge of appeals in all matters of faith, and March 30, 1495, he received special faculties to degrade ecclesiastics condemned by the Inquisitions, or to appoint other bishops for that function. So long as they were in orders, clerics were exempt from secular jurisdiction, and it was necessary to degrade them before they could be delivered to the civil authorities for burning. Under the canons, this had to be done by their own bishops, who were not always at hand for the purpose, and who apparently, when present, sometimes refused or delayed to perform the office, which was a serious impediment to the business of the Inquisition, as many Judaizing conversos were found among the clerics. This multiform headship of the Inquisition continued for some years until the various incumbents successively died or resigned. Inigo Manrique was the first to disappear, dying in 1496 and had no successor. Then, in 1498, followed the Bishop of Villa, who had been transferred to Cordova in 1496. In the same year, as we had seen, Torquemada died, and this time the vacancy was filled by the appointment as his successor of Diego de, then Bishop of Jaen, subsequently in 1500 of Palencia, and in 1505 Archbishop of Seville, who was commissioned November 24, 1498, for the Castile, Leon, and Granada, and on September 1, 1499, for all the Spanish kingdoms. In 1500 died Martin, Archbishop of Messina, apparently a defaulter, for on October 26 of the same year Ferdinand orders his auditor of the confiscations to pass to the accounts of Luis de Riva Martin, receiver of Cadiz, 18,000 maravedis, due by the archbishop for wheat, hay, etc., which he forgives to their heirs. From this time forward, Dizay is recognized as the sole Inquisitor-General and direct successor of Torquemada, but Fuentesal's Bishop of Jaen remained in office for as late as January 13, 1503. An order for the payment of salaries is signed by Dizay and contains the names of the Bishop of Jaen, as also Inquisitor-General. He relinquished the position in 1504, and Dizay remained as sole chief of the Inquisition until, in 1507, he was forced to resign, as we shall see hereafter. At the time of his retirement the kingdom of Castile and Aragon had been separated by the death of Isabella, November 26, 1504. Ferdinand's experience with his son-in-law, Philip I, and his hope of issue from his marriage in March 1506 with Germaine de Foix, in which case the kingdoms would have remained separate, warned him of the danger of having his ancestral dominions spiritually subordinated to a Castilian subject. Before Dizay's resignation, therefore, he applied to Julius II to commission Juan Enguerra, Bishop of Vich, with the powers for Aragon which Dizay was exercising. Julius seems to have made some difficulty about this, for a letter of Ferdinand from Naples, February 6, 1507, to his ambassador at Rome, Francisco de Rojas, instructs him to explain that, since he had abandoned the title of King of Castile, the jurisdiction was separated, and it was necessary and convenient that there should be an inquisition for each kingdom. He prevailed, and the appointments of Cardinals Ximenes for Castile and of Bishop Enguerra for Aragon were issued respectively on June 6 and 5, 1507. During the lifetime of Ximenes, the Inquisitions remained disunited, but in 1518, after his death, Charles V caused his former tutor, Cardinal Adrian Utrecht, Bishop of Tortosa, who in 1516 had been made Inquisitor-General of Aragon, to be commissioned also for Castile, after which there was no further division. During the interval Ferdinand had acquired Navarra and had annexed it to the crown of Castile, so that the whole of the peninsula, with the exception of Portugal, was united under one organization. Among other powers granted to Torquemada was that of modifying the rules of the Inquisition to adapt them to the requirements of Spain. The importance of this concession it would be difficult to exaggerate, as it rendered the institution virtually self-governing. Thus the Spanish Inquisitions acquired a character of its own, distinguishing it from moribund tribunals of the peers in other lands. The men who fashioned it knew perfectly what they wanted, and in their hands it assumed the shape in which it dominated the conscience of every man and was an object of terror to the whole population. In the exercise of this power Torquemada assembled the Inquisitors in Seville, November 29, 1484, where, in conjunction with his colleagues of the Suprema, a series of regulations was agreed upon, known as the Instrucciones de Sevilla, to which in December of the same year, in January 1485, he added further rules, issued in his own name under the authority of the sovereigns. In 1488 another assembly was held, under the supervision of Ferdinand and Isabella, which issued the Instrucciones de Valladolid. In 1498 came the Instrucciones de Avila, the last in which Torquemada took part, designed principally to check the abuses which were rapidly developing, and, for the same purpose, a brief addition was made at Seville in 1500 by Diego de Zay. All of these became known in the tribunals as the Instrucciones Antiguas. As the institution became thoroughly organized under the control of the Suprema, consultation with the subordinate inquisitors was no longer requisite, and regulations were promulgated by it in Cartas Acordadas. It was difficult, however, to keep the inquisitors strictly in line, and variations of practice sprang up which, in 1561, the Inquisitor-General, Fernando Valdez, endeavored to check by issuing the Instrucciones Nuevas. Subsequent regulations were required from time to time, forming a considerable and somewhat intricate body of jurisprudence which we shall have to consider hereafter. At present it is sufficient to indicate how the Inquisition became an autonomous body, an imperium in imperio, framing its own laws and subject only to the rarely exercised authority of the Holy See and the more or less hesitating control of the crown. At the same time all the resources of the state were placed at its disposal. When an inquisitor came to assume his functions, the officials took an oath to assist him, to exterminate all whom he might designate as heretics, and to observe and compel the observance of all the decretals, ad obolinum, excommunicamus, ut officium inquisitonis, and ut inquisitonis negotium. The papal legislations of the 13th century, which made the state wholly subservient to the Holy Office, and rendered incapable of official position any one suspect in the faith or who favored heretics. Besides this, all the population was assembled to listen to a sermon by the inquisitor, after which all were required to swear on the cross and the Gospels to help the Holy Office and not to impede it in any manner or on any pretext. It is no wonder that, as this portentous institution spread its wings of terror over the land, all who felt themselves liable to its animadversion were disposed to seek safety in flight, no matter at what sacrifice. That numbers succeeded in this is shown by the statistics of the early autos de fe, in which the living victims are far outnumbered by the effigies of the absent. Thus in Ciudad Real, during the first 2 years, 52 obstinate heretics were burnt, and 220 absentees were condemned. In Barcelona, where the Inquisition was not established until 1487, their first auto de fe, celebrated January 25, 1488, showed a list of 4 living victims to 12 effigies of fugitives. In a subsequent one of May 23, the proportions were 3 to 42. In one of February 9, 1489, 3 to 39. In one of March 24, 1490, there were 2 to 159. And in another of June 10, 1491, there were 3 to 139. If the object had simply been to purify the land of heresy and apostasy, this would have been accomplished as well by expatriation as by burning or reconciling. But such was not the policy which governed the sovereigns, and edicts were issued forbidding all of the Jewish lineage from leaving Spain and imposing a fine of 500 florins on shipmasters conveying them away. This was not, as it might seem to us, wanton cruelty, although it was harsh, inasmuch as it assumed guilt on mere suspicion. To say nothing of the confiscations, which were defrauded of the portable property carried away by the fugitives. We must bear in mind that, to the orthodox of the period, heresy was a positive crime, nay, the greatest of crimes. punishable as such by laws in force for centuries, and the heretic was to be prevented from escaping its penalties as much as a murderer or a thief. The royal edicts were supplemented by the Inquisition, and it is an illustration of the extension of its jurisdiction over all matters relating directly or indirectly to the faith that, November 8, 1499, the Archbishop Martin of Messina issued an order which was published throughout the realm and was confirmed by Diego de Say, January 15, 1502, to the effect that no ship captain or merchant should transport across seas any new Christian, whether Jewish or Moorish, without a royal license, upon pain of confiscation, of excommunication, and of being held as a fautor and protector of heretics. To render this effective, 2 days later Archbishop Martin ordered that suitable persons should be sent to all the seaports to arrest all new Christians desiring to cross the sea, and bring them to the Inquisition so that justice could be done to them, all expenses being defrayed out of the confiscations. These provisions were not allowed to be dead letter, though we are apt to hear of them rather in cases where, for special reasons, the penalties were remitted. Thus, July 24, 1499, Ferdinand writes to the Inquisitors of Barcelona that a ship of Charles de Saint Clement, a merchant of their city, had brought from Alexandria to Agasmotis certain persons who had fled from Spain. Even this transportation between foreign ports came within the purview of the law, for Ferdinand explains that action in this case would be to his disservice. Wherefore, if complaint is lodged with them, they are to refer it to him or to the Inquisitor-General for instructions. Again, on November 8, 1500, the king orders the release of the caravel and other property of Diego de la Mesquita of Seville, which has been seized because he had carried some new Christians to Naples. The reason for the release being the services of Diego in the war with Naples and those which he is rendering elsewhere. A letter from Ferdinand to the King of Portugal, November 7, 1500, recites that recently some new Christians had been arrested in Malaga, where they were embarking under pretext of going to Rome for the Jubilee. On examination by the Inquisition at Seville, they admitted that they were Jews, but said that they had been forced in Portugal to turn Christian. As this brought them under inquisitorial jurisdiction, the inquisitors were sending to Portugal for evidence, and the king was asked to protect the envoys and give them facilities for the purpose. The same determination was manifested to recapture, when possible, those who had succeeded in effecting their flight. In 1496, Messer Martin, Inquisitor of Mallorca, heard of some who were in Bugia, a seaport of Africa. He forthwith dispatched the notary, Lope de Vergara, thither to seize them, but the misbehaving Moors disregarded his safe conduct, and threw him and his party into a dungeon, where they languished for 3 years. He at length was ransomed, and in recompense of his losses and suffering, Ferdinand ordered, March 31, 1499, Mateo de Morano, receiver of Majorca, to pay him 250 gold ducats, without requiring of him any itemized statement of his injuries. It shows how strong an impression had already been made by the resolute character of the sovereigns, and how violent was the antagonism generally entertained for the Conversos, that so novel and absolute a tyranny could be imposed on the lately turbulent population of Castile without resistance, and that so powerful a class as that against which persecution was directed should have submitted without an effort save the abortive plots at Seville and Toledo. The indications that had reached us of opposition to the arbitrary acts of the Inquisition in making arrests or confiscations are singularly few. In the records of the town council of Xeres de la Frontera, under date of August 28, 1482, there is an entry reciting that there had come to the town a man carrying a wand, and calling himself an alguazil of the Inquisition. He had seized Goncalo Cacab, and carried him off without showing his authority to the local officials, which was characterized as an atrocious proceeding, and the town ought to take steps with the king, the pope, and the Inquisition to have it undone. Doubtless the summary acts of the Holy Office, overriding all recognized laws, created such feeling in many places, as we may gather from the cedula of Ferdinand, December 15, 1484, forbidding the reception of heretics and ordering their surrender on demand of the inquisitors, and another of July 8, 1487, commanding that any one bearing orders from the inquisitors of Toledo is to be allowed to arrest any person under a penalty of 100,000 maravedis for the rich and confiscation for others. But complaints were dangerous, for they could be met by threats of punishment for faltership of heresy. Still it required considerable time to accustom the nobles and people to unquestioning submission to a domination so absolute and so foreign to their experience. As late as the year 1500, there are 2 royal letters to the Count of Benalcazar, reciting that he had ordered the arrest of a girl of Herrera, who had uttered scandals against the faith. She was in the hands of his alcaide, Gutierre de Sotomayor, who refused to deliver her when the inquisitors sent for her. The second letter, after an interval of 19 days, points out the gravity of the offense and peremptorily orders the surrender of the girl. She proved to be a Jewish prophetess, whose trial resulted in bringing to the stake large numbers of her unfortunate disciples. There is also an anticipation of resistance in a letter, January 12, 1501, to the prior of St. John, charging him to see that no impediments are placed in the way of the receiver of the Inquisition of Jaén in seizing certain confiscated property at Alcázar de Consuegra. More indicative of popular repugnance is a letter of October 4, 1502, to the royal officials of a place not specified, reciting that the people are endeavoring to have Mosen Salvador Sierras, lieutenant of the Vicar, removed because he had spoken well of the Inquisition, and had been charged by the inquisitors with certain duties to perform. They are not to allow this to be done, and are to see that he is not ill-treated. In 1509, Ferdinand had occasion to remonstrate with the Duke of Alva, in the case of Alonso de Jaén, a resident of Coria, because, when he was arrested, an agent of the Duke had seized certain cows and sold them, and, when he was condemned and his property confiscated, Alva had forbidden any one to purchase anything without his permission. Ferdinand charges him to allow the sale to proceed freely and to account for the cows, pointing out that he had granted to him a third of the net proceeds of all confiscations in his estates. This grant of a third of the confiscations was made to other great nobles, and doubtless tended to reconcile them to the operations of the Inquisition. In this general acquiescence, it is somewhat remarkable that, as late as 1520, when Charles V ordered Merida to prepare accommodations for a tribunal, the city remonstrated. Everything there was quiet and peaceful, it said, and it feared a tumult if the Holy Office was established there, while if merely a visit was made for an inquest it would lend willing aid. Cardinal Adrian hearkened to the warning in Charles' absence, and a letter of November 27, 1520, ordered his inquisitors to settle somewhere else. At the same time it was inevitable that power so irresponsible would be frequently and greatly abused, and it is interesting to observe that, when no resistance was made, Ferdinand was, as a general rule, prompt to intervene in favor of the oppressed. Thus, January 28, 1498, he writes to the Inquisitors-General that recently some officials of the Inquisition of Valencia went to the barony of Serra to arrest some women who wore Moorish dress, and, as they were not recognized, they were resisted by the Moors, whereupon the inquisitors proceeded to seize all the Moors of Serra who chanced to come to Valencia, so that the place was becoming depopulated. He therefore orders the Inquisitors-General to intimate to their subordinates that they must find some other method whereby the innocent shall not suffer for the fault of the individuals, and Not content with this, he wrote directly to the Inquisitor of Valencia, instructing him to proceed with much moderation. In another case where opposition had been provoked he writes, January 18, 1499, "We have your letter and are much displeased with the maltreatment which you report of the Inquisitor and his officials. It will be attended to duly, but often you yourself are the cause of it, for if each of you would attend to his duties quietly and carefully and injure no one you would be held in good esteem. Look at this in the future, for it will displease us much if you do what you ought not, with little foundation." At the same time he charges the Inquisitor not to make arrests without good cause. "For in such things, besides the charge on your conscience, the Holy Office is much defamed and its officials despised." So in a letter of August 15, 1500, to the Inquisitors of Saragossa, he tells them that he has received a copy of an edict which they had issued at Calatayud. It is so sharp that if it is enforced no one can be safe. They must consider such things carefully or consult him. In the present case they will obey the instructions sent by the Inquisitor-Generals, and must always bear in mind that the only object of the Inquisition is the salvation of the souls. Again, when the Inquisitors of Barcelona imperiously placed the town of Perpinan under interdict, in a quarrel arising out of a censo or a ground rent on Carcella, Ferdinand writes to them, March 5, 1501, that the town is poor and must be gently treated, especially as it is on the frontier, and he sends a special envoy to arrange the matter. The wearing delays, which were one of the most terrible engines of the oppression by the Inquisition, were especially distasteful to him. January 28, 1498, he writes to an inquisitor about the case of Anton Ruiz of Teruel, who had been imprisoned for 5 months without trial for some remarks made by him to another person about the confiscation of the property of Jaime de Santangel. Though application had been made repeatedly to have the case dispatched, Ferdinand orders that it be considered at once. The prisoner is either to be discharged on bail, or proper punishment is to be inflicted. So, January 16, 1501, he reminds inquisitors that he has written to them several times to conclude the case between the heirs of Mosin Perea and the sons of Anton Ruiz, and deliver sentence. The case has been concluded for some time, but the sentence is withheld. It must be rendered at once, or the case must be either delegated to a competent person or be sent to the Suprema. At the same time, whenever there was semblance of opposition to an injustice on the part of the secular authorities, he was prompt to repress it. The action of the Inquisition of Valencia in confiscating the property of a certain Valenzuela excited so much feeling that the governor, the auditor general, the royal council, and the jurados met to protest against it, and in so doing said some things unpleasing to the inquisitors, who thereupon complained to Ferdinand. He wrote to the offenders, March 21, 1499, rebuking them severely. It was none of their business. If the inquisitors committed an injustice, the appeal lay in the Inquisitor-General, who would rectify it. Their duty was to aid the Inquisition, and he ordered them to do so in future and not create scandal. He was more considerate when the frontier town of Perpinan was concerned. For in 1513, when the deputy receiver of confiscations provoked antagonism by the vigor of his proceedings, and the consuls complained that he had publicly insulted Franco Miller, one of their number, Ferdinand ordered the Inquisitor of Barcelona to investigate the matter at once and to inflict due punishment. His whole correspondence shows the untiring interest which he felt in the institution, not merely as a financial or political instrument, but as a means of defending and advancing the faith. He was sincerely bigoted, and, when he had witnessed an auto de fe in Valladolid, he wrote, September 30, 1509, to the Inquisitor Juan Alonso de Navia, to express the great pleasure which it had given him as a means of advancing the honor and glory of God and the exaltation of the Holy Catholic faith. Inquisitors were in the habit of sending him reports of the autos celebrated by them, to which he would reply in terms of high satisfaction, urging them to increase zeal. On one occasion, in 1512, and on another in 1513, He was so much pleased that he made a present to the inquisitor of 200 ducats, and ordered 15 ducats to be given to the messenger. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 4. Recording by Ben Wilford.
Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 5 of History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of the Inquisition of Spain, Volume 1, by Charles LEA. Book 1, Chapter 4, Establishment of the Inquisition, Part 5. A quarter of a century elapsed before there was, in the Castilian kingdoms, any serious resistance to the Inquisition. The trouble which then occurred was provoked by the excesses of an inquisitor named Lucero at Cordova, which were brought to light only by the relaxation of Ferdinand's stern rule during the brief reign of Philip of Austria and the subsequent interregnum. As this affords us the only opportunity of obtaining an inside view of what was possible under the usually impenetrable mantle of secrecy characteristic of inquisitorial procedure, it is worthy of investigation in some detail. Cordova was somewhat unfortunate in its inquisitors. Whether more or less so than other communities, it would now be impossible to say. Lucero's predecessor was Dr. Giral, Dean of Guadix, who was transferred from there to Avila in 1499. Falling under suspicion for irregularities, a papal brief was procured commissioning the Archbishop of Toledo to investigate him, and it is noteworthy that, although the Inquisitor-General had full power of appointment, punishment, and dismissal, papal intervention was deemed necessary in this case. The result showed the ample opportunities offered by the position for irregular gains and for oppression and injustice. He had received 150,000 maravedis by selling to penitents exemptions from wearing the San Benito, or penitential garment. A large amount was secured in various ways from the receiver of confiscations, who was evidently an accomplice, and who, of course, received his share of the spoils. Pilfering from sequestrated property yielded something, including 93 pearls of great value. Through his servants he gathered rewards or percentages offered, as we shall see, for discovering concealed confiscated property. He pocketed the fines which he imposed on reconciled penitents, and was therefore interested in aggravating them. He negotiated for the Conversos of Cordova an agreement under which they compounded with 2,200,000 maravedis for confiscations to which they might become liable, and for this he received from them nearly 100,000, to which he added 50,000 by enabling two of the contributors to cheat their fellows by escaping payment of their assessments to the common fund. When transferred to Avila, his field of operations was less productive, but he made what he could by extorting money from the kindred of his prisoners, and he did not disdain to take 10 ducats and an ass from an official of the prison for some offense committed. As the royal fisc suffered from his practices, he was arrested and tried, but, unfortunately, the documents at hand do not inform us as to the result. His successor at Cordova, Diego Rodriguez Lucero, was a criminal of larger views and bolder type, who presents himself to us as the incarnation of the evils resultant from the virtually irresponsible powers lodged in the tribunals. Our first glimpse of him is in 1495, when he figures as Inquisitor of Xeres and the recipient from Ferdinand and Isabella of a canonry in Cadiz. This shows that he had already gained the favor of the sovereigns, which increased after his promotion to Cordova, September 7, 1499, where, by the methods which we shall presently see, his discoveries of apostate Judaizers were very impressive. A royal letter of December 11, 1500, cordially thanked him for the ample details of a recent dispatch relating how he was every day unearthing new heretics. He was urged to spare no effort for their punishment, especially of those who had relapsed, and to report at once everything that he did. His zeal scarce required this stimulation, and his lawless methods are indicated by a letter of February 12, 1501, of Ferdinand and Isabella to their son-in-law Manuel of Portugal, expatiating on the numerous heretics recently discovered in Cordova, of whom two heresiarchs, Alfonso Fernandez Herrero and Fernando de Cordova, had escaped to Portugal, whither Lucero had dispatched his alguazil to bring them back without waiting to obtain royal letters. This was an unwarrantable act, and when the alguazil seized the fugitives, Manuel refused license to extradite them until he should have an opportunity of seeing the evidence against them. Ferdinand and Isabella declare that this would be a grievous impediment to the Holy Office and the service to God, and they affectionately entreat Manuel to surrender the accused for the honor of God and also to protect from maltreatment the officials who had aided in their capture. We may not uncharitably assume that a portion, at least, of the favor shown to Lucero may have been due to the pecuniary results of his activity. By this time the confiscations, which at first had contributed largely to the royal treasury, were considerably diminished, and at some places were scarce defraying the expenses of the tribunals. To this Cordova was now an exception. That its productiveness was rapidly growing is manifest from a letter of Ferdinand, March 12, 1501, to the receiver, Andres de Medina, stating that he learns that there is much to be done in authorizing the appointment of 2 assistants at salaries of 10,000 maravedis, and on January 12 and 13, 1503, orders were drawn on Cordova for 500,000 maravedis to defray inquisitorial salaries elsewhere. On the same date, we have another illustration of Lucero's activity in the sudden arrest of 4 of the official public scriveners. As they were the depositaries of the papers of their clients, the sequestration of all their effects produced enormous complications, to relieve which Ferdinand ordered all private documents to be sorted out and put in the hands of another scrivener, Luis de Mesa. This shows how the operations of the Inquisition might at any moment affect the interests of any man, and it illustrates another of the profits of persecution, for, when these delinquents should be burnt or disabled from holding public office, there would be 4 vacancies to be eagerly contended for by those who had money or favor for their acquisition. As early as 1501, there is evidence of hostility between Lucero and the Cordovan authorities. When the receiver of confiscations, accompanied by Diego de Barrionuevo, scrivener of sequestrations, was holding a public auction of confiscated property, the alguazil mayor of the city, Gonzalo de Mayorga, ordered the town crier, Juan Sanchez, who was crying the auction, to come with him in order to make certain proclamations. The scrivener interposed and refused to let Sanchez go. Hot words passed in which Mayorga insulted the Inquisition and finally struck the scrivener with his wand of office, after which the alcalde mayor of the city, Diego Ruiz de Zarate, carried him off to prison. The inviolability of the officials of the Inquisition was vindicated by a royal sentence of September 6th, in which Mayorga, in addition to the arbitrary penance to be imposed on him by Lucero, was deprived of his office for life, was disabled from filling any public position whatever, and was banished perpetually from Cordova and its district, which he was to leave within 8 days after notification. Zarate was more mercifully treated and escaped with 6 months' suspension from office. This severity to civic officials of high position was a warning to all men that Lucero was not to be trifled with. The unwavering support that he received from Ferdinand is largely explicable by the complicity of Juan Ruiz de Calcena, a corrupt and mercenary official whom we shall frequently meet hereafter. He was Ferdinand's secretary in inquisitorial affairs, conducting all his correspondence in such matters, and was also secretary to the Suprema. and thus was able in a great degree to control his master's action, rendering his participation in the villainies on foot essential to their success. How these were worked is displayed in a single case which happens to be described in a memorial from the city of Cordova to Queen Juana. The Archdeacon of Castro, Juan Munoz, was a youth of 17, the son of an old Christian mother and a converso hidalgo. His benefice was worth 300,000 maravedis a year, and he was a fair subject of spoliation, for which a plot was organized in 1505. His parents were involved in his ruin. All three were arrested and convicted, and he was penanced so as to disable him from holding preferment. The spoils were divided between Cardinal Bernardino Carvajal, for whom bulls had been procured in advance, Morales, the royal treasurer, Lucero, and Calcena. The governor and chapter of Cordova gave the archdeaconry to Diego Vello, chaplain of the bishop, but the Holy See conveniently refused confirmation and bestowed it on Morales. Lucero obtained a canonry in Seville and some benefices in Cuenca, while Calcena received property estimated at 4,000,000 maravedis, doubtless an exaggerated figure representing the aggregate of his gains from complicity throughout Lucero's career. It was probably in 1501 that a combination was formed which emboldened Lucero to extend his operations, arresting and condemning nobles and gentlemen and church dignitaries, many of them old Christians of unblemished reputation and limpios de sangre. It was easy, by abuse and threats, or by torture if necessary, to procure from the accused whatever evidence was necessary to convict, not only themselves but whomsoever it was desired to ruin. A great fear fell upon the whole population, for no one could tell where the next blow might fall, as the circle of denunciation spread through all ranks. Apologists from that time to this have endeavored to extenuate these proceedings by suggesting that those compromised endeavored to secure allies by inculpating in their confessions men of rank and influence, but in view of Lucero's methods and the extent of his operations, such an explanation is wholly inadequate to overthrow the damning mass of evidence against him. His views expanded beyond the narrow bounds of Cordova, and he horrified the land by gathering evidence of a vast conspiracy, ramifying throughout Spain, for the purpose of subverting Christianity and replacing it with Judaism, which required for its suppression the most comprehensive and pitiless measures. In memorials to Queen Juana, the authorities, ecclesiastic and secular, of Cordova described how he had certain of his prisoners assiduously instructed in Jewish prayers and rites, so that they could be accurate in the testimony which, by menaces or torture, he forced them to bear against old Christians of undoubted orthodoxy. In this way he proved that there were 25 prophetisas who were engaged in traversing the land to convert it to Judaism, although many of those designated had never in their lives been outside of the city gates. Accompanying them were 50 distinguished personages, including ecclesiastics and preachers of note. Of course, these stories lost nothing in passing from mouth to mouth, and it was popularly said that some of these prophetesses, in their unholy errand, traveled as drunken bacchantes, and others were transported on goats by the powers of hell. A single instance, which happens to have reached us, illustrates the savage thoroughness with which he protected the faith from this assault. A certain bachelor member was convicted as an apostate Judaizer who had disseminated his doctrines by preaching. Lists were gathered from witnesses of those who had attended his sermons, and these, to the number of 107, were burnt alive in a single auto de fe. The inquisitorial prisons were filled with the unfortunates under accusation, as many as 400 being thus incarcerated, and large numbers were carried to Toro where, at the time, Inquisitor-General Deza resided with the Suprema. The reign of terror thus established was by no means confined to Cordova. Its effects are energetically described by the Capitan Gonzalo de Avora in a letter of July 16, 1507, to the royal secretary Almazan. After premising that he had represented to Ferdinand, with that monarch's assent, that there were three things requisite for the good of the kingdom: to conduct the Inquisition righteously without weakening it, to wage war with the Moors, and to relieve the burdens of the people, he proceeds to contrast this with what had been done. As for the Inquisition, he says, the method adopted was to place so much confidence in the Archbishop of Seville and in Lucero and Juan de la Fuente that they were able to defame the whole kingdom, to destroy, without God or justice, a great part of it, slaying and robbing and violating maids and wives to the great dishonor of the Christian religion. As for what concerns myself, I repeat what I have already written to you, that the damages which the wicked officials of the Inquisition have wrought in my land are so many and so great that no reasonable person on hearing of them would not grieve. When a horde of rapacious officials, clothed in virtual inviolability, was let loose upon a defenseless population, such violence and rapine were inevitable incidents, and the motive of this was explained by the Bishop of Cordova and all the authorities of the city, in a petition to the Pope, to be the greed of the inquisitors for the confiscations which they habitually embezzled. It was probably in 1505, after the death of Isabella, November 16, 1504, that the people of Cordova first ventured to complain to Deza. He offered to send the Archdeacon Torquemada, who, with representatives of the chapter and the magistrates, should make an impartial investigation, but when the city accepted the proposition he withdrew it. A deputation consisting of 3 church dignitaries was then sent to him asking for the arrest and prosecution of Lucero. He replied that if they would draw up accusations in legal form, he would act as would best tend to God's service and, if necessary, would appoint judges to whom they could not object. This was a manifest evasion, for the evidence was under the seal of the Inquisition, and Deza alone could order an investigation. Apparently realizing that it was useless to appeal to Ferdinand, whose ears were closed by Cosena, their next recourse was to Isabella's daughter and successor, Queen Juana, then in Flanders with her husband Philip of Austria. Philip was eager to exercise an act of sovereignty in the kingdom, which Ferdinand was governing in the name of his daughter, and, on September 30, 1505, a cedula bearing the signatures of Philip and Juana was addressed to Deza, alleging their desire to be present and participate in the action of the Inquisition, and meanwhile suspending it until their approaching arrival in Castile, under penalty of banishment and seizure of temporalities for disobedience, at the same time protesting that their desire was to favor and not to injure the Holy Office. Although a circular letter to all the grandees announced this resolution and commanded them to enforce it, no attention was paid to it. Don Diego de Guevara, Philip's envoy, in fact wrote to him the following June that his action had produced a bad impression, for the people were hostile to the Conversos, and there was talk of massacres like that of Lisbon. The next step of the opponents of Lucero was to recuse Deza as judge and to interject an appeal to the Holy See, leading to an active contest in Rome between Ferdinand and his son-in-law. A letter of the former, April 22, 1506, to Juan de Loaiza, agent of the Inquisition in Rome, described the attempt as an audacious and indecent effort to destroy the Inquisition, which was more necessary than ever. Loaiza was told that he could render no greater service to God and to the king than by defeating it. Minute instructions were given as to the influences that he must bring to bear, and he was reminded that Holy Writ permits the use of craft and cunning to perform the work of God. The extreme anxiety betrayed in the letter indicates that there was much more involved than the mere defense of Lucero and Deza. It was with Philip and Juana that he was wrestling, and the stake was the crown of Castile. On the other hand, Philip, doubtless won by the gold of the Conversos, had fairly espoused their cause and was laboring to obtain for them a favorable decision from the Pope. His ambassador, Philibert of Utrecht, under date of June 28th, reported that he had urged Julius II not to reject the appeal of the Marranos, but the politic pontiff replied that he must reserve his decision until Ferdinand and Philip had met. Undeterred by the mutterings of the rising storm, Lucero about this time saw in Isabella's death a chance to strike at a higher quarry than he had hitherto ventured to aim at. The Geronimite Hernando de Talavera had won her affectionate veneration as her confessor, and on the conquest of Granada in 1492 she had made him archbishop of the province founded there. He had a Jewish strain in his blood, as was the case in so many Spanish families. He was in his 80th year. He was reverenced as the pattern and exemplar of all Christian virtues, and he devoted himself unsparingly to the welfare of his flock, spending his revenues in charity and seeking by persuasion and example to win over to the faith his Moorish subjects. Yet he was not without enemies, for he had been the active agent in the reclamation by Ferdinand and Isabella, in 1480, of royal revenues to the amount of 30 millions of maravedis, alienated by Henry IV to purchase the submission of rebellious nobles, and, although a quarter of a century had passed, it is said that the vengeful spirit thus aroused was still eager to encompass his ruin. Whatever may have been Lucero's motive, inquisitorial methods afforded abundant facilities for its accomplishment. He selected a woman whom he had tortured on the charge of being a Jewish prophetess and maintaining a synagogue in her house. He threatened her with further torture unless she should testify to what she had seen in a room in Talavera's palace, and, on her replying that she did not know, he instructed her that an assembly was held divided into 3 classes. In the first was the archbishop, with the bishops of Almeria, Jaén, and others. In the second, the dean and the provisor of Granada, the treasurer, the alcaide, and other officials. In the third, the prophetess, the sister and nieces of Talavera, Doña Maria de Peñalosa, and others. They agreed to traverse the kingdom, preaching and prophesying the advent of Elias and the Messiah, in concert with the prophets who were in the house of Fernan Alvarez of Toledo, where they were crowned with golden crowns. All this was duly sworn to by the witness, as dictated to her by the fiscal, and formed a basis for the prosecution of Talavera and his family, doubtless supported by ample corroborative evidence readily obtainable in the same manner. The occurrence of the name of the Bishop of Jaén suggests a further political intrigue. He was Alfonso Suarez de Fuentesas, the former colleague of Deza as Inquisitor-General, and was no doubt known as inclining to the Flemish party, as he subsequently accepted from Philip the presidency of the Royal Council. Impenetrable secrecy was one of the most cherished principles of inquisitorial procedure, but Lucero probably desired to prepare the public for the impending blow, and whispers concerning it began to circulate. Peter Martyr of Angera, who was attached to the royal court, wrote on January 3, 1506, to the Count of Tendilla, governor of Granada, that Lucero, by means of witnesses under torture, had succeeded in imputing Judaism to the archbishop and his whole family and household. As there was no one more holy than Talavera, he found it difficult to believe that any one could be found to fabricate such a charge. The attack commenced by arresting, in the most public and offensive manner, Talavera's nephew, the dean, and the officials of his church during divine service and in his presence, evidently with the purpose of discrediting him. The arrest followed of his sister, his nieces, and his servants, and we can readily conceive the means by which even his kindred were compelled to give evidence incriminating him, as we gather from a letter of Ferdinand, June 9, 1506, to his ambassador at Rome, Francisco de Rojas, in which he says that the testimony against Talavera is that of his sisters and kindred and servants. Before he could be arrested and prosecuted, however, special authorization from the Holy See was requisite, For, by a decree of Boniface VIII, inquisitors had no direct jurisdiction over bishops. For this, Ferdinand's intervention was necessary and, after some hesitation, he consented to make the application. The inculpatory evidence given by Talavera's family was sent to Rome. Francisco de Rojas procured the papal commission for his trial and forwarded it June 3, 1506. Before it was dispatched, however, Ferdinand's position had changed with the arrival in Spain of his daughter Juana, now Queen of Castile, and her husband Philip of Austria. Eager to throw off Ferdinand's iron rule and to win the favor of the new sovereigns, most of the nobles had flocked to them and with them the Conversos, who hoped to secure a modification in the rigor of the Inquisition. They had been aroused by the sufferings of their brethren in Cordova, whose cause was their own, and they were becoming an element not to be disregarded in the political situation. They had already secured a hearing in the Roman Curia, always ready, as we shall see hereafter, to welcome appellants with money and to sacrifice them after payment received. They had obtained from Julius II commissions transferring from the Inquisition cognizance of certain cases, commissions which Ferdinand repeatedly asked the Pope to withdraw, and doubtless with success, as they do not appear in the course of events. They had even approached Ferdinand himself while in Valladolid with an offer of 100,000 ducats if he would suspend the Inquisition until the arrival of Juana and Philip. This offer, he says in a letter of June 9, 1506 to Rojas, he spurned, but we may perhaps doubt his disinterestedness when he adds that, as Philip has disembarked and is unfamiliar with Spanish affairs, he had secretly ordered Deza to suspend the operations of all the tribunals, the motive of which evidently was to create the belief that Philip was responsible for it. As for Talavera, he adds, as it would greatly scandalize the new converts of Granada if they thought there were errors of faith in him whom they regarded as so good a Christian, he had concluded to let the matter rest for the present and would subsequently send instructions. He evidently had no belief in Lucero's fabricated evidence, a fact to be borne in mind when we consider his attitude in the ultimate developments of the affair. This dispatch, of course, reached Rojas too late to prevent the issuing of the commission to try Talavera, but it explains why the document was suppressed when it arrived. Deza denied receiving it. It disappeared, and Talavera, in his letter of January 23, 1507 to Ferdinand, manifests much anxiety to know what had become of it, evidently dreading that it would be opportunely found when wanted. End of Book 1, Chapter 4, Part 5. Recording by Shena Serre, Fresno, California.